Good morning, everyone. Welcome to day 2. We're going to get started here in a moment. Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome to day 2 of our June council meeting. Day 2 is the day for highly migratory species. We have a full day of agenda items, and it's my goal to keep us on time here. So if I seem impatient, please let me apologize in advance. Just that we went late yesterday, and looking at the agenda items we have before us today, there's certainly a risk that they may go long as well. And, we want to be thorough, we want to be careful, but we want to be efficient as well. So let's try to keep that in mind as we move through today's agenda. Let me first go to Executive Director Chuck Tracy and see if he has any announcements.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. No, not really. Maybe just to follow up on your last comment there, just some advice. Just request the council members have a good plan for how they want to accomplish their actions under each agenda items, and making sure that our comments are relevant and succinct. So that's all I've got for this morning.
All right, thank you. And John Ugaritz has reminded me, or pointed out to me, that today is National Bring Your Dog to Work Day. So since we are working remotely, for many of us, that's every day. So, but they're not entitled to participate in the meeting. So we'll get started right away with agenda item F1, and I'll turn to Kit to get us started.
Okay, good morning. Thanks, Mr. Chair. So the National Marine Fisheries Report, there are 2 reports in your briefing materials. The first one is the sort of standard overview of regulatory activities. I believe Lyle Enriquez will be in the seat and presenting that information. And then there's a second report, which is an evaluation of observer bias in the drift gillnet fishery. And that was produced mostly by staff from Pacific States Marine Fisheries Commission, the PFMC program, and a researcher from the Alaska Fishery Science Center. And the lead author of that paper, Jenny Suter, will be giving a presentation and overview of the analysis that was conducted and the results thereof. So aside from that, there is also a supplemental report from your HMS advisory subpanel. So you can look forward to that. And with that, I'm done with the overview and happy to turn it over to NIMS.
All right, thanks very much. Lyle, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, council members. I'll be presenting our NIMS report. Our report on this agenda item provides updates on 3 issues, and I will briefly summarize those. First, regarding Pacific bluefin tuna, NIMS has published a final rule to implement IATTC Resolution C-2002, Conservation and Management Measure for Pacific bluefin tuna in the Eastern Pacific Ocean 2021. This rule imposes a 425 metric ton catch limit for U.S. commercial vessels fishing for Pacific bluefin tuna in the Eastern Pacific Ocean during 2021. Additionally, NIMS is imposing an initial trip limit of 20 metric tons, and then will reduce trip limits based on the time of year. Details can be found in our report as well as in the March 29th Federal Register notice publishing the rule. The second part of our report NIMS has published a 90-day finding on a petition to list the shortfin mako shark as threatened or endangered under the Endangered Species Act and to designate critical habitat concurrent with a listing. This finding states that the petition presents substantial information indicating that the petition action may be warranted. Thus, shortfin mako shark are considered a candidate species for listing under the ESA. The notice in the Federal Register contains more information on this finding and solicits scientific and commercial information through June 14th, 2021, a date which has already passed. And this solicitation of information is for the purpose of conducting a comprehensive status review to determine whether to list shortfin mako under the ESA. And finally, our NIMS report provides an update on monitoring initiatives in the drift gillnet fishery. In 2018, the Council reaffirmed its preferred approach to achieve a 30% monitoring coverage level through a combination of human observers and electronic monitoring, and to work toward 100% monitoring coverage in the fishery. While NIMS has been unable to obtain funding for testing EM in the fishery, the Eastern Pacific subgroup of the HMS Professional Specialty Group was able to complete an integration of HMS datasets to evaluate whether the presence of onboard observers is associated with significant differences in fishing behavior on drift gillnet fishing trips. The Pacific States Marine Fisheries Commission has provided NIMS an unpublished manuscript of this work, which is included in the briefing book under this agenda item. So now I'm open for questions on the NIMS report, after which Pacific States staff will present their work on analyzing observer bias in the drift gillnet fishery. I'll also be happy to take questions on the observer bias study following the presentation. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Lyle. Are there any questions for Lyle? Corey Niles.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Lyle. In our morning meeting this morning, the mako shark call for information came up, and you just mentioned the deadline had passed. But am I assuming correctly that you all would have, consider the HMS logbooks, other data forms we have from our fisheries? Those will, safe to assume that those will be looked at.
Thank you, Corey. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm guessing that all sources of data will be included in this thorough status review. The 90-day finding just determined that there was enough information to further evaluate the listing. So now we go into a 12-month period for a comprehensive status review, including all the information gathered during that comment period and any other information we have on hand. So we will be looking at lots of data sources.
Thank you.
Karen Braby, followed by Louisa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Lyle. I have a question that is not related to your report, but is about albacore sampling funding. And so I'm gonna put the question on the table, recognizing that it's not in your report, and if you want to come back and answer it later after the presentation, that would be fine with me personally. But in the last couple of months, we've come to understand that there has been some disruption in the HMS grant that funds albacore sampling across the 3 West Coast states. And we are looking at a shortfall in Oregon that threatens our ability to sample albacore this year and potentially into the future. And with the focus and importance of albacore within the HMS set of species to Oregon, this is a great concern, and we're hopeful that NIMS is figuring out solutions to that funding shortfall, because we don't have the capacity within the state budget to do that long term. So my question is, do you have updates at this time? Can you give us updates either right now or in the next few minutes on that issue? And appreciate you guys working to get that resolved. Thanks.
Thank you, Karen. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will check with my colleagues during the presentation to see what updates we have and what we can divulge at this point on where we are in a process.
Thanks, Lyle. Louis Zim.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And this probably doesn't rise to the level of concern that Karin just brought up. However, it does concern my fisheries out of San Diego. Originally, the Center for Biological Diversity, my understanding is, filed this about Atlantic shortfin makos, and we now are doing this for Pacific as well. Can you illuminate us why we went from the Atlantic to the Pacific in this action?
Thank you, Louis. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do not have the petition in front of me, but I imagine that it is proposed listing as a worldwide listing. But during that process, the decision to list, the population can also be divided up into distinct population segments. So when we look at the worldwide status of the shortfin mako shark, we would also look at it in potentially different oceans. And of course, different listing decisions can be made on different distinct population segments. So that will be a part of it, is looking at it in different areas and potentially listing separately instead of globally. But as far as
through the chair, that's very helpful. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thanks for that question, Louis. Thank you, Lyle, for the answer. I don't see any more hands, so we will go to the presentation. And Jenny Suter, welcome.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, everyone from the council, and thank you, Mr. Chair. I will start my presentation in 1 second. I think you can all see it now.
Yes, it's visible.
Okay, great. Once again, good morning. I am here to give you the presentation that you hopefully have seen the paper from, and maybe you saw the presentation at the management team meeting the other day. My co-authors here are Rob Ames and Brett Holycross, both also from Pacific States Marine Fisheries Commission, and Jordan Watson from the Alaska Fisheries Science Center. So my presentation outline is that I'm going to first break the methods part into 2 sections. The first part focusing on the data integration, and the second part focusing on how we created trips and sets and validated the data. And then I will show you the analysis and results for observer coverage, vessel metrics, and the bias analysis. I have some conclusions and some next steps, and then some time for questions. So part 1, as I said, was data integration, and we call the step also engineering features. And I'll show this diagram on the next slide, and it'll be a little bit bigger, but basically the first part of this study was to figure out the best way to integrate all of these different disparate data sets. And then the scope of our study was September 2013 to January 2020. So that was 6 drift gillnet seasons. There were 22 vessels that participated in 1 or more of those seasons. We used data from vessel monitoring systems, some vessel characteristics from Coast Guard data, observer data, logbook data, landings data. We used ArcGIS to create some engineered geospatial features, and some of the other features we created were just in the Oracle database. And we also used environmental data for sea surface temperature and depth. So here again is that diagram. You can see a little bit better. And my presentation will kind of follow these, the stepwise process. And the key to this data flow diagram is down here. So you can see the source of the data sets, and the blue is the process type, whether it was in Oracle PL SQL, ArcGIS, Python. Those are the three major systems that we use to do this full analysis. It's kind of difficult sometimes to think about how all of these data combine, but we're trying to create this one big flattened out data set that basically has columns for all the different data fields. So if you started with the VMS data and the vessel data, you would just have, for every hour that the vessel pings, you would have a row of data that gives you the position and latitude and longitude and the time stamp. And so if we try to combine these four data sets to begin with, VMS data, observer data, logbook, and landings data, and just look at a timeline, you would see, the VMS points. These are just on a daily scale, where the observers were on board. If there was a logbook for those time frames, and then where did the landings occur on this timeline. And once we can kind of visualize, how this data set comes together, that helped us, create the programs to make it more robust. And another data exploration that we use kind of in the beginning of this analysis is, how does this look on a map, for a fishing vessel? And so this is we'll show you like 3 kind of different sets made by a vessel, one each night. And then we also put the set begin, set end, and haul data from the observer database. So you can see how those line up here on the pings. These are just actual pings, and they're color coded by the speed the vessel was going during that time. So faster speeds are gray, and slower speeds, less than 1.25 knots, are this blue color. And then also the logbook and landing data, they have a CDFW block associated with them. And, sometimes they overlapped and sometimes they didn't overlap, but usually in the general vicinity of when the fishery occurred. And then some other, we were playing around with GIS. You could look at like the primary fishing area versus secondary just by calculating, number of pings in a square. This is just to help, visualize how it all comes together. The second part of my presentation now is from this data integration, how do we create trips and sets and validate that? Well, there are a lot of things that we know about drift gillnet fishing. They're, fish at night. They're, fish during certain times of the year. Certain times they're closed. So we can combine all these things we know about the fishery itself and create different engineered features for those. Then we pass that information into Python, and we try to determine fishing versus non-fishing using classification modeling and the VMS data. And then after we did all of that, we could create DGN trips and sets, and I'll show you that in a little bit more detail. So that focuses on the center part of this data flow diagram, 7, 8, and 9. One of the other most important steps we had to take before doing this is we had to define what a port polygon was, and we had to say, well, a vessel is either inside here, someplace like in San Diego, anywhere in here would be in port for each ping, and then if they crossed this red line, then they would be at sea. And then we marked the closest ping where they entered port or left port as, depart port and arrive port. So we we created that engineered feature in GIS, and then after that, we kind of scrubbed the data for any trips that weren't greater than 12 hours, because sometimes vessels go in and out of port, to pick up supplies and things like that. So we wanted to remove that from the universe. Some of the rules we applied to sets are that we know, as I said, that it's a nighttime fishery. So we just looked at any points that occurred after 3 p.m. and before 8 a.m. And then we looked for the speed being 1.25 knots, because that was previously published as estimated fishing speed. And we looked for, strings of consecutive pings that were between 10 and 12 hours long. So because we also had merged the logbook and observer data and landings data to the VMS data, we could also look for positive logbook, positive observer, positive landings, which I showed you on the first diagram. We also looked at the data in terms of seasons because of the PLCA closure. So we broke the fishing season into kind of 2 sub-seasons, May 1st to November 15th and November 16th to January 31st. And this data set here was based on this Pacific Marine Estuary base map layer. And then we used all the VMS points and kind of drew the lines around, port infrastructure anytime a vessel could be in any of these passages and there was a ping. So in step 8, we used the classification models in Python. We tried 5 different models. We just brought in the records that were labeled as positive drift gillnet fishing with the event type at sea, and that we knew there was an observer on board. And so we trained the data on 75% of that, and then you apply it to the 25%, and you do that iteratively. And the model itself was pretty strong, and then we could apply that to the rest of the data where there was no observer on board. And so then using what we know from the fishing rules and then the results from these models, and we ended up using results from two of the particular models that perform the best, and then the average soak time for drift gillnet gear, we were able to determine positive fishing effort. And there was a huge, manual review and validation of all of this process as we went through it. And, every time we came up with a slightly better way of doing it, we would reprogram and run it again and make sure and revalidate. So it was very iterative, trying to bring all of this data together in the most efficient way. So once we did that, we then did like the final distinguishing of trips and sets from this data set. And so, like I said, again, we defined trips had to have some positive, either a logbook associated with it, observer data, or landings data associated with it. The landing dates, we looked for dates that were, when the vessel was in port or arrived port, or they caught species typical of drift gillnet, or they had what we call the HMS Fishery Code, otherwise known as the D'Angelo Code, that groups gear types and species from state gear codes into codes that are used for the HMS Safe Reports and RFMO reporting. So we flagged any trip for review where there was a logbook or observer data, but we couldn't find a landing, or the landing wasn't in, it didn't occur on the date the vessel arrived or within 5 days afterwards. Any landings that occurred while the vessel was apparently at sea, and any landings without the HMS Fishery Code. And there were various reasons for this, but really the main point is that having all of these data sets integrated allowed us to actually, double check, triple check all of these things and pretty accurately determine whether it was drift gillnet or not drift gillnet fishing. We also flagged any sets that were either really long or too short and tried to, figure out the reasons for that. And then once we felt comfortable with all of the data, we sequentially labeled trips and sets, so it made it easier to count and do the bias analysis. So like I said before, we're just talking about all these parts coming together and, the power of data integration and programming this all in the database and making it a repeatable process. Some more about just validating the trips and sets and what our results were. We estimated from this data set over the 6 years, 571 total trips based on this trip linking process. And that covered about 81% of the total estimated landings in pounds across years, from a low of 58% in 2015 to a high of 94% in 2016. And the 19% of landings that were never linked to trips were due to different types of data gaps. Some of it was due to the implementation of the various rules that required vessels to carry VMS to begin with, and then that rule expired, or it was an emergency rule. And then when the final rule went into play, there were some time periods where vessels weren't required to have their VMS transmitting, and so we missed some of the trips in these first couple of years due to that. There was also some transmission rate irregularities that we've looked into, where we didn't have VMS data for periods of time that either affected like fishing itself, where we couldn't determine sets, or maybe we were not sure about the entire trip. So we looked at all of that sort of data, and we estimated from that 2,448 total DGN sets, and that's the combination of the observer data that we know about and the model predictions. So then we started actually analyzing the data, and step 10, we talk about observer coverage. So we compared the estimated fishing to the observed fishing from the observer data. And for all 6 years combined, the left panel here shows all drift gillnet effort along the coast, and the right side shows the observer coverage. And as you can see, there's the observer coverage, the darker the area, the more observer coverage, and the darker the blue area, the more effort. So, the observer coverage matches pretty well in the Southern California Bight, the amount of effort there is. And, you can see that the yellow does mean there was some observer coverage, just not as much, but, the patterns are very similar. And like I said, this is for a comparison of just looking at all years. What does the data look like? We also broke it down into weeks, into seasons. And then we split vessels into categories. So the 22 vessels were split into either a periodically observed vessel, an observable vessel, or an excluded vessel. And I will explain that on the next slide. And here are some of the vessel metrics for those groups I just told you about. So there were 5 vessels in the excluded vessel group, 6 in the unobservable vessel group, and 11 in the we call periodically observable vessel group. And here's a breakdown of the unobserved trips, observed trips, and percentages, and the same for sets here for those vessel groups, and the totals that we came up with. And basically, the West Coast Regional Observer Program seeks to provide the 20 to 30% coverage of all the sets in a given fishing year, but it took 47% of the sets on observable vessels to get to that coverage rate. So, most of the observers are really on these 11 vessels. Of this unobservable group, there are actually 3 vessels that carried an observer for 1 trip over those 6 years, and the other 3 never carried an observer. So that's a combination of those 2, and that's why you see 2% observed trips and 2% observed sets. And the excluded group included a couple of vessels that only fished in that first season, and we didn't use that for most of the analysis because of the rule that required vessels to carry observers on all of the deep sets that year. We figured that kind of biased the results, and since they only participated in that 1 year, we didn't use them for a lot of the analysis, or their data for a lot of the analysis. I think 3 of those vessels were in this group were observed vessels, and 2 were unobserved vessels. Okay. Step 11 is the bias analysis, which I'm sure is what you're all waiting for. We did the bias analysis in Python again. So what we used was a linear mixed effect model to quantify the percent difference between the trip and set level metrics by the vessel groups and seasons I explained. So vessel groups meaning the periodically observed vessels, and we looked at observed versus unobserved sets on those vessels, and then we compared those vessels to the unobserved vessels. And we looked at that at the trip level and at the set level. We also, of course, did more data validation and plotted the distributions of all of these metrics and looked for influential points and outliers, and, did even deeper dive into the data, make sure we had it correct. And after we did that, we used 64% of the trips and 73% of the sets that we estimated originally. Like I said, we didn't use the 2013 fishing season for the observer bias analysis at all. So the vessels I mentioned on the last page, exempted or that were excluded, and also just that year in general, we didn't bring into the bias analysis. And there's a table in the paper that shows number of trips and sets removed based on these different issues, if you feel like looking at the data a little bit deeper. So we also looked at the vessel characteristics. Just we were curious if observable vessels maybe were larger or more powerful than unobservable vessels, but they were variable for all groups, and the observable group actually contained the smallest and the largest capacities and engine power of this 22 vessel fleet. The unobservable vessel group was slightly smaller in median length than the periodically observed vessels, but the median engine horsepower and net tonnage were a little greater for the periodically observed vessels compared to unobservable, but nothing that was, because of the ranges were so great, there was nothing that specifically stuck out as being a bias. So for the mixed linear effects model, these were the metrics that we looked at. We looked at, for trips and sets, some of these were only for sets, but for both, we looked at average depth for trip or set, average distance from shore, average sea surface temperature, and then for trips, the catch per unit effort, the proportion that the vessel was fishing on a particular trip was just, a calculation of fishing versus non-fishing times, and the revenue divided by effort. And we did also for trip distance, total trip distance and total trip duration, the vessel groups and the seasons I mentioned before. And then what this looks like, I know this is a lot to digest, so I will try to explain it slowly, and then if you can look at it at the paper, and maybe it'll sink in a little bit deeper. But basically, this is just for trip level metrics, because once we did the analysis for trips and sets, realizing that all sets occur within trips, it made more sense just to focus on the trip level metrics. And also an observer is on board for an entire trip and not just a portion of their sets. Anyways, so this left panel here is the comparison of the unobservable vessels versus the periodically observed vessels. And then the right panel is just the periodically observed vessels, and it's looking at unobserved versus observed on the right-hand side. And so, for instance, depth, and one more thing. So the straight or the non-dotted line, the solid line, is season 1, which is the season between May 1st up to November 15th, and then the dotted line is the season starting November 16th to January 31st. And so for depth, this would basically say that observed vessels fished 45% deeper. If you look down here, it's about 45% deeper in season 1 compared to unobserved vessels. But then in season 2, they weren't that much deeper. And because the line crosses 0, there was no significant difference. So, and that was true also. So these observed vessels just seemed to fish deeper in season 1 versus season 2. And I'm sure the fishermen can describe maybe why that would be. And that depth and distance from shore, have about the same results, which you would expect. Sea surface temperature, there really wasn't much difference in sea surface temperature, and no significant differences statistically at all. So it seems like drift gillnet fishing happens mostly with, in a small range of temperatures, at least, sea surface wise. The catch and effort and revenue and effort, they have similar results too, nothing significant, but their data ranges were huge for total landings and total revenue per trip. And the proportion fishing, it actually, no significant difference. Trip distance, which, also may correlate with depth and distance from shore. Same pattern, it was higher in season 1 than season 2 for observed vessels, but not really any different here when they have an observer board compared to not having an observer on board. Okay. So after analyzing all of this information, one of the main points that I just want to drive home is that having all of these different data sets integrated in a data warehouse and a repeatable process can give you a more holistic view of the fishery, because you're not just relying on 1 or 2 data sets. And being able to engineer these different features using GIS and Oracle, and also bringing in the different environmental features such as depth and temperature. We could have tried other ones also, and we could in the future, but we didn't find any overall bias. We found some statistical differences in trip and set metrics between the groups, and some disparities in observer coverage in certain times of the year when the fishery is getting started and the observers aren't quite ready to go out, but that's a minimal amount of trips in a given year. And so our next steps are, we're working on some other future data integration projects that are similar to this, but for different fisheries on the West Coast, Hawaii, Alaska. That was one reason we brought in Jordan Watson to help us with this, kind of wrapping this project up and putting it all together. We work with him on some of these integration projects. And we're also going to publish the paper, so it's citable, and hopefully other researchers find it useful in the future for putting this type of information together. So with that, I am finished. If you have any questions.
Thank you very much, Jenny, for that very thorough report. And I think we'll find it very helpful. Louis Zim.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Jenny, for this this report. If you could go back to your slide 10.
Oh, sorry, I'm not using them.
I don't know who's running this.
I am running it, so tell me when to stop. I'll go slow.
It's the one that shows the amount of there it is.
This one. Yeah.
Okay. It seems like the fisheries perking along and percolating along 16, 17, 18, small numbers here. And 19, suddenly there's a lot less catch. Why is that? Is it a lousy year, or were there less vessels, or what's going on there?
Oh, I'm sorry. I should have explained that better. The season ends on January 31st. And so the last season we captured in this analysis was the 2018-19 season. So you would only see the catch from January of that year and not the next season that would start in May.
Oh, through the chair. Oh, yes. I think I remember reading that in the paperwork. Well, thank you. That clears it up for all of us. Thank you.
No problem.
Thanks, Louis. Corey Niles.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and hi, Jenny. Thanks, and wow. First of all, wow, that was looks like you all put a lot of work into this. Pretty impressive. Would you mind going to your conclusion slide?
Mm-hmm.
Go back to where.
This one?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, and as you mentioned, that this is a lot to take in, so excuse me for making you repeat yourself here, but on that some disparities in observer coverage bullet, can you remind me of what you mean by that?
So we looked at, I think there's another slide that we talked about that. I don't remember which one. So we looked at the temporal coverage and for the whole years combined, and then we looked at it by weeks and seasons also, and I'm not showing any of those results here, but the one thing was like during, I think in August, the vessels start going out and drift gillnet fishing, but the observer program doesn't really ramp up until September. So there's always some weeks in there where there's no observers on any of the vessels, but it's usually a really small portion of the entire fishery since most of it occurs, later in the fall. So when I say small disparities, I mean, that's one thing that we've talked about, covering that time frame, but it's really just a logistical and because they're trying to, only have money to cover 20 to 30%, sometimes it's just not feasible.
Okay, thank you, Jay. And Mr. Chair, I do have another question, but it looks like I saw Lyle's hand go up. I wonder.
No, why don't you go ahead, Corey?
And yeah, sorry, if you could go to step 11, then Jenny, that would be great, or not, maybe not. It was the one with the figure of the differences.
This.
That one, yeah. And so, in your conclusion, you're not seeing big effects between the. Sorry, I'm not fully digesting all of this yet. So
I know.
So you're concluding you're not seeing major differences between trips with observers and not. Yeah, we are seeing some differences here, and some of this between depth and distance for shore, distance, which those are all correlated, as you said. So there does look like to be some differences. They're just, some of them are just not quite meeting that statistical significance. But yeah, so I guess I'm curious about the conclusions you're drawing, and don't mean to get you to go into it, but here, are you how confident should we be that there are no differences? And yeah, I need to go back and read the report, and it's really great to hear that you've set it up so that it could be something that's ongoing. So I didn't get that from skimming the paper, so that was really good to hear. But yeah, I guess seeing this, I am seeing some differences, and so not concluding there are absolutely no differences. But yeah, you understand what you've looked at this a lot more than I have. So any more if you could just elaborate a bit more, it might help it sink in for.
Sure. Well, I guess to, conclude that there were biases, based on these different metrics that we looked at, you would see like all of these points, shifted to one side or the other side, and they just, yes, so observed vessels seem to fish deeper in general in this would be season 1 and season 2, but it's only significant statistically in season 1, and in season 2, when maybe the fishery is occurring closer to shore, there's just not a big difference between unobservable vessels and observed vessels. And then, the observed vessels then are split apart here whether they have an observer on board or don't have an observer on board. And so same sort of thing happens, you know, in the first season, the vessels or the trips with the observers on board fish deeper, but only in season 1 and not season 2. So it's probably not an effect of the observers on board, but something else about the fishery. Why do they go to deeper areas, you know, in season 1 versus season 2? So for us to conclude anything different than that, you know, I think would be, you know, wouldn't be correct. So I think it all could probably, the differences could be explained by, you know, why fishermen go to certain areas during certain times of the year. And like I said, we didn't see, you know, when you looked at CPOE or revenue, they're just you know, these numbers they're so big in range. And even if we removed outliers and influential points from this, the ranges were just so huge. Like we really couldn't find any differences there at all. You know, and like I said, the trip distance, you know, probably takes longer to, you know, go obviously offshore and to deeper areas. So, you know, these three variables are very similar. Does that answer your question, Corey?
Yeah, thank you. Still sinking in, of course, but that definitely helped. Appreciate it.
Oh, you're welcome to call me later if you need to.
Thank you.
All right, thanks. John Ugoretz.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Ms. Suter, for the presentation. So looking at this image and the report, I just want to make sure I'm understanding. You're making conclusions, drawing conclusions about fishing behavior, about where and when and how often people fish, and perhaps the total landed catch versus effort. But what this cannot do, and I don't think it's trying to do, is looking at the bycatch rates or what's being brought on board when they're not observed versus when they are observed. Is that correct?
Yes, that's a great way to state it. We did not, I mean, we don't know anything about the bycatch except for all of the other studies that other scientists have done, you know, when the observer or when an observer is not on board. So we can't make that inference.
Thank you.
All right, are there further questions on the presentation? Thank you very much, Jenny. That was terrific.
Oh, thank you very much, Mr. Chair and council members. Thank you for letting me present today.
Sure. Let me go back to Lyle and see if you might have an answer to the question that Karin asked earlier. Otherwise, we can come back to you later.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, as much as I can answer that right now, all I can say is that, you know, I am aware of the issue. I heard about the issue that was happening with the potential lack of funding for the Albacore port sampling, and I have seen the progress that is being made, but I'm hesitant to divulge exactly where that is right now. I don't want to run afoul of any of our acquisition and grants office personnel who are working on that. But I'm happy to connect Karin to people who may be able to give her a little more information.
All right, thank you for that. So, Corey Niles.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Lyle, and just making clear that it's not just Karin that's interested. I think this is affecting the sampling programs in all three states, and appreciate that conversations are happening, and heard Lyle's answer. But yeah, just for the record, you know, this is an important source of funding for us, I believe, for California as well. And you know, without a fix, we're not sure how much sampling can take place this summer.
Lyle.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Corey. Yes, I'm aware that it does affect multiple states here, and I will try and get you and everybody the information as soon as we can. Thank you.
All right, thanks for that, Lyle. Because data is the lifeblood of management. So It's important. All right, we'll move now to reports. We have one advisory body report, the HMSAS report, and Dave Rudy. Welcome, Dave.
Good morning, Chairman and council members. Thank you. The advisory subpanel received this report presented by Ms. Jenny Sutter of Pacific States Marine Fisheries Commission about observing unobserved fishing characteristics in the drift net fishery for swordfish. We appreciate the work done and thank the authors for their efforts. Wish to highlight a few points made by the report. On page 17, it says, we observed little statistical evidence of difference between observed and unobserved trips in the DGN drift net fishery, neither for vessels that periodically carried observers nor vessels that were never observed. Page 17. These observations support the notion that the drivers of selecting fishing locations may have been relatively persistent regardless of observer presence. Page 18. Environmental conditions may serve as a more predictable driver of fishery behavior than observer or VMS vessel monitoring systems coverage. We believe the report provides sufficient evidence supporting the conclusions that observer bias in the drift gillnet fishery is not occurring. As such, we believe current levels of observer coverage are adequate. That concludes my report.
Thank you very much, Dave. Are there questions for Dave on the AS report? Thank you, Dave.
Thank you.
That completes the reports that I have and takes us to public comment. We have one public comment. Jeff Schuster. Welcome, Jeff.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. This is Jeff Schuster representing Oceana. We wanted to start by appreciating the NIMS Pacific States Observer Study. It was very helpful and obviously a huge amount of work. We do note that the study conclusions did observe some differences in depth and distance from shore, and unfortunately was not able to actually look at differences in specific fishing locations or, as Mr. Ugretz pointed out, differences in actual bycatch. And given the nature of the rare event bycatch that I think has really been a major focus on this fishery, we continue to believe that 100% observer coverage is critical. We do note in the EC report on agenda item F5 that there were 2 enforcement cases where drift gillnet vessels failed to report marine mammal interactions. And we just remind the NIMS and the council that the council did vote to require 100% monitoring in the fishery by 2018. The industry was able, there was funding available to the industry to explore electronic monitoring, but the industry did reject that funding by Saltonstall Kennedy. And so we ask that the council continue its efforts to push NIMS to immediately require 100% monitoring of all vessels in the drift gillnet fleet and remove the unobservable exemption. Thank you very much and happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Jeff, for your comment. Let me see if there are any questions from the council. And I don't see any. Thank you very much, Jeff. So that completes public comment and takes us to our council action, which is discussion and guidance as appropriate. So I will open the floor to comments. We had a lot of information there. And let's see what the council wants to do with it. And if the council, okay, Louis Zim.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just wanted to myself thank Pacific States for coming through with this and trying to give us some illustration of what this fishery is and the areas that it fishes was very informative to me, and I think will help me make decisions later on in the day. I particularly was informed by the maps that showed observer coverage and the fishery coverage. I had never seen those before, and that was really helpful.
Thank you, Louis. Further discussion? I think as Louis points out, the information received may come back in later agenda items today. But if there is no further discussion at the moment, then I will turn to Kit and see if we have completed this agenda item.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I think if you have no more discussion or questions, then you can move on.
All right. Thank you very much, Kit, and thank you, Council. So we'll next move to agenda item F2, international management activities. And for that, I will hand the virtual gavel to Vice Chair Pettinger.
Thank you, Chair Grolnick, and you're 5 minutes early by golly, so well done on that agenda item. And Kit, I'll look to you to start us off on F2.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I'll read from the situation summary for this agenda item, international management activities. So there is an attached, that was in the advanced briefing book, NIMS report summarizing recent IATTC meetings and upcoming meetings. There's a supplemental NIMS report that provides information on a couple of additional meetings that occurred between the time the advanced briefing book was compiled and the start of this meeting. And as noted here, the Council has been particularly interested in IATTC measures for Pacific bluefin tuna and North Pacific albacore tuna, which affect West Coast fisheries through their domestic implementation. For Pacific bluefin, the IATTC adopted a one-year measure that essentially rolled over the 2020 catch limits. There were some adjustments that had to be made because it was a switch from a two-year limit to a one-year limit for 2021. And that is was their resolution C2002. While Japan in particular has expressed interest in negotiating increases to catch limits consistent with the WCPFC harvest strategy and rebuilding plan, the IATTC Scientific Advisory Committee and their meeting earlier this year in May recommended continuing catch limits in the current resolution while noting catch limit increases are possible under the rebuilding plan. And that's discussed in NIMS Report 1. The joint IATTC WCPFC Northern Committee Working Group is scheduled to meet prior to the regular session of the IATTC scheduled for later in August. And that working group will develop recommendations on bluefin conservation measures for next year and possibly additional subsequent years. And that the recommendations coming out of the joint working group will form the basis for any resolution adopted by the IATTC. There is, as an attachment in your briefing materials, the announcement of that joint working group meeting scheduled in late July. And in addition, Dorothy Lohman is here and noted in the agenda to speak to you about that meeting and bluefin tuna management at the international level. The International Scientific Committee Albacore Working Group completed its management strategy evaluation for North Pacific albacore, and results from that effort were presented to stakeholders in a March 22-25 workshop. And there was a second one-day stakeholder workshop held on June 1. I believe the supplemental NIFS report summarizes the outcomes of that second workshop. The ISC plenary will review the results of the, at its July meeting, the results of the MSC at its July meeting, and make recommendations on their use for Northern Committee. So essentially you could say adopting the MSC for management purposes. According to its current work plan, the Northern Committee will continue to work to establish a target reference point and other elements of the harvest strategy based on the MSC. And just a note, there's a link there since the ISC has not formally adopted the management strategy evaluation, the full report has not been distributed. That'll occur after the plenary meeting. But there was a presentation given at the SAC meeting, and you can find that on their website, and there's a link there to that presentation. Although the WCPFC covers fisheries in the Western Pacific, the WCPFC harvest strategy will likely influence IATTC actions related to North Pacific albacore management. The IATTC hasn't formally adopted a harvest strategy yet for North Pacific albacore, but I think there's a general interest by the parties to ensure that management is consistent across the North Pacific. Also, just in terms of the ISC plenary this year, they will also be reviewing a benchmark stock assessment for blue marlin and an updated indicator analysis for shortfin mako shark. And in response to a request from the WCPFC about striped marlin, the billfish working group of the IC responded, and for North Pacific striped marlin at its 2020 meeting last December, the WCPFC requested that ISC examine differences between ISC stock assessment catch estimates by CCM, that is essentially members, and WCPFC catch estimates, and work with a scientific service provider for the WCPFC, and that's the Oceanic Fishery Program of the South Pacific Commission, to provide an assessment of the shortcomings, and second, explain why striped marlin stock decreased and fishing mortality increased after a drastic decrease in fishing effort by high seas drift gillnet fisheries in the early 1990s, and third, develop a roadmap to address the issues identified in the latest stock assessment by the ISC. Also, NIMS Report 1 describes U.S. priorities for the IATTC tropical tuna resolution to be taken up at the June 7 to 10 meeting. There's, as noted in their supplemental report, that extraordinary meeting that was focusing on tropical tunas, they were unable to adopt a measure or a resolution for next year. So that will be kicked over to their regular meeting in August, and hopefully they will be able to adopt a measure. And as I've already said a couple times, we can expect that NIMS, based on their report, will talk about the outcomes, which I've just summarized. So that covers my overview. Materials, I mentioned already that there is that attachment that is an announcement of the joint working group meeting coming up at the end of July. There are the two NIMS reports. There is also a supplemental HMS-AS report, which they will present. And I already mentioned that Dorothy Lohman will be briefing you on the joint working group process. And so those are the materials. And just to read the council action here, it's to provide recommendations on U.S. positions at upcoming meetings and other forums as appropriate. So that concludes my overview.
Thank you, Kit. Questions for Kit? I see Corey Dowles.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair, and thanks, Kit. And I just just missed what you said about, did you say the management strategy evaluation report was not fully adopted yet, but available?
So there's a link there in the situation summary. To a presentation that the lead modelers gave to the IATTC SAC. So that's sort of an alternative way to get some more in-depth information about the MSC. And yeah, so since the final report, those who participated in the March workshop actually were able to receive and look at a draft of that, but I was asked not to make it widely distributed since procedurally it's not finalized until the ISC plenary adopts it in July. So that's as a second best option. There's that link to a presentation.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for repeating that, Kit. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Corey. Anyone else? Okay. Well, thank you, Kit. And with that, we'll go to the Bluefin Working Group and welcome Dorothy.
Thank you, Vice Chair Pettinger, and good morning, everyone. Yes, as Kit mentioned, you can see the provisional agenda for the upcoming meeting, which will occur in our time zone on July 26th through the 28th for 3 hours each, and it'll be in the late afternoon. I believe it's 4 p.m. start time. This is the sixth time that the informal joint working group has been meeting. And I think over that time, there's been an evolution and a growing, I think, commitment to the fact that this is an important joint working group in terms of being able to harmonize management measures across the Pacific. This is and as part of that, there's been a growing recognition that it should occur prior to the annual meeting of the IATTC, so that if there are recommendations that are adopted by consensus by the joint working group, that they can be considered by both the Northern Committee and then subsequently the WC3 through their report and the IATTC in the same management year. So I think that's progress. So for the first time this year, this meeting is being held separately from the Northern Committee because because the IATC meeting is August, and so we need to have this meeting in ample time so that any recommendations could be discussed and then considered by the IATTC at their annual meeting. So you see attached in your supplemental or in your attachment one, the provisional agenda. We have encouraged everyone to provide the materials for the meeting by July 9th so that there be ample time for there to be discussions with BILATs and others prior to coming to the meeting. And I will note that I just received or was CC'd on the submittal to the WCP Secretariat, who's providing the administrative support for this meeting this year again, and a proposal from Japan. So they will be putting in a proposal for increased fishing opportunities through in terms of in the WCPFC area. In terms of a proposal for adopting the management, this CMM in the WCPFC area. We have not yet received any other proposals, but I'm thinking that there may be some others that will be forthcoming. That is, I'm happy to answer any questions, and certainly I believe Ryan will probably speak to the efforts to solicit delegates, members of the delegation, and any subsequent planning in terms of the U.S. for this meeting. So that's all I have on my end for you.
Well, thank you, Dorothy. Questions for Dorothy on the working group report? Okay, seeing none. Thank you, Dorothy. It's always great to hear your voice, and hope to see you sometime soon in the future. So, all right. And with that, we'll go to the NIPS report and Ryan. Ryan.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Good morning, everyone. So we have two NIMS reports related to international activities. That's summarized meetings that have occurred since the March Council meeting, U.S. priorities to the upcoming and previous IATTC meetings. And then there's also a list of upcoming international meetings in general. As seen in the first NIMS report, the IATTC convened a number of meetings virtually to discuss electronic monitoring, management strategy evaluation on tropical tunas, and further work of the Bycatch and fish aggregating device working groups. I don't plan to go in detail of those workshops and working groups, but I'm happy to answer any questions. As noted in this report, there are and there have been three main IATTC priorities for the U.S. The first two on tropical tunas and Pacific bluefin tuna, as Kit noted in his overview, obviously due to the fact that the current management measures for those species expire at the end of this year. We just extended, due to the pandemic, those measures for 1 year. So both of those, excuse me, are up again for the IATTC this year. And I'll address those issues in more detail as I go along with my report here, as they will involve some challenging discussions we expect with other contracting parties. The third priority, which hopefully will be a simpler task for the IATTC, is to continue making progress on electronic monitoring, in particular to support the recommendations for the workshop that we note here, including adoption of terms of reference for some planned future workshops, provisional definitions, and an overall work plan. And just to give a little bit more color on that, the work plan sets a schedule for 2 workshops per year on very specific components of the EM program. For example, the fall 2021 workshop would address objectives and scope of the EM program. And these workshops are intended to inform a commission discussion and decision on the same topic at the next appropriate meeting. So as we go through this process and schedule, you would eventually get to an electronic monitoring program effective, adopted, and implemented and in place by 2025. That's the proposal. But right now, we're just working on adopting that work plan, these provisional definitions, and that schedule. Going to Pacific bluefin tuna. As Dorothy noted, the joint working group is coming up at the end of next month. That will be making recommendations to the IATTC and Northern Committee. The U.S. has been a strong supporter of utilizing that working group as the vehicle to provide recommendations to both of those RFMOs and hopefully have that be anticipated, that they would be adopted if agreed by consensus at the joint working group. And as we note at the end of our report, we will hold a joint working group delegation call in advance of that meeting. We are also looking to schedule our advisory committees potentially before that meeting as well. As also noted a little bit earlier, we did have an extraordinary meeting on tropical tuna management. The IATTC did convene this so I'll jump to that supplemental report briefly and touch on that part first. There were 5 proposals that were submitted for that meeting, including one submitted by the U.S., mainly aimed at some additional management measures for tropical tunas in in addition to the existing suite of measures that have been in place. These included kind of a range, actually quite a wide range of ideas, including country-specific set limits on FADs or fish aggregating devices, increased days for the overall Eastern Pacific Ocean purse seine closure, which was the U.S. proposal, as that's, in our view, the simplest and the most enforceable measure. Individual vessel catch limits for big eye tuna was also proposed, as well as a rather complex operational rule by the scientific staff to adjust closures only on FAD sets and unassociated sets each year based on the number of FAD sets that had happened in the previous year, and there's a formula for that. The U.S. proposal was had a lot of similarities to the joint proposal submitted by the European Union and Colombia. We had discussions during that week of the extraordinary meeting. We continue to have discussions with those two delegations to see if there's a way to combine our proposals prior to the August meeting, as there's some natural similarities there, and we're hopeful. But of course, those discussions will continue between now and August 2nd, which is the deadline for proposals for the August plenary meeting, which will happen the 23rd to the 27th. If you look on the ITTC website, that still says that will be in Nicaragua. That is not correct. We fully expect this meeting to be virtual. They had proposed San Diego, but based on the discussions at the extraordinary meeting, we do anticipate any day now that the August meeting will be declared to be a virtual meeting. The ITCC did agree to extend the current acting director, term for an additional 6 months, or until a new director is selected, whichever comes first. And the main reason for that is that there's a number of countries that, since that selection of a new director is held in closed session, they would like us to be at an in-person meeting for that selection to occur. And thus, we are continuing to extend the current acting director until we can reasonably foresee an in-person meeting of the commission. Continuing with the supplemental NIMS report, on June 1st, NIMS Pacific Islands regions and the West Coast region hosted a meeting with our stakeholders to follow up to the meeting held by the ISC, which presented the results of the North Pacific Albacore MSC, as Kit laid out in his overview. Our goal for that meeting was to provide an opportunity for U.S. stakeholders to express their priorities, consider future management of North Pacific Albacore. We solicited input on the range of topics that were related to the MSC, which you can see listed here. It includes a timeline, also includes a timeline for developing a potential proposal, which of course would be the next step, especially to the IATTC, which doesn't have a harbor strategy. So I'm not going to go into detail. You can see the list of topics and the discussions and in general where our stakeholders' feedback were, and I'm happy to answer any questions on those. I would note, though, that as I think you can see in one of the topics and discussions, that due to the challenges facing RFMOs, again, with virtual meetings, but probably more relevant, the fact that there are some high priority issues for contracting parties such as tropical tuna and bluefin tuna management, which take a significant amount of time. We spent 5 full days trying to get even some progress on tropical tunas and now have to do it again. So it's very unlikely from our perspective that any proposals related to North Pacific Albacore or the MSC will be submitted this year. But we do want to continue to have these discussions. We think it's important to carry forward some work now that we have the MSC, and we will plan to continue those discussions with our stakeholders and consider most likely whether and what we may put forward in 2022. And that concludes my report.
Well, thank you, Ryan. Questions for Ryan on the NIMS report? Okay. Seeing no hands. Thanks, Ryan. Next, we'll go to the HMS Advisor Subpanel and Mike Conroy. Mike?
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Confirming you can hear me?
We can.
Perfect. I will be reading into the record the supplemental HMSAS Report 1 on agenda item F2. Members of the Highly Migratory Species Advisory Subpanel have been closely monitoring international management activities and the implications for U.S. stakeholders. Of greatest interest are activities which will or may impact U.S. fisheries for Pacific bluefin tuna and North Pacific albacore. With regard to Pacific bluefin, while still overfished, the PBF stock continues to increase and is expected to reach the first rebuilding target ahead of schedule, perhaps as early as the end of 2021. Conservation and Management Measure 2020-02, which was adopted by the WCPFMC last December, includes the following outlook. The estimated probability of achieving the second biomass rebuilding target 10 years after the achievement of the initial rebuilding target, or by 2034, whichever is earlier, is 96%. The IETTC SAC has recommended status quo management be maintained for 2022, while at the same time acknowledging increased catches are possible under the harvest strategy prepared by the Joint Tuna RFMO Working Group. The AS recommends a one-year measure for 2022 to align the management cycle with scheduled PBF stock assessments. The AS also supports the IETTC SAC recommendation of status quo for the next management cycle and asks the Council to recommend such to the applicable U.S. delegation. The above noted IETTC SAC recommendation has opened the door for other nations harvesting PBF to seek increases for 2022. Given similar efforts in 2019 and 2020, it is logical to assume proposals will be made this year. If increases in harvest are sought, the AS seeks the Council support in advocating for equitable distribution of an increase between EPO and WPO fisheries. If an increase is agreed upon at the upcoming 6th Joint IETTC Northern Committee Working Group meeting on PBF management next month, we urge the U.S. delegation to the IETTC meeting in August to negotiate a more equitable allocation between U.S. and Mexico. Stakeholders do not feel they were treated fairly when the current EPO split, roughly 9-1 in favor of Mexico, was originally memorialized in resolution. Moving over to North Pacific albacore. The 2020 stock assessment found the North Pacific albacore stock is likely not overfished relative to the LRP adopted by the WCPFC. This information has been presented at several meetings where HMS-AS members participated. First is the ISC Albacore Working Group, the U.S.-Canada stakeholder meeting in March to review the results of the recently completed MSE, and a NIMS Pyro and West Coast region stakeholder meeting on June 1st of this year, which provided an opportunity for U.S. stakeholders to express their priorities and consider future management of North Pacific albacore. We address each below. With regard to the March ISC Albacore Working Group U.S.-Canada stakeholder meeting, at the outset, we very much appreciate the efforts which resulted in completed in the MSC modeling process. We also appreciate the efforts and patience of Drs. Teo and Tomasi in presenting this difficult subject matter. The AS remains concerned that there is a general lack of understanding surrounding the nuances of MSC, assumptions made in the model, and how those impact the model's results. For example, how does the model estimate the percentage of the stock that migrates to the EPO, the catchability of those fish, or the stock impact of fish harvested in the EPO versus those taken in the Western Pacific, juveniles versus spawning age fish? Impacts of a rogue nation who has not participated in the MSC process and may not agree to be bound by any management measures and has shown a history of not prioritizing RFMO engagement or enforcement. As stated in the MSC analysis, if a ghost fleet of unmanaged harvesters develops or is revealed, current harvest will have reduced opportunity. We would encourage the Council to support any and all efforts to facilitate additional conversations as the management process unfolds in the RFMOs. With regards to the June 1st Albacore U.S. stakeholder meeting, meaningful participation by fishery stakeholders necessitates clear understanding of the measures being discussed. Thoughtful, considered, and well-understood reference points, target, threshold, and limit, and the resulting harvest control rules are supportable by industry. We offer the following thoughts on the topics and comments outlined in the supplemental NIMS report 2. For clarity, the bullet points listed below are meant to align and address the bullet points as they are included in the NIMS report 2. We support a consistent and enforceable harvest strategy across the Pacific. We agree ensuring spawning stock biomass is maintained above the LRP should be the top priority. We support the inclusion of a threshold reference point. Additional understanding is necessary regarding the implications of various levels levels of fishing intensity and how those influence the harvest control rules. Additional conversations are needed regarding controls, TAC versus TAE, which are concerned about the amount of North Pacific albacore that is being harvested incidentally by fleets purportedly targeting big eye or other HMS stocks. There is concern how non-targeted catch is defined and how that catch will be managed in the harvest control rules. We also wish to address a statement included in the NIMS report where it says there were questions on whether effort controls were feasible and could be implemented domestically. Industry members of the AS believe that effort controls are both feasible and can be implemented. In terms of a timeline, moving forward with management proposals, development of harvest control rules in 2021 is not recommended. The fishing season is about to start. There's no stock-related need for immediate action, and there are likely going to be other priorities, tropical tunas, Pacific bluefin at the RFMOs this year. We would be supportive of moving this forward next year. With regard to other items, we would also like to mention that yellowfin tuna appears to be in good shape after the latest assessment, update, and risk analysis by the IATTC SAC. That concludes our statement. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Ryan Wolf, right?
Yeah, thank you, Mike, for the report. And I really appreciate this, especially all the kind of additional comments and clarifications on the albacore section. That's very, very helpful. And obviously, there'll be a number of discussions we'll continue to have going forward. I actually had a clarification question on bluefin. The HMS AS is supporting a 1-year measure, and I'm wondering if there was any discussion in the AS regarding a resolution that might be of a longer duration, but still align, still get us back on track, if you will, to coincide with the benchmark assessments that happen every 2 years. For example, like a 3-year measure or a 5-year measure, or was the 1-year measure just basically the only thing discussed because that gets us to the next benchmark?
Yeah, through the chair. Thank you, Mr. Wolf. We did not discuss that option. It was, the question that was posed was, are we looking at a 1-year or a 2-year measure? And it was clarified that we were looking at 1 year to get us back on with the stock assessment schedule. Theoretically, I could see us being supportive of longer measures that were aligned with the stock assessment, especially after we hit that initial rebuilding target, and or if the stock assessment schedule for bluefin is going to be extended from every 2 years to maybe every 3 years, like the rest of the stocks, depending upon the condition of the stock. So I think it's surely something that we could consider at a later date, and I can see us getting support for that.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ryan. Further questions for Mike? Louis Zim? Louis?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and welcome, Mike, as always. Always very helpful and informative. Really appreciate it. Talking about the incidental catch of North Pacific albacore by fleets purporting to target big eye and other HMS stocks. Can you give us some guidance on where we can see where we found out that was happening? Can you guide us to the documents that describe this situation?
Yeah, through the chair. Thanks for the question, Louis. Yeah, all the catch reports submitted to the ISC and or elsewhere, you'll see the breakdown in catch. Vanuatu doesn't have a surface fishery, so any albacore that are harvested there would be caught incidentally in their longline fisheries. I think the only surface fisheries that are active for North Pacific albacore are in, our fishery, obviously. Canada has a surface fishery, as does Japan. So elsewhere where you're seeing albacore harvested by, let's pick on Vanuatu again because it's easy to do in this case. That's all incidental catch in longline fisheries. The concern from our end has always been, at what point do you just define a fishery as being targeting a specific stock rather than incidentally landing it? And we have reason to believe, and I don't know if this is if we have what place we can point to, that there are some operations that will bring in a majority of the catch in terms of overall catch would be albacore, yet they specify the trip is targeting something like big eye or something else. So that's that's the concern, especially when we get down to the management side. You know, if you're only going to be managing the fleets that are targeting albacore, there seems to be kind of a big loophole, black box there for skirting the rules.
Through the chair, thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Louis. Corey Niles. Corey?
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair, and hello, Mike. I guess, yeah, like Ryan already pointed out, thank you for laying those thoughts out on the albacore management strategy evaluation and follow-up. Very helpful. Can you elaborate a bit more on how the advisory subpanel is seeing the next steps play out here, timing-wise? What are you hoping to see and when?
Yeah, through the chair. Thanks for the question, Mr. Niles. We are, as our report states, we're clearly in favor of developing well thought out, well understood harvest control rules. You know, we looked at it from the perspective of working backwards, right? Our in addition to the need to have the harvest control rules in place, you know, our fisheries that operate off the West Coast need those in place by the end of 2024. That's when the current Marine Stewardship Council certification expires, and that certification, one of the conditions to that was implementation of harvest control rules by the expiration of our current certification. So working backwards, you know, 2024, December of 2024 is when they need to be in place. Obviously, we don't think that there is a need to wait that long. You know, during this June 1st meeting, it was discussed, well, should we bring them forward this year at the Northern Committee or at some point in the future? Clearly, given that June 1st was so close to the start of the season, that a lot of the folks who are going to be impacted by the development of any management measures on albacore would not be in the room at the time. You know, our recommendation is and remains that we take this up next year. And, you know, we understand that it's likely not going to be a one-year thing, that, you know, hopefully it will. Hopefully the nations that harvest this stock are all in agreement that this is the way to go. But, you know, using history as a guide, I think that's an optimistic viewpoint. So I think if we get the ball rolling later this year and move something, try to move something forward more formally next year, I think that's probably going to be the preferred option from industry standpoint.
Okay. Further questions for Mike? Okay. Seeing none, thank you, Mike. With that, that completes the reports, and we have one public commenter, and Teresa Labriola. Teresa.
Good morning, and thank you, Vice Chair Pettinger and members of the council. I'm Teresa Labriola, representing Wild Oceans. Wild Oceans was founded 48 years ago by recreational fishermen who are passionate ocean conservationists, and we work to preserve fishing opportunities for future generations through precautionary management of sport fish like Pacific bluefin tuna, as well as protecting their habitat in the open ocean ecosystem. And I just want to take a few minutes to give our perspective on bluefin tuna management. First, we really would like to thank the U.S. for keeping Pacific bluefin tuna rebuilding as a priority item internationally at the IATTC this year. We're hopeful that we will meet the first rebuilding target, given that the data looks like bluefin tuna are on an upward trend. But given that this first target is still, I think, about 7% of spawning stock biomass, we asked the council, consistent with the request of the HMSAS, to express priority for continuing the commitment to rebuild the stock before we increase catch limits. I just hearing Mr. Wolf's question, I think supporting a 3-year measure that would maintain status quo and then realign with the stock assessment is a good idea. If there's and so we would support trying to negotiate some status quo measure that is longer than that. However, we do understand that there is a call from Japan to increase catch limits. And if there is an increase in catch considered or agreed upon, we agree with the HMS and support a redistribution of catch between the East and the West. And hopefully the council will just express their continued support for rebuilding bluefin tuna and maintaining status quo as a priority in order to do that. Finally, we just want to express our support for the management strategy evaluation for Pacific bluefin tuna, which has been ongoing for several years. But I've heard, I'm not sure if it was said today, but I've heard is faltering potentially, or maybe not finding the support it needs. And I think the MSC is the best way to prepare for long-term management of bluefin tuna and to prepare a harvest strategy that takes into account stakeholder perspectives and resolves with a transparent management process. Using management strategy evaluation would enable an effective plan, not only through the rebuilding period, but as well as maintenance of a sustainable fishery once we have rebuilt the stock. So thank you, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Teresa. Questions for Teresa on her testimony? Okay. Thank you. And seeing no hands, we'll go to a break, actually, before we start up on council action. And it's 9:36. Let's come back here at 9:50. So we'll see everybody here at 9:50. Okay, we'll get started here shortly. Okay, we're back. Onto F2 and council action. And I'll open the floor for discussion on what we heard. Council actions to provide recommendations on U.S. positions at upcoming meetings and other forums as appropriate. So if anybody wants to weigh in, they certainly can. Corey Niles.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair, and maybe get people started here. Don't want to leave silence as open to too much interpretation, but I guess generally just want to express appreciation for the work that our U.S. delegation is doing in these forums, and Dorothy, yes, haven't asked a question in a while, but I think that's because very, very grateful you're still working towards the goals you were as a council member for us. So, want to express appreciation for that. I think folks are moving towards the right policy goals. Maybe I'll ask Brian here for thinking back to Mike Conroy's response to my question on the timing of the albacore MSC and any kind of harvest control rules, policies that come out of that, and with their end goal in mind of their MSC expiration. And just on Ryan, if you had any thoughts you'd be willing and able to share on your views of timelines and follow up on MSC, those would be nice to hear. Obviously not urgent. There sounds like there will be time, but yeah, if you had any reactions to what the Mike said on behalf of the AS, appreciate hearing them.
Right.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thanks, Corey, for the question. Yeah, you raised good points. Again, like as I noted, I really appreciate the additional comments. I think the U.S. and delegation, as well as myself, share the view put forward by Mike that this year it's probably more of a challenge, and it may actually hurt us rather than help us to try and push something forward. Plus, you can see the list of kind of additional things that we want to explore, dive into, get more information on. We share some of the same concerns raised by the AS. So we've already started to have some discussions on potentially coming up with language, coming up with what might eventually morph into a proposal. We plan to do that, as soon as between already, this year, over the next, coming months. I do think a timeline of preparing a proposal for the 2022, both to the working group, Northern Committee, and then to the IATTC is very reasonable. I'm still optimistic we will get management measures in place that are multi-year. There's general consensus for a 3-year measure on tropical tunas, which also lines up with their assessments. So I think that will happen once tropical tunas are in a multi-year measure. That significantly frees up the Commission for consideration of a wide range of other proposals. So that is, I think, that timeline in the U.S. I think is in a very strong position to kind of lead that charge, and of course, after all these discussions with our stakeholders, and present those proposals in the next meeting cycle next year. And I think that's what we would target.
Thank you, Ryan. Anyone else? Krista Swenson. Krista.
Yeah, thank you, Vice Chair. I want to express support for what Ryan just said. I am also very appreciative of the work that's been done just around HMS fisheries in general in both forums. And I am appreciative and in favor of the recommendations that have come out in the different reports. But I do think, and normally I feel like I'm the one really champing to, let's talk about albacore, North Pacific albacore. But I do think for 2021, we really should focus and prioritize around tropical tunas and bluefin, just because those are pressing. And 2022, in terms of getting our harvest control goals, et cetera, strategies lined out, I think will be timely, but take some of the pressure off on things that are really critical at this moment in time.
Cool. Thank you, Krista. Anyone else? Corey?
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. I just acknowledge thanks for the response, Ryan, and yes, thanks, Krista. I think that does make a lot of sense. In looking forward to more on albacore. I appreciate both responses and perspectives.
Okay, thanks, Corey. Louis Zinn. Louis?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Do you pick me up over?
Yeah, we got you.
Okay, fine. I just had to change microphones. I particularly want to bring up the discussion about fads, and this has been an ongoing problem for a number of years, and has been a concern of our San Diego CPFV fleet, which depends on yellowfin tuna showing up, and though they won't admit it, are pleased when skipjack do show up, at least the recreational smaller boats. And so I don't know if you want to make a statement encouraging some action on fads, but this is something we need to keep an eye on. It's very important, and we talk a lot about bycatch. The bycatch around fads is really a problem also. So thank you for that.
Yeah, thank you, Louis. Anyone else? Okay. Kit, I'll turn to you to give a kind of see where we're at here.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Well, I think, there's been a little bit of discussion here and exchange with Mr. Wolf, which I think communicates the Council's interests and concerns relative to U.S. positions moving forward on some of these issues. I think there's a good summary provided by Ms. Svensson, and no objections there in terms of a focus for this year and looking towards next year as far as albacore and development of harvest control rules. So, and then of course, Mr. Zim's statement to reiterating the importance of getting a handle on the fads used in the tropical purse seine fishery and the relevance to the fleet in Southern California and the recreational fleet in Southern California. So I'm sure that Mr. Wolf has taken that on board and will consider that and communicate that when developing positions for the upcoming RFMO meetings. So with that, I think unless there's any more discussion, we're done here.
Okay, thanks, Kit. I just look to the council, see if anybody else has anything to add to that. And seeing none, I think we'll head off to F3 and Kit, right back to you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. So agenda item F3, reading from the situation summary. This is exempted fishing permits, HMS, and just as most folks are familiar, our operating procedure 20 lays out an annual process, June and September meetings for reviewing EFP applications. And according to this operating procedure, the management team and the subpanel review the applications in June and make recommendations to the council for action. And then final actions occur in September at your meeting in September. And only those applications that you consider here in June that have been submitted for June can be considered in September. And so essentially that regular process, that the decision would be which proposals, applications to forward for further consideration in September. However, noting that for quite a while now, the council has been following a one meeting expedited process for reviewing and signing off on deep set buoy gear EFP applications. And just you see in your briefing materials that we received 10 EFP applications by the deadline, briefing book deadline, and there's a table there that summarizes those, and the applications are attachments numbered 1 through 10. So 3 of these applications, and that's number 2, the application from Mr. John Bateman, and 4, the one from Mr. Austin Brown, and number 9 from Sir Nathan Perez are for gears other than standard or linked deep set buoy gear configurations. And just noting that the Nathan Perez application attachment 9, he's a current EFP holder who has been testing both this standard deep set buoy gear and also this night set buoy gear way of fishing. And he essentially has a letter or proposal, and he's identified some areas where he would like to use the gear in state waters, California state waters, and that's not currently allowed under the EFP terms and conditions, and noting that when you took your final action to implement an authorized, to authorize this gear as a regular fishery, state waters were excluded from that proposal. But in any case, that's the consideration there, whether to recommend that that the conditions be changed or whatever to allow that fishing in state waters. So in addition to these 10 applications for review, EFP recipients are part of the terms and conditions is to submit a report on the work completed under the EFP, any data, any analysis of the data that was collected, and conclusions or recommendations. And so those NIMS received a bunch of those reports for 2020, and those are compiled together in attachment 11. So provide some useful information and perspectives on the use of the gear and under the EFPs. So that's for your consideration. And also, NIMS submitted a report 1, which has some very useful information on the status of previously issued EFPs and a summary of catch and so on under those EFPs. Also, all of the current issued EFPs will expire at the end of this year. And you can find more information about that in NIMS Report 1. And it would be useful for the council to make a recommendation on extending those EFPs beyond the end of this year, and for what duration. So that is the summary. I already noted that there are 11 attachments, 10 applications, and the compilation of the reports. And in addition to that, also mentioned was the NIMS report. And there are 3 supplemental reports, one from the HMS management team, the sub-panel, also your enforcement consultants. So those will be making recommendations on the EFPs. And just to conclude, reading the action here is to preliminary review of exempted fishing permit applications. With that, I'm done for the time being.
Thank you, Kit. Questions for Kit on this summary? Okay. With that, we'll go to Lyle for the NIPS report. Lyle?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Under this agenda item, NIPS submitted one report providing updates on deep set buoy gear, night set buoy gear, deep set short line, and long line EFPs. I'll briefly summarize these updates now, and additional data can be found in our report. NIPS has authorized 28 standard buoy gear vessels and 12 link buoy gear vessels to fish in 2021. The current deep set buoy gears are set to expire December 31st this year. So the council could recommend that NIMS extend them into 2022 and 2023 prior to final deep set buoy gear authorization and implementation. And since we submitted this report, 5 additional standard deep set buoy gear EFPs from September 2020 applicants have been issued. So approximately 3 vessels from the council's September 2020 recommended applications are pending to be issued following NIFS workshop participation and a West Coast Region Observer Program vessel safety clearance. We held a NIFS workshop on April 28th this year via webinar, and 6 captains attended that, 6 deep set buoy gear captains. Our report next includes calendar year 2020 deep set buoy gear data from NIFS Observer Program and logbooks. To note, deep set buoy gear effort in 2020 was higher than in any season to date, with over 1,000 days fished and an average swordfish catch of 1.4 fish per day. Over 98% of the effort was by standard buoy gear, with only 14 days of effort by linked buoy gear. Catch composition was similar to previous years. The majority of non-target species consisted of big-eye thresher sharks, similar to previous years. No protected species interactions were observed nor reported in logbooks in 2020. 2 new fish species were reported being caught, those being 2 oilfish and 1 yellowfin tuna. However, based on subsequent review of fishermen's reports since we submitted our report, it was determined that the yellowfin tuna was caught with rod and reel used on the same trip as deep set buoy gear. Our report includes detailed data on catch composition as well as a map of deep set buoy gear fishing locations in calendar year 2020 that shows the entire year on one single map. Turning now to night set buoy gear, a single vessel is authorized to fish buoy gear at night in 2021 this year. The council could recommend that NIMS extend this EFP into 2022 and 2023. That EFP does expire at the end of this year, so you could consider recommending an extension. So the single vessel fish night set buoy gear in 2020 and the EFP holder's 2020 activity report can be found in the council's briefing book. Next, no activity has occurred under the deep set shortline EFP to date since it was issued in January 2020. This EFP also expires at the end of this year, and the council could recommend we extend it. And regarding the shallow set and deep set longline EFP, NIMS continues to draft an analysis to evaluate potential impacts of issuing this EFP inside the U.S. West Coast EEZ, south of the Oregon-Washington border, and outside of 50 nautical miles. NIMS expects to complete ESA consultation prior to finalizing the draft analysis and issuing the EFP. And that is everything that is in our report under this agenda item. I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you, Lyle. Questions for Lyle on the NIPS report? Okay. Seeing none, we'll go to the team report and Liz Helmers. Liz?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Can you hear me all right?
We can.
Great. Liz Helmers, I'm the HMS MT co-chair, and I will be reading the team's report into the record today. The highly migratory species management team reviewed the exempted fishing permit applications submitted to the council for the June 2021 meeting. The team also discussed Dr. Hall's interest in renewing his EFP to fish deep set shortline gear beyond the calendar year 2021. During team discussion, 2 applicants were present and made themselves available for questions on their applications. Of the 10 applications, 7 were for deep set buoy gear, both standard and linked. The team supports the council recommending these applications to NMFS for issuance at this meeting. It is the team's understanding that NMFS can accommodate the issuance of these permits within its existing plan for renewing standard and linked buoy gear EFPs for continued operations into 2022. The 3 remaining applications all propose fishing with alternative gear configurations. These were submitted by Mr. Nathan Perez, Mr. John Bateman, and Mr. Austin Brown. Given the use of alternative gear configurations, the team considered these applications to be subject to the normal 2-meeting process. A key consideration in the Perez application is whether to extend the proposed action area for the use of night set buoy gear to state waters around the Channel Islands and in a few select locations off the mainland of California. Based on the data collected during night set buoy gear sets in federal waters of the Southern California Bight, the team supports council consideration of this request. However, the team discussed the notion of data on the activity being limited and that being a factor for NMFS in considering federal review steps necessary to expand the proposed action area beyond that already permitted under Mr. Perez's existing EFP. Because Mr. Perez's current night set buoy gear EFP expires at the end of this calendar year, and changing the proposed action area for reissuing his EFP would create a higher workload than a renewal without extending the proposed action. The team encourages the council to consider a recommendation for approval to extend the proposed action for these EFPs at this meeting rather than waiting until the September meeting to do so. Delaying a recommendation to approve an extension of the proposed action area until September meeting may increase the likelihood that Mr. Perez would be unable to fish continuously once his current EFP expires. Mr. Bateman fielded questions from the team regarding his motivations for submitting the application, expectations on the number of vessels being interested and ready to fish, and willingness to modify his application. While Mr. Bateman indicated an interest in fishing with a relatively short 10-mile section of pelagic longline gear in his application as the most efficient replacement for DGN gear, what the team found particularly interesting about Mr. Bateman's intent is the notion of fishing the gear on smaller vessels, including those active in the DGN fishery. During discussion, Mr. Bateman conveyed his willingness to make substantial modifications to gear specifications, including possibly fishing for an even shorter main line and fewer hooks, considering mitigation measures and a reduction in the number of vessels under the EFP. Taking these things into account, the team started to associate his interest with that of Dr. Hall and Mr. Brown to conduct trials with a fishing gear that has a smaller footprint and may be better tailored to fishing inside the EEZ on smaller vessels. Ultimately, the team recommends that the council request Mr. Bateman submit a revised application to incorporate modifications he is willing to implement for further consideration in September. Such modifications could include specifying fewer number of vessels, as in 1 or 2, including more detail on these vessels and their potential operators, and describe measures he is willing to incorporate to mitigate potential impacts to species of concern in the proposed fishing area. While sensitive to Mr. Bateman's motivation to create and find a viable fishing alternative for DGN vessels, the team views collecting data as the primary goal of the EFP process. Therefore, the team recommends that Mr. Bateman consider the potential to place observers on any vessels he intends to include on a modified application and make preparations to cover the cost of observers to collect data on proposed EFP fishing trips. Mr. Brown also fielded questions from the team regarding his permit application for midwater snap gear and made clear the similarities and differences between his application and that of Dr. John Hall for deep set shortline gear. The overarching goal of Mr. Brown's EFP is to evaluate the performance of this relatively new gear configuration at various depths and times of day relative to target, bycatch, and non-target species. He stated that his proposed soak time was relatively short, 2 to 4 hours, and the team agreed with him that this would be a good practice to minimize bycatch mortality. He expressed willingness to have 100% observer coverage, to actively tend his gear, to not use steel leaders, and that despite the small size of his vessel, he would not be opposed to retaining shark species that had expired upon gear retrieval, although the short soak time would mitigate shark mortality. While his gear configuration is extremely similar to that of the Hall EFP, there were a few noted differences. The main difference being that Mr. Brown does not believe the strike detection buoys to be a feasible component of this gear and is unsure of how he could incorporate them into the gear design in a way which would prove effective. As noted, the team views Mr. Brown and Mr. Bateman's interests as similar to Dr. Hall's, with the exception of their intent to conduct gear trials on smaller vessels. Dr. Hall's EFP application and ultimately the terms and conditions of his EFP included a number of mitigation measures which were not specified in either Mr. Brown or Mr. Bateman's application. For example, Dr. Hall included details on his plans for actively tending his gear, emphasized setting hooks at deeper depths, and elected not to fish in the PLCDA, at least initially. The team was hopeful to see data from the deep set short line EFP issued to John Hall, and remains interested in reviewing any data that could be collected during fishing with this type of method or similar method. Therefore, the team recommends that the council approve these 3 applications, the 2 new and the 1 extension, for further consideration at the September meeting. That completes our report, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Liz. Questions for Liz? John Ugertz. John?
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Thanks, Liz, for the report. Just on that last bit, and I'm sorry if you said this and I glazed over it, but did Mr. Hall indicate which vessel he would be fishing from if he's extended?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Ugertz. I believe that at this time he does not have a vessel identified on which he will be fishing.
Thank you.
Thanks, John. Krista Swenson. Krista?
Yeah, thank you, Vice Chair. I had a question with regard to the comment about particular interest in Mr. Bateman's EFP surrounding smaller vessels. So wondering really what drove that comment and what size of vessels we're talking about when we're talking about smaller, that this would potentially encompass. Obviously, if it's one vessel, that's one specific size, but really what would this project be highlighting in terms of that smaller size capacity?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Ms. Svensson. I don't believe that we actually discussed specific sizes of vessels. This comment was a result of Mr. Bateman's initial application stating that he was requesting the EFP for 19 specific vessels from the DGN fishery. And it's known that many of those vessels are of smaller sizes, which has resulted in observer constraints in the DGN fishery. And so I think the team was trying to capture the fact that these aren't going to be large, high seas vessels for the most part, that these will be smaller vessels that would have to be re-outfitted from the DGN fishery.
Thanks, Krista. Any questions for the team? Okay. Seeing none. Thanks, Liz. We'll go to the advisory panel and Dave Rudy. Dave?
Good morning, Vice Chair. I just want to make sure you can hear me.
We can.
All right. So the advisory subpanel reviewed the 10 exempted fishing proposals and has the following comments. We support the 7 new deep set buoy gear permits and want to reiterate our understanding these permits will, if fished, be a lower priority for final permits than the drift gillnet fishermen. 2, the remaining 3 EFP proposals are different from the other 7 as they represent innovative ideas, gear types, which will differ from the deep set buoy gear EFPs. We believe the Perez permit EFP has merit to fishing in areas less than 3 miles from shore. The brown midwater snap gear proposal shows promise to try a new fishing technique for pelagic species that is different from the Hall EFP, which has not been fished yet. Mr. Bateman discussed his EFP with the HMS AS and expressed his intention to make some modifications to the EFP as submitted. Based on our conversation, we believe the Bateman EFP provides another option for harvesting pelagic species, which is different than the Hall or the brown EFPs. We recommend approval of the 7 EFPs submitted at this meeting and moving the remaining 3 proposals forward for final consideration in the September meeting. We have an underutilized resource near our shore that was harvested by DGN, but now has limited landings due to mitigation for protected species and other species of concern, state legislation, the state buyout of DGN permits. Deep set buoy gear has some promise for small boats with low overhead to fish for a higher quality product, but with limited landings that will not replace the reliance on imports. We encourage the council to support testing for innovative gear types other than deep set buoy gear through EFPs to harvest underutilized swordfish stocks and other marketable pelagic species. That concludes our comments.
Thank you, Dave. Questions for Dave on the AP report? Louis M. Louis?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and welcome, Dave. I always appreciate your input. I know that you're a processor, and so I wanted to ask you, is this last year apparently we've had a higher level of DGN catches and effort. Has this in any way come close to your needs as a processor, or will you still need to bring in imported fish to supply your demand from the customers? Thank you.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Zim. Yes, the local supply does not fulfill our needs. Even during the season, it's quite often not enough. I mean, we try to buy local whenever we can, but no, there's not enough supply.
Through the chair, Dave, back in the heyday of Gillnet Fisheries, which it was back when I was running research boats, so I wasn't really involved. Was the Gillnet fishery able to supply local needs, and has that situation changed?
Yeah, thank you for that question, Mr. Zim. Yes, in those days, I was not involved as much in buying swordfish. I just sort of started my business back then, and I was more sea urchin diving and sea urchin processing. But yes, my understanding is there was a much higher supply, and there was much less need for imports during those time periods, especially when the season was open. I think the seasons lasted longer in those days. I think they did start earlier, and it was more of a 6 or 7 month season instead of it seems like it's only a couple month season right now.
Through the chair. Thank you very much, Dave.
Thank you, Louis. Further questions for Dave? Okay. Seeing none, thank you, Dave. Next, we'll go to the EC report and Greg Bush. Greg?
Good morning, Mr. Vice Chair. My name is Greg Bush with NOAA Fisheries Office of Law Enforcement, the chair of the enforcement consultants, and I'll be reading Supplemental EC Report 1 for Agenda Item F3A, Enforcement Consultants Report on Exempted Fishing Permits. The enforcement consultants have reviewed the documents pertaining to Agenda Item F3, Exempted Fishing Permits, including public comment, that is John Hall's comment, and has the following concerns. Attachment 2, EFP application from John Bateman. The EC requests additional detail related to proposed gear, markings, seabird mitigation, handling of protected species, and tending requirements. The EC recommends gear marking consideration be made for proximity of gear to traffic lanes and possible whale entanglement. The EC requests confirmation the vessel monitoring system requirements for drift gillnet would still be required, and requested observer coverage be increased to 100% or that use of electronic monitoring be required. The EC noted 2 recently adjudicated enforcement cases involving drift gillnet vessels where the operator failed to report the take of marine mammals and only admitted to the take after being presented with video evidence. Attachment 4, EFP application from Austin Brown, Midwater Snap Gear. The EC requests additional information related to gear monitoring and tending. The EC recommends gear marking considerations be made for proximity of gear to traffic lanes and possible whale entanglement. Attachment 9, EFP applications from Nathan Perez. The EC has requested General Counsel Enforcement Section evaluate the enforceability of EFPs issued under the Magnuson-Stevens Act within state waters prior to the next council meeting. The EC is concerned there may be some jurisdictional limitations for federal enforcement officers to enforce fishing under the MSA within state waters. This concludes the EC statement.
Thanks, Greg. Questions for Greg on the EC report? Louis Zim.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Once again, as you can see, I'm very interested in this fishery because it's a fishery that is prevalent in the San Diego area and one of our remaining fisheries. Greg, I just wanted to ask you about this unreported take of marine mammals. I am on the Pacific Cetacean Take Reduction Team, so I need to ask you what species of animal this was, and was this two different boats or in two different instances, or what are the details of that? Thank you.
Through the Vice Chair, thank you, Mr. Zim, for your question. Yes, there were two vessels involved, two separate vessels involved in these incidents, and we received the reports in early 2018 based on the violations that occurred in late 2017, and these cases were charged in late 2020. The species that were taken and not reported for marine mammals included dolphin and sea lions, and there's also a possible take of an elephant seal.
Okay. Further questions for Greg?
Thank you. That's all I have. That's very informative. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Louis. All right. Thanks, Greg. Seeing none, that'll take us to the public comment. And we've got 4 cards in. And we'll start off with Jeff Shester. Jeff, welcome.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice Chair. This is Jeff Shester representing Oceana. We wanted to start by noting the apparent success of the deep set buoy gear permits and the continued levels of profitability, as well as low levels of bycatch and zero protected species from the NMFS report. We urge the council, we did hear that there may be a need to extend those existing deep set buoy gear EFPs so that they don't lapse at the end of this year. And we would strongly support that so that there is no gap between the EFP permits and the authorization of deep set buoy gear fisheries. This is very important and we support that. We do want to urge the council to, before concluding that somehow the deep set buoy gear will not be produce sufficient swordfish to meet needs and demand, that the council actually give buoy gear a chance to be fully authorized and scale that up, including the continued exploration of linked buoy gear in those various EFPs, and essentially give buoy gear a chance and actually see how well it can supply those markets before making any conclusion that other more high bycatch gears may be needed to augment that catch. And on that note, we do strongly oppose both the pending shallow set and deep set longline EFP that NMFS is currently doing environmental documents for, as well as the new proposed pelagic longline EFP proposed by Mr. Bateman. We believe that the council should not spend additional efforts and energy exploring pelagic longline gear that has been repeatedly shown over many years and many EFPs to have unacceptably high levels of bycatch and put many of our protected species, such as leatherback sea turtles, at undue risk. So thank you for the opportunity to comment, and we support continued innovation in the HMS fisheries, and want to encourage continued use and innovation with gears that have been already shown to be very clean. And we congratulate all the fishermen that have participated in working to develop such the successes that we've seen in the NIMS report today. Thank you.
Thanks, Jeff. Questions for Jeff? Okay, seeing no hands, go to Jack Bateman. Jack, or John, sorry, John.
Hi, this is John Bateman. Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, very good. After being at several meetings over the last 3 days, I've understand the exempted permit process a little better, and I'd like to change some of the stuff that I put on my first page. One would be to reduce the amount of boats to 5, because I realized that was too many boats for an EFP. The second thing I'd like to do is change the length of the gear below point conception to 30 hooks per mile, up to 5 miles of gear. And the third thing is probably to change the distance offshore above point conception to 20 miles, which would give, after looking at all my past fishing through the last 30 years of swordfish, it appears that offshore of central and northern of above point conception fishing is usually done. There is areas where it's closer, but most of the time it's outside of 20 miles, and that would help the data. Are there any questions?
Questions for John? John Ugertz. John?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thanks, Mr. Bateman, for being here and helping clarify some of your original requests. I just wanted to sort of further clarify some things and point out that I think we are definitely going to need to see some of this in writing from you before we can approve an EFP. But you just mentioned 5 boats, and I want to. Do you know which 5 boats you're talking about in terms of this EFP and where they would be fishing?
Yes, I've talked to all 5 people. The list would be the Charlotte B, the Sea Haven. You want me to give the captain's name in also?
No, that's fine. Thank you, and through the Vice Chair. Yeah, I think we'll need to see that in writing. Honestly, in terms of EFPs, we don't generally approve large numbers of EFPs. And so you might consider what questions you're trying to answer through the EFP and focus in on that in the final written information.
Okay, one of the big problems is that there's over 1,000 miles of coastline for sword fishing. And to have 1 boat, or they recommended 1 to 2 boats, but to have just 1 or 2 boats cover 1,000 miles is pretty much impossible. The way the swordfish stock comes into the beach, they come in east and west. So we're going to need just more than 1 boat to find that stock and really give a good showing on how well the gear works. So that's why I asked for 5 boats.
Okay. Krista?
Yeah, thank you, Vice Chair. And thank you, Mr. Bateman, for submitting an EFP. My original thoughts were, wow, I wish there was a lot more data behind this, just because it is very difficult to make a decision when you don't have that. So I appreciate you taking the time to speak with the advisory panels, but also to come testify to us today. My question has to do with the size of vessels, as it was mentioned in the management team report. I'm just wondering if you can elaborate a bit on why this would be considered smaller vessels compared to others. And if there is a reason why this EFP would potentially provide a different course that would be more applicable to current DGN fishermen than buoy gear as a configuration, meaning why you couldn't just immediately transfer into buoy gear as opposed to looking at an EFP.
Okay, first off, as far as size of boats, the DriftNet fleet boats average between 50 feet, well, 55 feet down to 40 feet. And the smaller boats with the hooks and the line would be able to actually use that gear, especially if we decided on 5 miles of gear and 30 hooks a mile. It would actually be lighter weight than using a drift net. So I'm sure that the smaller boats would be able to use the gear. As far as the difference between offshore longline boats and the type of gear that I'm suggesting is that the same thing, is that they're larger boats that have 6-7 man crews, and I believe that we could do this job with 3-man crew, which is pretty much the standard swordfish crew. What was your third point?
Why you would not be able to transition into buoy gear as opposed to looking at other alternatives as readily?
Well, basically, the profitability in the buoy gear is not very good. From what I see, the buoy gear boats should be using more hooks and probably a larger area. I think in the Southern California area, I think the 5 mile line would be tenable. You can see from one end of your gear to the other. I just think that using 10 hooks in buoy gear is not the efficient way to do it. Also, by having to pull each piece of gear, they usually wait and leave the gear till the last to pull the swordfish, so they're tired. But using the gear that is all in one line and tied together, you'd never lose your gear, and it would be way safer to retrieve the gear.
And Vice Chair, if I might have one follow-up question.
Please.
Yeah, it was with regard to the comment about needing fewer crew. I know we would be interested in observer coverage. Would that basically negate any need to have exemptions because vessels were too small to carry an observer, because now you have bunk space?
The 5 boats that I picked for this, the EFP, all have space for observers. And I believe that the smaller boats, I really don't know that answer. Some boats are just 2-man boats. If you had a 2-man boat, you'd probably set less gear. And I say, like say 5 miles of gear, you don't have to set 5 miles of gear. If you're in an area where fishing is good, you probably would set less gear. So it's not an absolute. It's when you're hunting for fish, you would set a lot of gear. And as soon as you find the fish, you would probably set less gear to the amount that you can handle the fish.
Okay, thank you. And thank you, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Krista. Further questions? Okay. Thanks, Jack. Next up is Teresa Labriola. Teresa?
Thank you, Vice Chair Pettinger. Thank you, everyone, for the opportunity to speak today. I'm speaking on behalf of Wild Oceans and the Pew Charitable Trusts. And we want to first express our support for the renewal and approval of the deep set buoy gear and linked buoy gear exempted fishing permits. The NIMS report does show that we are seeing 92 to 97% catch of target swordfish with these two gears, which is quite remarkable. And until this fishery is authorized, we would not want to see a lapse in the continued effort of that fishery, since we've gone down this road and they are building markets and learning how to fish the gear. So definitely are very encouraged by the research and development of that gear, and would like the council to prioritize the continued use of the gear until authorization. Our concerns today are over the council's consideration of the applications for long lines, including midwater snap gear. While we support the EFP process as a mechanism to explore ways to encourage innovation and efficiency, we are concerned about putting several long line EFPs out on the water in different configurations. While midwater snap gear has some similarities to linked buoy gear, it seems, it's disconnected in several important ways, as is the long line. Important distinctions are setting and maintaining hook depth below the thermocline, targeting swordfish at depth during the day, and actively tending the gear. These were all very important considerations to the council when they discussed the John Hall EFP. Instead, these are more akin to longline gear, which is not permitted inside the EEZ due to its high incidence of bycatch and non-target and endangered species catch. When you approved the EFP for John Hall, you noted that he's a highly experienced longline fisherman. He expressed his intent to actively tend a short line and to bring higher quality, higher fish to market. We don't believe that authorizing a second or a third or 8 EFPs to test longline gear is a prudent course of action. Given that you do have the John Hall EFP, which he would like to attempt to fish, and also the fact that we do have linked buoy gear and deep set buoy gear, which are actively tended and have been thoroughly tested and pending authorization. And I'd note there in the reports, several fishermen say, "Boy, I'd like to try deep set buoy gear, or linked buoy gear with 12 buoys or a few more things." And I'd encourage fishermen to. I know that Austin does have an application in for linked buoy gear and deep set buoy gear, to use that gear and then say, how is this limiting me? How can I maybe put an EFP in for some modifications to increase catch in this gear, so that we can use all of the research and data that we've gathered on that gear and move forward. In addition, the differences between the gear that are outlined by that between John Hall's gear and these gears don't represent a positive change. The MT and the AS both said, "Oh, these are different," but again, there's no clarification that these will be fished at depth. John Hall's EFP will not be fished in the PLCA, which is of significant concern, I'm sure, to many stakeholders to test a short line in the PLCA. And they do not intend to use a strike indicator. And these measures are meant to reduce bycatch and bycatch mortality by targeting swordfish and big eye tuna at depth and incorporating other means of actively tending the gear. This will reduce post-release mortality, hopefully, and incidental take of marine mammals. So we don't see the differences as a positive change. So, we want to ensure that every EFP has sufficiently discrete parameters so that we understand what we're testing. We're concerned the midwater snap gear EFP asks for broad latitude in the number of hooks fished, the depth of the hooks, the time of the day fished, the duration of the set, the area fished, to discover a sweet spot. And with that type of latitude, we don't have an answer as to what is actually working or not working. So we are not in support at this time of the council endorsing these gears. And we understand if you do ask them to come back with further information, that there would need to be a lot more clarification of these gears at the next meeting. We have asked in the past that in terms of moving the EFP process forward, that the council consider supplementing their operating procedure with performance criteria for EFPs. So in order for us to have confidence in management decisions based on EFP research, the precise aims and objectives against which EFP applications and the results will be assessed could be developed through a transparent process. So if there is, say, the John Hall EFP, and he comes back with results, how do we assess those results? So let's talk first about what we want. What type of goals we're trying to achieve in our HMS fisheries. This would give fishermen and researchers a target and the council an objective standard to evaluate the results of EFPs. By having a frank discussion ahead of time, including parameters on bycatch, selectivity, we can lay the course for developing innovative and selective fishery. So thank you, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Teresa. And I see a hand for a question. John.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair, and thanks, Teresa, for the comments. Teresa, I think, as you know, the state of California supported the John Hall EFP. We support data collection and innovation, like you've mentioned. I think I agree with you that there were some specifics in the Hall EFP and changes that he made in response to discussions at the council that made it acceptable as an EFP. So I'm wondering if these other EFPs were equivalent to that EFP, and given the fact that John Hall has not been able to execute his EFP and therefore has not provided us with any data, would you be willing to accept one or two boats fishing under that EFP as opposed to 4 or 5 or 8 boats?
Thank you, Vice Chair Pettinger and Mr. Ugoretz. I think the council has made a decision that they'd like to see a boat fishing with a short long line to gather data. Because the council has actually expressed concern over multiple permits for the same gear, such as night setting of deep set buoy gear, and said one is enough to get some information right now. I would like the council to continue with that course of action. And while I am not in favor of seeing short lines tested right now, and would rather see modifications to buoy gear or linked buoy gear, I understand the council has authorized one, and or I should say, recommended one. And if there is another EFP of equal specificity and the council wanted to change to a different boat, I think that is, along a correct course of action there.
Okay, further questions for Teresa? Thank you, Teresa. Next up is Nathan. Nathan, are you there?
Yeah, you guys got me. I'm on my phone.
We got
you. Can you hear me?
Yep, we do now.
Okay. Thank you guys, members of the council, for considering my EFP application this year. I know when Liz was talking about it, she mentioned that it is night close to the islands and inside the mainland. I wanted to specify that is also for standard daytime buoy gear too. The reason that I'm asking for this additional area to fish is most of the areas we fish right now are on high spots or close to them, and these islands are basically a massive high spot in the mainland. And I've been very productive outside these areas, knowing that there's fish inside there, and would love to see it as a state EFP/federal EFP and be able to fish all these zones and give us more area to fish and be more productive, and hopefully increase our daily catch limit if we're in these a little bit higher productive areas.
Okay, thanks, Nathan. Questions for Nathan? Okay, thank you, Nathan. That concludes public comment, and that will take us to council discussion or council in action, and I'd open the floor for that discussion. John?
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Essentially, we have sort of 4 flavors of EFP requests here. We've got our usual deep set buoy gear, standard and linked requests. We've got 2 requests and a public comment that relate to various versions of line gear inside the EEZ with varying levels of detail available. We've got Mr. Perez's request that he just spoke to fish inside state waters. And I'm blanking on the 4th one right now, but regardless, I think the team has provided us some good input. I have concerns about some of the details in some of the non-deep set buoy gear EFPs that I'd like to, hear from some other council members about, in particular, the specificity for the, we'll call it snap gear and short line EFPs. And I've got some limited concerns about Mr. Perez's EFP to fish inside state waters. I'm more comfortable with it around the Channel Islands where we've allowed drift gillnet historically. Along the mainland coast, I've got some concerns both in terms of interactions with other state managed fisheries and interactions with other user groups, including non-consumptive boaters and commercial boating. But that said, I think given the 2-meeting process, I think we could flesh out some of those details. So I think I'll leave it at that for now and maybe hear from some other folks.
Yeah, thank you, John. Louis?
Well, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you for that, John. Take note, everybody, that I'm in complete agreement with John on his last statement. I need to have a lot more information about the non-deep set buoy gear proposals, whether you want to call them snap gear or short line. I also have a real concern about coastal use. The areas that I can think of that are inside 3 miles would be Wainimi Canyon, Point Doom, Laguna Beach, and possibly La Jolla Canyon. And those are all areas of compaction of effort of other fisheries. As John pointed out, presently the Gillnet fishery is allowed from 1 to 3 miles around the islands, and that was made, that law or rule was made with a lot of thought, and I think we can honor that. So I am also in favor of allowing gear between 1 to 3 miles off islands, but not along the coast. Thank you.
Thanks, Louis. Krista?
Yeah, thank you, Vice Chair. I'm in favor of continuing the discussion on the other 3. I mean, I do think we have different categories, and for the 7 that are continuations on, I don't have any issues with those. For the 3 that are different, I take it as an encouraging sign. I don't think that we should be looking at only one gear type. I guess I think about it a bit like vaccines, right? One size doesn't necessarily fit all. I'm glad there are choices out there, but I still want the science behind them so that I know what choice that I'm making and that it's been properly vetted. And so that was the challenging part in looking at those 3 EFPs, well, 2 of them in particular, was I just feel like I don't have enough information. So I'm very interested in having them come back to us with much more specificity. There we go, if I can say it properly. Because I do think that that will help us make better choices and really give us a future where we have a pipeline of environmentally sustainable options for harvesting swordfish off of our coasts.
Thanks, Krista. Mark?
Yeah, I just simply want to add my name to in support of the observations that John Ugaret's made and to support the recommendations of the management team. I know that Dr. Hall's EFP was somewhat controversial, but I supported it because I agreed with the need to use EFPs to explore other gear or related gear. I'm very disappointed that notwithstanding the effort that the council and NIMS went through to get that EFP approved, that Dr. Hall could not avail himself of a boat to make that happen. Nevertheless, I would support an extension of the EFP, but I do think that going from 0 to 5 or 6 boats is probably a bit aggressive for a gear that is differs in some material ways from the familiar deep set buoy gear. So I would not support such a broad expansion all of a sudden. This is a EFP, and so we should be walking before we run.
Thanks, Mark. Bob.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I just have a couple comments that observed and based on my experience, and I admit I have no experience in this HMS Fisheries particularly, but just in general fishing. I appreciated Mr. Bateman's comment about 1,000 miles of coastline and one vessel out there trying to find fish, and the hunt and peck method of looking around and the results from that method as opposed to what would be the result of a real fishery. And I can appreciate the thought of having more than one vessel doing this to assimilate what would happen in an actual fishery and get results and data that can inform us whether this is a good fishery or not. So, and if it can perform. So I do take that, and I just wanted to bring that comment up. I know I've spent my lifetime fishing many years on the water and a lot of days looking around for a fish through hundreds if not thousands of miles of coastline to look for fish and test tows and things like that in my fishery that I at the time that was not representative of a active fishery with many vessels and a lot of communication. So I think that maybe thinking about that. The other comment I had was the EC comments had a common theme here about marking considerations in proximity to traffic lanes. And I know earlier we heard in the meeting the Coast Guard talking about AIS markings and a determination whether they can be used or not. And that's pending. And my knowledge on that is that they're talking about drifting away to a different FCC channel that would be specific to that. So you wouldn't see it on your normal AIS. You'd have to have some other device. My comment would be, I think it's, if we're trying to get ships in the modern day and fishermen that use AIS regularly to be notified that there's gear in proximity, particularly at night, that the AIS gives them a lot of notice and gives them data where this gear is. So that might be something that our groups, advisory groups, and that and industry approach addresses, because I think there is a lot of utility in AIS markings on this gear. There are some people that do use that. If you look at your marine traffic app on your phone, there's certain places on the coast where you can actually see the gear that they're using, and you can see the vessel. And I know that's really, both from a safety point of view and an interaction point of view, would be very helpful. So I hope someone considers that as well. So I'll stop there. Thank you for.
Thanks, Bob. John?
Thanks. I think with regard to the number of vessels, in 2020 hindsight, I think we made an error in the number of deep set buoy gear EFPs that we approved, essentially establishing a fishery before the fishery was approved. And I think our zeal to collect data for deep set buoy gear was perhaps a little too rigorous. Moving forward, I agree 100% that we should walk before we run. I think that one or two vessels conducting effort under an EFP provides the initial data, especially if it's a gear type that we're concerned may not perform the same way as deep set buoy gear would or other gears would. So that's how I'm sort of thinking of this moving forward, and not making a decision about which we might approve or disapprove before we have all of the information. The other thing I want to point out is, some of the applicants are approaching EFPs essentially as they would approach a fishery, as a way to make money. And that's not what EFPs are for. EFPs may lead to a gear type that gets approved that is profitable. But the point of the EFP is to test out changes that would enhance the fishery in some manner, be it in reducing bycatch or improving performance. Sort of to that end, I think we need to be very cognizant of what the goal of the EFP is, what data are being collected, and importantly, what level of observer coverage we're approving. And I think for pretty much all of these EFPs that I'm seeing, we would want 100% observer coverage for the non-buoy gear ones where we've already got our established goals for observer coverage on those. Thanks.
Thanks, Sean. Louis?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. And once again, here I am agreeing with John on the 100% observer level. I have some reservations, however, in the proposal that fishing boats go out to do EFPs for the general good and want to sacrifice any possibility for profit. I think if that was the case, you wouldn't see it done. It's impossible. These people are running on the edge as it is right now. We're not talking about large fleets with big corporations that have deep pocketbooks. But notwithstanding that, the other thing to consider is safety at sea. I spent 24 years at sea in a research ship, far, far away from the shore, far away from shipping lanes. And I always had that thought in my mind, what if something went wrong? When I was in the fishing fleet, I was always within, say, 20 miles or 30 miles of other fleet vessels, and felt much, much safer for it. So this is something to consider. Sending somebody in one vessel out by themselves, not in a fleet, is a safety at sea problem. And so I think consideration of at least two vessels that can shepherd each other. And then also the thing I learned when I was albacore fishing
was you always wanted to go out and take a flyer, which means that you leave the fleet and you go out and try to find something better. Very rarely did that work. We wound up with a motto saying, don't leave fish to find fish, which speaks to the fact that it takes a fleet, or at least a few boats, to find fish. Another illustration of this is many years ago, we hired a commercial albacore boat to go out and find the fish for us so we could jump on them in the commercial fleet. And he went out there by himself. He didn't find them, and it didn't work. And we never did that again. So these are things to consider. Thank you.
Thanks, Louis. Anyone else? Lyle?
Thank you, Vice Chair. I know I've heard a few comments mention that they support some of these recommendations in the management team report, and I do understand the desire to come back at a second meeting for a handful of these EFPs. I just want to clarify and confirm the stance regarding the standard and linked deep set buoy gears we already have, that there is support for renewing the existing ones for 2022, 2023. And that also includes issuing new EFPs for the people who submitted applications for those gears at this meeting, because that is something NIMS could go back and start work on. It's the existing vessels and the new vessels.
Thanks, Lyle. Pete?
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. I don't have anything related to Lyle's question. I just have something, maybe it's better later before we close out on the data collection and management. So I would stand down for now. There's more discussion on review of the permits.
Okay. John?
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair, and thanks, Lyle, for bringing that up. I certainly support renewing permits that have already been issued and continuing to issue permits that are on track for issuance. I think the council has previously provided NIMS guidance on renewing permits, and I think NIMS has undertaken that guidance. For example, if somebody doesn't fish the EFP, it doesn't automatically get renewed. And I would like to recommend that process be continued.
Thanks, John. Lyle, you still have your hand up?
Nope, thank you.
Okay. Further comments? Okay. Well, I have a question for you on the, what is it? It's the NIPS report 1. It talks about page 3, the bottom there talks about average swordfish catch being 1.4 fish per day. But when I add those numbers up, it comes down more like 1.2. Where does 1.4 fish per day come from?
That would be the number of swordfish divided by the number of total days fished. And I'm not sure if I see I see average days fish number. Okay, yeah, I see days fished. That should be total swordfish divided by a vessel day at sea.
Yeah, that's about 1.19 actually.
Okay, I will take a look at that.
Okay. Pete Hasmer, Pete?
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Well, maybe I'll go ahead. I hope I don't disrupt the process here, but just a comment, maybe an observation and a question or a recommendation. The comment is really to the fishers who have participated the last couple of years in their reporting is maybe to simply state it, these reports, there's no secrets there. We've talked about supporting innovation in the fishery, trying to reduce bycatch, improve performance, and those reports go beyond the basic metrics that I think NIMS has in their report on number of sets, number of days fished, and the fish caught. that's good. But my observation then is that there's a lot of other information in there. A lot of it is anecdotal. And, you know, it's hard to judge what the value is at this time, but it could be important information when we get down the road and if we're at a point to move this into regulation. You know, in the reports, I noticed, well, some of them are almost written like a lab or an experiment on the water, that beyond just the fishing, they're talking about the innovations they're testing. When we set up this gear and authorize, you could fish multiple hooks on deep set gear. But I noticed quite a number of these successful fishers were fishing only one hook. And it seemed to be more efficient at reduced tangles. You know, another report stated that when they got outside into the swells, it was hard to pick up the buoy gear, the buoys or the reflectors with binoculars or on radar. Somebody else put these little GPS monitors on them, and they could track that and even detect strikes from their GPS unit. And there's also information about what one of the things we feared was the crowding. They talk about interaction. So maybe the question, you know, and again, I don't know how important it is, but to NIMS, and I don't know if it's appropriate to consider asking the HMST, but what happens to all this other anecdotal, largely anecdotal information that could be valuable to us? Is it being rolled up into some sort of database and tracked so it would be available now? I'd hate to get down the road in a year or two and then task the HMST to going back and compiling it all. It seems that incrementally assimilating this would be a more efficient process. And again, not knowing down the road what's useful, but when we get down the road, having it at our fingertips to look at that, because you know, it could help us make decisions about further refining the gear definitions, or that radius or diameter of a fishing area, and a lot of other things. So if it's possible, maybe the question to NIMS is there some tracking or compilation of the anecdotal data, or are we just going to have to dig for that later on? So I apologize for the time, but I did want to make that observation and comment there. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Pete. That's a really good point you brought up. So, Lyle?
Yeah, thank you, Vice Chair. Thank you, Mr. Hassemer. Right now, the only thing going into a database are observer records, landing records, and logbook data. That's the information that we're using to pull for all of our analyses. And right now, this anecdotal data that these fishermen are submitting as part of their annual reports to the council, those they exist in emails and Google Drives, and probably the easiest place to find them is this annual report that we put together on the council website. But I don't think it would be too hard for NIMS to, create a folder somewhere where we're keeping all of these all at once and make that accessible to management team members too. So I will look into that, making it remain current and accessible for future discussion and maybe decision making.
Great,
thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. John.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. I do have a motion to get us through this if we're ready for that.
I'm ready. I don't see anybody saying no, so please.
Sandra, if you could pull that up. Thank you. I move that the council, one, move the following deep set buoy gear DSPG EFP request to the National Marine Fisheries Service for issuance. Attachment 1, Robert Ash. Attachment 3, Austin Brown. Attachment 5, Miguel Ferre. Attachment 6, Scott and Wyatt Hawkins. Attachment 7, Blake Herman, Attachment 8, Marcus Medic, Brian Sims, and Daniel Fuller. Attachment 10, Matthew Reimel. 2, approve the following EFP requests for final consideration at the September council meeting and request that the applicants further clarify the specifics of their requests in writing. Attachment 2, John Bateman. Attachment 4, Austin Brown. 3, approve Mr. Nathan Perez's EFP request for to fish deep set buoy gear and night set buoy gear inside California state waters. Attachment 9, requiring 100% monitoring for any approved effort in state waters for final consideration at the September council meeting. And 4, recommend that National Marine Fisheries Service not extend the deep set short line EFP issued to Mr. John Hall, set to expire December 31st, 2021, as requested in his public comment.
Okay. I see Chuck, you have your hand up.
Yeah. Yes, Mr. Vice Chair. Just a question of clarification for Mr. Ugoretz on number 4. I guess when I read Mr. Hall's public comment, I thought that he was requesting an extension on another vessel, or to allow for another vessel. Did I have that wrong?
Through the Vice Chair, no, you don't have that wrong. I'm recommending that they not do that.
But the phrase "as requested in his public comment." Oh, okay, I see. So
he requested it in public comment. I'm requesting that they not extend it.
Okay, not okay. I understand. Just a confusion in my reading of the phrase there. Thanks.
Okay. John, does the language on the screen accurately reflect your motion?
It does.
Okay. Looking for a second. Mark Grelnick. Thank you, Mark. John, speak to your motion.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I think item number 1 speaks for itself. I think the team has reviewed the deep set buoy gear EFPs and their recommendation is reasonable. We've previously stated that deep set buoy gear can be approved to move to NIMS on a 1 meeting process. For number 2, I think there is more information and detail definitely needed for the Bateman and Brown requests. However, based on the discussions at this meeting and recommendations of the team and advisory subpanel, I'm certainly willing to hear what they have to say, clarify some of those things. Hopefully, those requests will come back in writing much more similar to the previously approved John Hall request, and could provide some good information. And similarly for Mr. Perez's request, I think a little bit more discussion and consideration is needed. The state of California has previously been opposed to deep set buoy gear fishing inside state waters. As I mentioned earlier, I think around the Channel Islands where Drift Gillnet has and currently fishes is something we can certainly consider. I think the other areas might require some more discussion, but between now and September, I can have those discussions with other fisheries managers in the state and make some more informed decisions on that. And then the final one, number 4, that we were just speaking about, Mr. Hall has not fished this EFP, nor has he been able to come up with a boat to fish it. And as we discussed in a few moments ago, I think that we don't want to approve a large number of EFPs for this sort of gear type before we have significantly more information about the first EFP. I think that the Bateman and Brown request could potentially provide that information, while Mr. Hall unfortunately has not been able to do so. I'm happy to have Mr. Hall come back and submit a new EFP at the time that he has a vessel available to use to fish it. But at this time, I don't see a reason to extend it in order to allow for the room for the others. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Discussion on the motion? Louis?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you, John, for the motion. I will be supporting this motion. I think it's well thought out. I'm very sad about the situation with Dr. Hall. I had discussed his EFP in the hall with Dr. Hall. It's terrible, but and I'm very sad that it hasn't worked out. But the point of it would be giving a better chance for Mr. Bateman, Mr. Brown's EFPs to go get through the hoops is a good one, and so I will be supporting this motion.
Thanks, Louis. Carl?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I also wanted to extend support for this motion, and I appreciate all of the comments and the discussion that really have pointed out our intent around the current EFP process of wanting to encourage innovation, encourage participation and development of data sets that help us with management. And I think this has a mix of approaches that will help us meet that end, and also kind of moves things along where needed and appropriate, but has that kind of pause to reevaluate, bring more information to the table for others. And I think that's essential. I also regret that some EFP participants have not been able to use their permits, but that's part of the intent of having a quick consideration process for deep set buoy gear and for HMS EFPs. And so encourage folks who have lost an EFP to come back to us when they're ready. So I appreciate that. I appreciate the motion, and I intend to support it.
Thanks, Card. Bob?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I too support the motion. I'm really disappointed in the fact that we're leaving the John Hall EFP out. I know he was very convincing to me when he had the original proposal and made his plea on the floor. He seemed to be just a really experienced person at this. It's unfortunate that he could not, get it done with a boat. It would seem to me there would be a better tack to maybe make that a condition that he has to have a boat. I reflecting on Mr. Bateman's comments that that of the 1,000 miles of coastline, I think we do need to get information on this gear type, and they're all similar. And I think it would be important to maybe find a way to keep that included. I think that we're going to get more information out of those, particularly if we're going to limit the Bateman proposal to just one or two boats. I think there is room to do this, and I really would value his participation in this. So I think now those are my comments, but I will be supporting the motion, but I wish we could think outside the box a bit to get Mr. Hall included.
Thanks, Bob. Karen, your hand's still up?
Apologies.
No problem. Okay. Anyone else? All right. Well, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes unanimously. Okay. Well, I hope that these EFPs are fruitful. And at 1.2 fish a day or 1.4, whatever it is, it's not enough to make it work for the fleet in general. But anyway, it's a lot of good stuff going on here. So let's hope hopefully it pays off. And with that, I'll look to you, Kit, for where we're at on F3.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Well, with that motion, I believe you have completed your business approving for issuance the 7 deep set buoy gear applications and asking the other 3 proposals, sort of preliminary support, but a desire to have those come back in September with the applicants providing a bit more information and an opportunity for some consultations around those proposals. I guess the one thing I just would seek clarification on is, as noted in the NIMS report, in council endorsement of reissuance of the extant deep set buoy gear applications or EFPs, and Mr. Ugoritz did say that I think pretty much in discussion endorsed that the council endorses the reissuance of EFPs while noting that it has been the council's policy or position not to reissue EFPs if the recipient didn't fish under the EFP. So I just wanted to make sure that that is a correct interpretation of the council's recommendation or position with regard to those extant deep set buoy gear EFPs.
We'll go to John for that clarification. John?
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair, and thanks, Kit. Yes, for the question. I think you've characterized what I recommended, and maybe we could look to nods around the table to see if that's the council's intent to just continue with our current recommendation to NIMS on reissuance.
Okay, very good. Well, with that, we'll go to F5. And I just know that we have been here for an hour and 35 minutes. Lunchtime is coming up here at noon. Would people want a short break before we commence or just keep going? Okay, we'll just keep going here. So, all right, Kit, on to you with F4.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Reading again from the situation summary, this agenda item F4 has to do with the Drift Gillnet Bycatch performance report. Since 2017, June of 2017, the council has been receiving an annual report from the HMSMT comparing estimated bycatch in the Drift Gillnet fishery for selected species or species groups against performance metrics. In 2017 and 18, the team reported bycatch estimates using ratio estimates, and there are links and references to the reports with that information that were submitted at those meetings. And in 2018, the SSC reviewed and the council approved for use a more robust statistical method developed by Mr. Jim Coretta at the Southwest Fisheries Science Center for estimating protected species bycatch in the DGN fishery. The HMSMT additionally applied this method to fish species or species groups as requested by the council in September 2018. And there's a link there to the motion that was made in that regard, and reported bycatch estimates against a revised list of species in June of 2019 with a link and reference to the relevant report. The council endorsed the methodology presented by the team at that time and tasked the team with developing an action line suitable for detecting exceptionally high bycatch rates for these same species. And again, reference and link to the motion. Because of the shift to online meetings last year, DGN performance metrics were not reported at your June meeting. Agenda item F4A HMSMT Report 1 contains the bycatch estimates for the 2018 and 2019 calendar years for finfish species and species groups, marine mammals, and sea turtles, for which the Council established performance metrics. As noted in the report, the HMSMT intends to provide additional analysis and information relevant to the Council's September 2018 and June 2019 requests in a supplemental report, and they did indeed submit a supplemental report, which is available to you now. And I believe that there is also available some accompanying slides. Dr. Stowe's on the team will be delivering the report using those slides and referencing those reports. And so just in terms of the other reports submitted under this agenda item, there is a supplemental NIMS report and a supplemental CDFW report. And there's also a supplemental HMSAS report. And I believe, if I've managed to get that right, that those are all of the reports available to you. And so just noting the Council action is to review annual estimates against performance metrics for bycatch species. And that concludes my overview.
Okay, thanks, Kit. Questions for Kit on his overview? Okay. Thank you, Kit. And with that, we'll go to Lyle for the NIPS report.
Thank you, Vice Chair. NIPS submitted one supplemental report on this agenda item, which provides some brief update on recent drift gillnet fishery data. I'll cover these updates briefly now. Regarding permits, we recently completed renewals for the federal limited entry drift gillnet permit. Of 58 federal permit holders in 2020, just 42 of those renewed their permits for 2021. Of the 16 expired permits, 13 of those permit holders indicated that they were participating in California's transition program. Second, regarding observer data, NIMS has been working with the Pacific States Marine Fisheries Commission to make drift gillnet observer data summaries available as online Apex reports. Right now, we have some static reports posted on our website, and converting these to Apex will give some more functionality for downloading data and analysis. So until the Apex reports are done, the summaries are posted online. Those are static. These summaries provide a snapshot of drift gillnet observer data by fishing season. And again, these are raw observer data summaries. These are not estimates, and nothing has been done with the information to, produce estimates or anything. So for example, the most recent summary that's posted online, it's 2019-2020 drift gillnet season. And it shows approximately 27% of the estimated fishing effort was observed during that season. 74% of the observed catch was kept, and 80% of the return catch was released alive. Most of those species that were observed caught were marketable, and 19% of the observed catch consisted of species that are not marketed. Of non-marketable species caught during that 2019-2020 season, 72% were released alive. So just wanted to give you a little snapshot of raw data prior to this agenda item, because the estimates provided by the management team are from previous seasons, 2018 and 2019. Just wanted to give you a more up-to-date picture of raw data from the fishery. And that's all that's in the report. I can take any questions on it.
Thanks, Lyle. Questions for Lyle on the NIPS report? Okay. Next up will be the CDFW report. And I don't see a name on the tracking log, so I'll look to you, John.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I thought with Liz giving multiple HMSMT reports, I would jump in for this one. And I'm just going to give a brief overview. The report's been in the briefing book. Primarily, we wanted to update the Council on the status of the California Drift Gillnet Transition Program. In the program, 44 California permit holders submitted declarations of intent to participate. That included 28 out of the 32 active permittees at the time who had made landings during the window period, 16 inactive permit holders. The estimated amount to cover their transitions would be about $3.2 million. We received funding from the Ocean Protection Council in the amount of $1 million and slightly over $1 million from Oceana in support of this program. Those funds allowed us to notify the first 24 approved participants that they could participate. Of those, as of March of this year, 21 of the 24 have now completed the transition process, relinquished their nets and permits, and have agreed not to fish under or transfer a federal drift gillnet permit. Of the 58 federal drift gillnet permit holders in 2020, 17 completed the transition program in California, and of the remaining federal drift gillnet permit holders, 20 have indicated their intent to, leaving 21 who are either ineligible to participate or chose not to participate in the California program. The original deadline to complete the transition process was March of this year. The department has undertaken a rulemaking to extend that deadline, and we've completed the process. It's in the hands of our Office of Administrative Law. This would extend participation to 1 year from the date of notification or January 31st, 2024, whichever is sooner. The new regulation is anticipated to go into effect on July 15th. And finally, Governor Newsom's May budget revision includes the remaining $1.3 million necessary to allow the remaining 20 participants to proceed. Assuming the final California budget includes this funding, the department will work to notify the remaining participants as quickly as possible. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, John. Questions for John on the CDFW report? Okay. Next, we'll go to the HMS management team, and I believe Liz. Are you there?
Excuse me, Mr. Vice Chair. I believe Steve is going to be giving this.
Hello.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're right.
Hello?
My bad. Yes. Yes, Steve. Sorry.
I think you just struck a note of terror in Liz's heart. But no worries. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the council. I'm going to be presenting the presentation under agenda item FRA. And this is our management team report on drift gillnet bycatch performance metrics. Next slide, please. So I can't see the entire slide on my screen, unfortunately. But I'm going to briefly orient you to the team reports in the briefing book. Then I'll try to give some insights to the multi-year trend approach. I'll mention that we had a pretty intense discussion on Tuesday and pretty much came up with a new idea for doing this that we think better meets the council's intent. And then I'll describe work the team did at this meeting on the new variable selection procedure for non-finfish species. And then I'll provide HMS management team recommendations. Next slide, please. So I'm just putting this slide up here now to orient the council to what we did in our work in June 2019 on this agenda item. And I'll kind of describe this slide and how it led to kind of a new approach to the trend analysis the team is working on. But for starters, I'll just mention in the events briefing book report, The team provided a couple of tables of updated performance metrics for finfish and non-finfish species. You'll see table 1 for the finfish species in the council's request, and table 2 for non-finfish species. We also provided finfish retention ratios for 2018 and 2019 fishing seasons. And I'm not going to read that report in because it's been in the briefing book for a while. However, the supplemental report that we've provided reflects a lot of work, and it also is pretty freshly drafted. So I think I'll read that into the record, and then I'll proceed to work through the rest of the presentation slides. So this is a supplemental team report under agenda item F4. The team discussed the council's intent in requesting a multi-year trend analysis for the species and species groups included in the council performance metrics list. Figure 1 in the June 2019 management team report on this topic is representative of the team's earlier interpretation of the council request to characterize the average performance of the vessels in the fleet. The team applied this approach to data through 2019 to produce updated examples of finfish bycatch per unit effort trends for discussion. And figure 5 that's already up in front of you on the presentation is representative of this work. The figure shows estimated BPUE in each year compared to warning and action lines to indicate where the bycatch rates exceed the historic range of variation. The black line for each species or species group shown in figure 5 represents BPUE in each year, computed as the estimated total bycatch for that year divided by total fleet effort. The action and warning lines are calculated using both average effort over the entire history of the fleet, i.e. the methodology described at the end of the June 2019 team report, and using effort in the most recent calendar year to compute the standard error for developing warning and action lines. The team included both sets of thresholds in figure 5 for comparison. Current is the solid lines, solid lines in the figure, and average is the dashed line. Given the steep decline in effort over the history of the fleet, current effort would be more appropriate to characterize the level of uncertainty in recent BPUE estimates. In light of the council interest in a trend analysis to determine if bycatch levels due to DGN fleet operation are increasing, and recent advice from Southwest Fisheries Science Center Marine Mammal and Turtle Division scientist Jim Coretta, the team has developed a new multi-year trend approach based on a moving average of estimated total bycatch. Mr. Coretta indicated that BPUE is not appropriate for considering fleet level bycatch impacts of the fishery because it does not consider overall fishing effort or the possibility that a small number of observed interactions may drastically affect BPUE, particularly for species where bycatch occurs as rare events. Figures 1 through 4 compare 5-year and 10-year moving average of regression-free estimates of total bycatch to the most recent performance metrics for that species for each species or species group in the council request. The team notes that there has been a drastic downward trend in total bycatch for most species or species groups included for performance metrics, and none of the metrics have been exceeded since 2017 on a 5-year moving average basis, or since 2009 on a 10-year moving average basis. And I will provide a bit more orientation to the figures in the back of this report after I get done reading it. The team reminds the council that the performance metric lines and figures are not population-based standards, such as potential biological removal for marine mammals, but rather are based on the highest observed bycatch for the period from 2004 to 2013. This period occurred after
Did we lose Steve?
I did.
I think we all did.
Can you hear me?
We can now.
I'm sorry. I had on my headsets and suddenly the headsets went dead and I thought it was my phone. So it's better than it could have been. Sorry about the pause.
Happens to the best of us.
Okay. Starting again. The team reminds the council that the performance metric lines and figures are not population-based standards, such as potential biological removal for marine mammals, that are rather based on the highest observed bycatch for the period from 2004 to 2013. This period occurred after Marine Mammal Protection Act and Endangered Species Act management measures became effective for the fishery in the late 90s and 2001, respectively. Therefore, the team regards these metrics as highly conservative, as they reflect a period after DGN bycatch was already substantially reduced. The council could task the team with developing warning lines and action lines in reference to the performance metric formulated to consider random variations in 5-year and 10-year moving average trends. The team did not have sufficient time to fully develop the methodology at this point, given that it was first developed and tested during the June team meeting. So the team also discussed the appropriate period of years to include in a multi-year trend analysis of total fishery bycatch or total bycatch. Using too short of a period may result in excessive sensitivity to short-term random variation in observed bycatch, making it difficult to adequately capture trends, similar to those seen in the annual total bycatch estimates in the trend figures. Conversely, averaging over too long of a period may result in an overly flat line, a trend line, that does not adequately capture any recent changes in bycatch impacts. Work by Southwest Fisheries Science Center Marine Mammal and Turtle Division scientist Jim Coretta and Dr. Jeffrey Moore suggests that for species where bycatch occurs as rare events, periods longer than 5 years may be necessary to adequately capture bycatch trends. By contrast, for more frequently caught species, shorter periods may be sufficient to smooth short-term random fluctuations in observed bycatch rates. And that actually, I wish I could strike rates from this in the briefing book report, but it's too late. But anyway, that should be bycatch levels. I'm sorry, I'm losing my place. Yeah, so by contrast, for more frequently caught bycatch species, shorter periods may be sufficient to smooth short-term random fluctuations in observed bycatch rates or levels while adequately characterizing recent changes in bycatch. For either a 5-year or 10-year averaging period, a significant upturn in bycatch will show up as an increase in the slope of the trend line, albeit more pronounced in the case of a 5-year average. If the council wishes, the team could provide more input on the appropriate averaging period for different species at a future council meeting. And then finally, we did some work on the variable selection procedure. I'm going to first go through a little bit more discussion of the figures in the report, and then I'll go back and read in the last paragraph. So if you could advance the slide, please, Sandra. So as mentioned in the report, the team, after discussing the bycatch per unit effort figures, which were kind of a continuation of what we put into the June 2019 council briefing book, the team seemed kind of confused about what the bycatch per unit of effort showed relative to what we understand to be the council's intent, which actually concerns the overall bycatch impacts of the fleet. And so we came up with an approach that seemed more compatible with the actual performance metrics, which are based on estimated total bycatch. And this figure for billfish species other than swordfish is showing you what the total bycatch estimates are in each year for those species from 1990 through 2019. As you can see in the figure, there's it looks like there's a general downtrend, but there's a lot of noise in the figure. It bounces up and down a lot. If you could go to the next slide, Sandra, please. The team started off by superimposing the most recent level of the performance metric on this slide. That's the red line there. And then I guess after our team discussion on Tuesday, I was very troubled by the fact we were using a trend analysis that reflected just kind of the average vessel level bycatch in the fleet instead of total bycatch impact. So I came up with a kind of an overnight brainstorm to try looking at a multi-year averaging approach. Next slide, please. And so my initial inclination was to just use a 10-year average, but team members expressed concern that might be unrepresentative. So we tried both a 5-year and a 10-year trend in our comparison. So what you see there, the blue line is the 5-year moving average. So what that means is for each year, I average the current fleet level bycatch estimate along with the previous 4 years, and that gives me a smoother trend, you can see, than the kind of jagged dashed annual total bycatch estimates. Next slide, please. And then for good measure, we added a 10-year moving average trend. And you can see that this generally tracks the same trend as the blue line, but it's a little bit less bouncy up and down, and kind of gives the same general impression that billfish, non-swordfish billfish bycatch was at a level of around 120 fish a year in the early 90s, and it's recently dropped off to levels maybe approaching around 20 a year. Next slide, please. So anyway, I guess I'll just summarize the work we did briefly on the bycatch performance on the trend analysis to say we bit off quite a bit there. And if you look at the number of charts in the back of our report, you can see we produced similar charts to the one for billfish for all the species in the Council's request list. And I want to acknowledge the considerable support of a Long Beach West Coast Regional Office contractor, Carter Harmon, in supporting the team in this effort. I don't think we could have got to the finish line in what we tried to do without his support. So thanks for that in producing those beautiful charts. So anyway, that's it for now. I'll take any questions after I'm done presenting on the trend line analysis, but I'll go on and discuss the new variable selection methodology. This is covered in the last paragraph of our report. So I'll just summarize briefly to say that we've initially tested the new variable selection methodology for finfish performance metrics. It's already in production for the non-finfish species that are under the scope of work by our Marine Mammals and Turtles Division. So the goal, the team's goal, was to take a look at whether we could apply that methodology to finfish. At this point, the methodology has been tested and reviewed, and we uncovered a couple of issues that have to be addressed. So we're not presenting those at this meeting. We don't expect to see substantive changes to the regression tree estimates of finfish bycatch for the change in method. Next slide. So then we have a couple of team recommendations. So we would ask the council to advise the team on further development of the multi-year trend approach, and also adaptation of the new variable selection methodology to finfish bycatch estimation. And if the council wishes, the team could continue working on this assignment. If the council wants the team to continue work on this assignment, we could provide an update in June 2022. That's the end of my presentation, and I'll take any questions.
Okay. Thank you, Steve. Questions for Steve on his presentation? John.
Thanks, Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Thanks, Steve, for the presentation. Just on this idea of a new approach, I hesitate to keep changing approaches each time we discuss something. Is it the team's feeling that this is a whole new approach or more of a modification to what we suggested you do the last time we talked about this 2 years ago that would better answer the questions that the council is asking?
I haven't polled the team on this, but my personal view is that it's definitely in the latter category. That is, based on our discussion, it just became clear that the methodology for trend analysis based on bycatch per unit effort was confusing people, and it seemed somehow disjoint from the main performance metric table in the briefing book report, which is based on total bycatch. And the team kind of rethought what the council asked in their original request. It was a little bit vague, but it basically asked for a trend analysis. And I produced a prototype of the figure and showed it to the team early Wednesday. And there seemed to be pretty unanimous agreement that this new approach, well, it's based on the same data, okay? It's not like start over with a completely new methodology, but the information, the way the information is packaged seems to better meet the council's intent for the trend analysis.
Okay, thanks, John. Further questions for Steve? Corey.
Yeah, thank you, Steve, and thanks to you and all and the team for the good thought here. And I don't mean to ask for what else can you do, but I probably asked this came up, but one of the appeals of using this approach to calculate estimates of bycatch, the regression tree, and the Bayesian approach over the standard ratio was that I thought it was to be more, part of it was to be, not just report point estimates, with less than 100% observer coverage, our measurements, our observations of what actually estimates of what happened are uncertain. It could have been within a range, yet I'm not seeing any confidence uncertainty intervals in these estimates. Could you speak to that? And
absolutely. Yeah. So Corey, we basically built that into the methodology that we presented in June 2019, but it took a bit of careful thought. And since we just really came up with this new approach literally on, well, I don't know, I guess it was early Wednesday morning, we just haven't had time to think through that uncertainty element in it. But if the council is interested in that, we certainly could build that into a future version of the work on this.
Okay. Thanks, Corey. Further questions for Steve? Okay. Thank you, Steve. Next up will be the HMS Advisory Subpanel Report and Dave Rudy. Dave?
Yeah, thank you, Vice Chair and council members. I have a report for HMSAS. The advisory subpanel offers the following comments on the Drift Gillnet Bycatch Performance Report. At the outset, we wish to call attention to the following passage from Supplemental NIMS Report 1. The 2019-2020 summary indicates that approximately 27% of the estimated fishing effort was observed during that season, that 74% of the observed catch was kept, and that 80% of the return catch was released alive. Most of the species observed caught were marketable. 19% of the observed catch consisted of species that are not marketed. Of non-marketable species during the 2019-2020 season, 72% were released alive. The management team report 1 for this agenda paints a similar rosy picture with bycatch estimates well below the regression T performance metric for all species. The information contained in his report speaks for itself. By any science-based metric, the fishery is performing well. The advisory subpanel wishes to remind the council that the drift gillnet fishery is the only truly financially viable gear type in which harvest swordfish and other marketable species in the EEZ off the U.S. West Coast for the nation. It does so at a price point which is lower than other specialized gear types, which allow for a larger segment of the nation's seafood consumers to have access to well-managed swordfish harvested by U.S. fishermen, while at the same time being competitive with the cost of swordfish harvested by non-U.S. fishermen, potentially reducing our reliance on imported seafood. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Dave. Questions for Dave? Okay, thank you, Dave. Well, with that, that takes care of the reports. Public comment is next, but we are at just almost at noon, so we'll break for lunch. We are running a little behind, and don't want to try to minimize the chance of doing what we did yesterday as far as going late. Let's do a short lunch, and unless someone disagrees, but I think we'll be back here at 12:45. That's good. Corey?
Well, Mr. Vice Chair, I don't know about others. I could use a full hour, but if others thinking we're running behind or needing that full afternoon, I could make that work. But
okay, Krista?
Yeah, I also would prefer to take a full hour, but if others feel strongly otherwise, I'm happy to try and minimize it to 45 minutes.
Okay, well, Lily?
And I also need a full hour. I need to review some stuff that's just come in before our next action. Thank you.
Okay. Well, I mean, if we don't take long on our council action, we're probably not too bad. So, okay, well, I'll defer to what I've heard here, and we'll see you at 1 o'clock. Okay, we're going to get started here shortly. Okay, we're back. And for our F4, Drift Gillnet Fishery Bycatch Performance Report and Council Action. And I'll open the floor up for discussion. Oh, forgot where is that? We'll open up to Jeff Schuster for public comment. Jeff, are you there?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. This is Jeff Schuster, representing Oceana. Thanks for making the opportunity for public comment on this item. We would like to start by first commending the California Department of Fish and Wildlife for their work in implementing the California Drift Gillnet Transition Program, and particularly most recently the staff and leadership at the department for their efforts to assist in securing the necessary funding to ensure that all willing participants in the transition program would receive funding through funding through the California governor's proposed budget revision, which hopefully we'll have some good news on in the next few days. With respect to performance metrics and objectives, the original council objectives back in 2005 for these really were to prevent increases in bycatch and detect and actually address any increases in bycatch with additional management. And part of the thinking was that the hard caps that were put in place for ESA listed species would essentially focus on the greatest need, which were those ESA species of greatest concern, but that eventually there could be hard caps for other species, including some of the finfish. We are concerned with the HMSMT's new proposed methodology. We believe that there's sort of a mathematical circularity in the results of that, particularly that if you are comparing a 10-year high to a 10-year average, it's somewhat mathematically impossible to ever see that average go over the 10-year high. And so I think there is some sort of a circular result there that those 10-year averages aren't going over the performance metrics just simply based on that kind of circularity in the math. And so because it is so new and hasn't really been vetted, we'd rather see the management team and the council keep it simple, use the readily available bycatch estimates from observers, look at both the totals and the trends in that, and ultimately move to 100% observer coverage, which essentially eliminates all the problems that are out there with both delays and the difficulties in choosing estimators. So, for example, sorry for the kids in the background at the playground behind me, but the regression tree ultimately is not needed if there is full observer coverage, nor any sort of estimators or uncertainty there. And that really needs to be the critical piece and has been the missing component of this puzzle for quite some time now. And there was an expectation and hope that would have been addressed by 2018. And so further having the council reaffirm the need for that, and having NIMS move forward to remove the unobservable vessel exemption, as well as actually implement and require observers on every boat would ultimately resolve those issues and allow more accurate estimates of bycatch. And so really we see the objective moving forward is to prevent increases in bycatch and bycatch rates as the fishery transitions to cleaner gears. We point out that the lower bycatch seen in the last 2 years is likely a result of decreased fishing effort, not necessarily actually cleaner fishery. And so we are concerned that in the years prior, after the performance metrics were put in place, the fishery did exceed some of those levels. And we believe that when that happens, there do need to be consequences, not simply a reevaluation of the performance standards and methodology, which we've seen come up every meeting. There's always sort of some effort to try to change the methodology yet again. And so we hope that the management team could essentially, pick the simple methodology, stick with that, and if there is an increase above any of those performance metrics, that it come back with specific management recommendations, and also consider, if there is some additional effort, consider applying some of these performance metrics at the level of individual vessels, like finfish discards and retention could be applied both at the fleet level as well as evaluated at the vessel level as well. So in terms of any further creative thinking, we believe that could be a fruitful way to go. But we just want to emphasize again that cleaner gear and most of this apparently is deep set buoy gear caught 80 metric tons of swordfish this last year, which is 4 times more than was caught with drift gillnet gear, and also received over an 80% higher price. And so we emphasize that with only a small amount of fishing effort, it's not surprising, and it is good that the bycatch has gone down. But again, I think what we're hoping to see is a transition fully away from drift gillnets to these cleaner gears that clearly perform much better in terms of these performance metrics. So both looking at both rates and totals is important, and really if there's a trend that there's an effort in looking at trends, looking at any increases over the recent average is really the way to do that, rather than setting a 10-year maximum. So the performance standards would need to be changed if there's a desire to look at trends. But we again appreciate the work of the management team, and wanted to ask also. We are concerned about the lack of the 2020-21 data. Normally, that data is available so that the council can act on that at the June meeting. And unfortunately, this is the first time that has not happened over the last few years. So I did want to raise some concerns about that, in hopes that the data can be provided so that the council can make an informed decision on the most recent data at these June check-ins. Thank you very much for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you, Jeff. Questions for Jeff? Okay, thanks, Jeff. All right, now that brings us to council action, and that is to review annual estimates against performance metrics for bycatch species. And with that, I will open the floor up for discussion. Or not. John Huberts. John?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Just checking, can you hear me?
We can.
Thanks. Well, I just wanted to thank the team for their work on this, their continued work on giving us information on the bycatch within the drift gillnet fishery and how it's comparing to past years. I feel like their proposal for moving forward makes sense. I don't see any action that the council needs to take at this time specifically. And I look forward to the ongoing annual reporting from the team.
Okay, thanks, John. Corey Niles. Corey?
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. And yeah, I think agreeing here with John in large part, I do say I will see some room for some better understanding of the approach that Steve presented to us. I understand it better. Yet it sounds like they have some ideas for improvement, and encourage them to look at that while, letting everyone have more time to digest what it means. And going back to the exchange that Steve and I had briefly there, I would also encourage them, these analyses are a lot of work, but to the extent that they could include the uncertainty and the estimates in what they're working on. Again, I think that is very important part of what we do, and it's in communicating what we know about bycatch. And without 100% observer coverage, there's always going to be uncertainty in what these estimates are and what catch really was. So yeah, echoing what John says, I'm not seeing a need to set clear schedule timelines for now, but just general encouragement and thanks for producing the annual estimates.
Thanks, Corey. Anyone else? Okay. Kit?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
Okay.
Yes, well, I think that, not a lot of discussion there. I will take Mr. Niles' last statement generally on behalf of the council as an endorsement of, so at the end of Dr. Stowe's slideshow, he noted a couple of recommendations from the team, the first of which was further development of this multi-year trend approach. And also he touched on this variable selection methodology and the application of that to the finfish bycatch estimation. So I'm taking Mr. Niles' comment as generally an endorsement that the team continue to work on this along those lines, and then also with the addition of expressing that desire that in the future there can be some expression of what the uncertainty or confidence intervals are around the estimates. And so with that, if my understanding is correct, I think we're done here.
Well, seeing no hands, I think that's the conclusion we have to take. So, very good. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I will hand the gavel back to you.
All right, thanks very much, Brad. Great job there by you and the entire council on getting us through those agenda items, which brings us to our last agenda item for the day, but certainly one that will take the most attention by the council, and that is F5 Drift Gillnet Fishery hard caps, which has gone through a rather tortured history the last 6+ years. So I will turn to Kit Dahl to get us started on this.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'll be reading from, compared to that, as you say, rather tortured history, a relatively short overview and the situation summary for this agenda item, Drift Gillnet Fishery hard caps. The council took final action in September 2015 on a proposal that included hard caps for selected protected species taken in the Drift Gillnet fishery. The rulemaking process for this proposal was protracted due to NMFS's decision to withdraw the proposed rule and subsequent litigation forcing implementation of regulations in early 2020. And you can look back on the material from March of 2020. So that was almost immediately after the final rule became effective, for a bit more in-depth recounting of the history that led up to the implementation of the regulations. And then subsequently, further litigation resulted in an opinion referenced here, included as attachment 1, and order from the federal court to vacate those regulations, which occurred on earlier this year. And both NMFS's reason for withdrawing the proposed rule and the opinion in Burke et al. V. Coggins rests on the conclusion that the hard cap regulations were inconsistent with National Standard 7 in the MSA, and that standard is conservation and management measures shall, where practicable, minimize costs and avoid unnecessary duplication. And for more background on that finding, subsequent to the withdrawal of the proposed rule, NIMS sent a letter to the council dated June 9th, 2017, that was included in briefing materials as a NIMS report at the June 2017 council meeting. There's a link in the situation summary to that letter. NIMS encouraged the council to revisit its proposal to address consistency with legal mandates, and that was also at issue in the first litigation that resulted in publication of the regulations, as mentioned, in early 2020. Attachment 2 is a letter from the Marine Mammal Commission from 2016 commenting on the proposed rule. And it's included here because it describes a range of concerns about hard caps, the hard caps approach, and that might be informative to the council's consideration in revisiting this management approach. So having said all of that and recognizing that the regulations have been vacated, the council faces essentially status quo ante. This isn't really a blank slate. We're not back in 2014, I guess. Given NIMS's findings as supported by the court, at this stage, the council has the opportunity to revisit its original purpose and need, which summarized here, to conserve non-target species and further reduce bycatch, including incidental take of ESA listed species and marine mammals in the DGN fishery below levels currently permitted by applicable law, while maintaining or enhancing an economically viable West Coast-based swordfish fishery. The council could revise its rationale, its purpose and need, and or identify other methods to achieve this purpose or a related purpose while taking into account the history that I just recounted, and also considering the current status of the DGN fishery and its future prospects. There was a HMS-MT report in your advanced briefing book that includes a recommended revised purpose and need statement for the proposed action and an outline of potential measures that could address the purpose and need. These measures could form the basis for the development of a range of alternatives for further analysis. So anyways, I will try to do a reasonably quick and accurate overview of the additional materials that are available to you under this agenda item. We do have a presentation from Dr. Dennis Heineman from the Marine Mammal Commission. So he'll be speaking to you, and his presentation slides are available in your briefing materials. In addition to the HMS-MT Report 1 and the advanced briefing book, they have submitted a supplemental report. There is also a supplemental HMS-AS report and a supplemental EC report as well. Aside from that and public comments that you have received and will hear, that constitutes the materials here. And to wrap up, let me just get back to the situation summary and read off the action that's listed there, which is to adopt a revised proposed action, purpose and need statement, and range of alternatives as appropriate. So with that, I conclude my overview.
Thank you, Kit. Are there any questions of Kit on his overview? All right, not seeing any hands. Thank you very much, Kit. And we'll move into management entity and advisory body reports. And we will start with Dr. Heineman with a presentation from the Marine Mammal Commission. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair and council members. As we were just heard, I'm from the Marine Mammal Commission. I'm on the staff at the Marine Mammal Commission, and I thought since many of the members may be only partially aware of and familiar with the Marine Mammal Commission, I thought I would just present a little bit of information about the commission. And next slide. The commission is an independent federal agency. It was created in 1972 by the Marine Mammal Protection Act. Its goal is for the protection and conservation of marine mammals and their environment using the best available science and the most sensible policy. The role that we play is one of oversight. We do not have regulatory authority. We have oversight of all domestic and international policies, and well, not international policies, but we have the role of commenting on international policies and actions related to marine mammals and their habitat. And federal agencies are required to follow our recommendations, or if they choose not to follow our recommendations, then they have to provide in writing to the public and the commission detailed explanations of why they're not following the commission's recommendations. The commission is made up of 3 commissioners who are all eminent marine mammal scientists, and they're appointed by the president. There are 9 scientific advisors that come from academia and federal agencies largely, and 10 program staff, of which I'm one. I thought I'd give you a little bit of information about my background, as you're probably not familiar with me. I have a background in ecology and fisheries science and management. I spent a short period of time doing fish stock assessments at the Southeast Fisheries Science Center a few years ago. I've been the staff science director at the commission, and I'm now the lead on fisheries interactions and ecosystem issues for the commission. And I've been a member of the NMFS's Pacific Ocean Cetacean Take Reduction Team for 8 years. Next slide. As you may be well aware, the fisheries bycatch is the largest source of human-caused mortality for many marine mammals. And considering that, the commission would like to commend the Pacific Fisheries Management Council for engaging on minimizing marine mammal bycatch in its fisheries and in the development of alternative gear types or fishing methods with lower bycatch rates, such as the deep set buoy gear. Next slide. I want to address briefly 3 issues here. In the 2016 letter, we addressed some additional issues that had to do with the implementation of the hard caps that were proposed at that time. But since the details have not been worked out this time around, I won't address those issues. I want to address sort of higher level issues, one of which is the relationship between what the council is thinking about doing and NMFS's take reduction process. The relationship between what is mandated and directed under the Marine Mammal Protection Act versus the Magnuson-Stevens Act, and also the conservation or incentive value of hard caps in managing or mitigating bycatch of marine mammals in the GGN fishery. As a bit of background here, just because some of this information will come up in the next few slides, under the Marine Mammal Protection Act, there is a bycatch assessment framework. It's called, also referred to as the BPR framework. And in that framework, there are directives that describe the estimation of mortality and serious injury in a fishery, or due to other anthropogenic influences, but we're just concerned about fisheries impacts. There are two biological reference points that are part of the framework. One is this PBR, which stands for potential biological removal. It is, by definition in the Act, the maximum number of animals that may be removed from a marine mammal stock while allowing that stock to reach or maintain its optimum sustainable population. It's defined as an estimate of the population side called N-min, 1/2 of the maximum growth rate, net growth rate of the population, and then a conservative factor referred to as the, my brain has gone blank there. The recovery factor, thank you. The recovery factor FR, which is used to account for being extra conservative for species that are ESA listed, for example. The second biological reference point is what's referred to as the zero rate mortality goal, defined in the Act as insignificant bycatch levels approaching a zero mortality and serious injury rate. It's referred to as ZMRG, and it's defined in regulations as 10% of PBR. The assessment of mortality and serious injury relative to PBR and ZMRG is used to trigger management actions. Next slide. Under the MMPA, bycatch mitigation is mandated. There's a mandate for the reduction of bycatch mitigation. The reductions in bycatch are linked to those biological reference points, and they have time limits on them. And there is a process for making those reductions, bycatch reductions. It's referred to the take reduction process. TRP stands for Take Reduction Plan process, and there is a team that I mentioned earlier that is responsible for initiating that process. Under the MSA, we don't have a similar framework. The only real authorization within the MSA for the mitigation of bycatch of marine mammals is in Section 303B, where it says there's a discretionary provision that says that FMPs may include measures to conserve non-target species, and marine mammals would fall into that category. However, there are no reference points or time frame for carrying out such measures, and no process is specified for that. So we have a clear contrast here between what's required under the MMPA and what is possible under the MSA. And so one of the questions that the Commission would like the Council to consider is what can an MSA process add to the existing MMPA, and by the way, ESA processes that I'm not going to be addressing here, but they certainly play a role. The take reduction process is fairly simple. It's the MMPA requires the development of a take reduction plan that will meet those goals that I mentioned before. When a marine mammal stock mortality and serious injury is greater than PBR, that biological reference point, or if it is ESA listed as threatened or endangered. A take reduction team is established. That team drafts a plan, a take reduction plan within 6 months, and that is then finalized and implemented by NIPS. The MMPA requires that, I mentioned there was a timeline earlier, time limits. Those are that MSI, the mortality and serious injury experienced by a fishery, is to be reduced below PBR within 6 months and ultimately to below ZMRG within 5 years. Next slide. I wanted to take a quick look at the bycatch within the DGN fishery over the last 30 years, excuse me, starting back in 1990. And I'm not looking at individual species here, but at species groups. The first group is what in the marine mammalogy world we often call deep divers. These are beaked whales, the sperm whale, and pilot whales. And as you can see, the bycatch within that group decreased by a factor of 10 between or greater than 10 from the 1990s to 2001 and later. And in the last 5 years, there have been no observed bycatch events within that group. The second group is the baleen whales, 4 species, 2 of which are endangered. And bycatch there has gone from, in the 90s, 8 to just 4. This is observed bycatch, and only 1 in the last 5 years. Of the ESA listed species, which are those 2 baleen whales and plus the sperm whale, bycatch went from 11 observed in the 90s to just 3 in the last 20 years and none in the last 5 years. 2 other groups, none of which, both groups do not contain any listed species under the ESA or depleted species under the MMPA. This is a group of porpoises, several species, and 2 pinniped species, for which there were high levels of bycatch in the 1990s, but similarly that bycatch has gone down. Now, as I think we've seen in previous presentations, levels of bycatch are influenced by a variety of factors, and these decreases in bycatch could be due to a decrease in the underlying probability of bycatch events, in other words, a decrease in BPUE, or it could be due to a decrease in effort. So it's worth looking at the effort graph for this fishery, and this here it is here. Next slide, sorry. So this is effort in the DGN fishery from 1990 to 2019, showing it decreasing from up around 4,000 to 5,000 hooks, sets, excuse me, per year, and decreasing largely linearly all the way to 2010. And then it's pretty much been flat at around about 500 sets per year since 2010. And there's some management actions that took place during the period of 1990 to 2010. That was the introduction of the take reduction plan, the establishment of the Pacific leatherback conservation area and the Pacific loggerhead conservation area. And as you can see, they did not, it's not obvious that there were large changes in effort in response to those events. Effort has been decreasing, probably due to some other factors, more or less linearly since from 1990 to 2010. So and that certainly is a major factor in the numbers we saw on the previous slide, the decrease in the number of observed and therefore total bycatch events. But is it the whole problem? Next slide. If we look at the BPUE for a couple of species here, just as examples. So this is one of those dolphins, where bycatch has decreased by a large degree from 1990 to current, but it's obviously, by looking at this graph, not due to a change in the underlying probability of bycatch events. There's really no trend here, except perhaps that the extreme events might have gotten more extreme in recent years, but largely no change in BPUE over the last 30 years. Next slide. In contrast, beaked whales, the bycatch of beaked whales, and this is observed, which if we assume, of course, therefore is a reflection of the bycatch in the total fishery. Since the implementation of the take reduction plan in 1997, has gone from a few individuals up to a maximum of 10. The BPUE here has been rescaled to a fishery of 500 sets. Prior to 1997, to 0 since. There has not been a single observation of a beaked whale in the DGN fishery. And this is assumed to be largely or primarily due to the fact that an element of the mitigation measures that were put in place in 1997 was the use of pingers. And these are species that are highly sensitive to pingers. Let's put it that way. Put it simply. Next slide. This is a similar graph for sperm whale showing a similar pattern of observed bycatch back in the 1990s, and virtually none except for the one event in 2010, which I'm sure you're all aware of 2 animals being caught in 2010. But other than that, not a single sperm whale. So it certainly looks like the pingers and perhaps some of the other measures that were instituted in 1997 did have an effect on some of these deep diver species, but not on the rest of the species. And NMFS has analyzed this thoroughly and published in peer review papers analysis of those patterns. The other way to assess mortality and serious injury in this or any fishery under the marine mammal protection, the PBR framework, is by looking at mortality and serious injury as a percentage of PBR. So essentially mortality relative to the biological reference point. And if you look at the left-hand column, by the way, the 3 species there that are in blue, those are the 3 endangered species, the 3 listed under ESA, the rest are not. In the 1990s, there were 2 species where bycatch rates were well over PBR. That was a sperm whale and short-fin pilot whale. There were another 8 species where the mortality rates were above ZMRG, but below PBR. So still a concern, but not as much as if they had been over PBR. And the remaining species were below the 0 mortality rate goal. In contrast, in the last 5 years, none of the species have bycatch rates above PBR or above ZMRG. They are all below ZMRG. And in fact, over half are below 1% of PBR. This change really constitutes the most successful outcome of any of the TRT processes that are ongoing in the United States. There are 7, I believe, that are still in operation. And as we've seen, it's due in part to a decrease in the size of the fishery, but also due to the effectiveness of the mitigation measures for at least for some of the species. Next slide. It was mentioned earlier that what we're dealing with here with the species of most concern, and in this table, we're looking at the 5 species that the council proposed putting caps on back in 2015, I think it was, that happened, and that NMFS proposed in 2016, and that was where our letter came in, was in response to the proposed rule by NMFS at that time. And these were the 5 species. And I'm showing here PBR just as a reference, but the mean MSI, the mean mortality and serious injury there in the 3rd column, those are the values for the last 5 years, 2015 to 2019. And you can see that relative to the biological reference point, PBR, they're all extremely low. And another way to look at them that might be more useful is the last column there, which is what does that translate into? How often would you expect to see a bycatch event with mortality and serious injury rates that low? And for humpback whale, it would be once every 25 years. Sperm whales once every 5 to 6 years. Short-fin pilot whale once every 3 to 4 years, et cetera. So considering what is the conservation value of hard caps, and this was something that we addressed in our 2016 letter, we noted at the time, and it's even more true now, that closing the fishery for months or even a year or two is unlikely to prevent even one additional bycatch event, given that we don't expect them to happen except once every few years. And therefore will have none or little conservation value. I understand from conversations and seeing the management team's report that there's also the consideration of the incentive value, that bycatch caps, that hard caps, excuse me, could serve to motivate, to incentivize fishermen to further reduce bycatch rates in this fishery, such as for the dolphin species that really haven't responded to the mitigation measures that were put in place by the Take Reduction Plan in 1997. But I would note, and I think others have noted this as well, that when events are this rare, they largely occur randomly, and they're almost impossible to prevent, even with, or predict, even with extensive real-time fishery and economic data, not economic, excuse me, environmental data, and analytical tools. So I wouldn't expect that NIMS would have much success at trying to predict events that occur this rarely. And so I think it's important to ask the question is, how could a fisherman predict those events and take action to avoid encountering a whale that when those events happen this rarely? So would love to hear more about how this how incentivizing fishermen to reduce their bycatch further in this situation where it's rare events that are the ones that are concerned could occur. And last slide, thank you. So recommendations, or we might just say issues that we would like to see the council consider are, first, one, to clarify the marine mammal bycatch mitigation role of the MSA and therefore the council, and what it adds to the MMPA criteria and processes. Second would be if the council does intend to go forward with the development of mitigation measures in this fishery, we would recommend that they do so in collaboration with the TRT, which is set up explicitly for this purpose, and develop MSA bycatch reduction measures through a collaborative process. Third, we would like to see the council consider other measures besides hard caps, because as we argued in our 2016 letter, and as I've indicated here, we don't see that hard caps are a good tool for these rare event bycatch systems for mitigating that bycatch. And instead, there might be other approaches that would perform better than hard caps, such as dynamic time area closures based on information on the co-occurrence hotspots. And then I'm sure there's many other ideas that the TRT and the council could come up with together. And finally, I think it would be important to recognize that we are dealing with these rare bycatch event species. And while hard caps, I think, are and have been shown themselves in fisheries management to be a good tool for species that for catch or bycatch where it's not rare events, where they're caught frequently, I really don't think that they are a good tool to be used for rare bycatch events. And that's the end of what I have to offer, and I'm available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Louis Zim quickly has his hand up. Go ahead, Louis.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And thank you also very much, Dr. Hyman. I was assigned to the take reduction team when I first came on the council, and was looking. I was looking forward to working on developing bycatch reduction measures, and somehow this whole thing got shuttered aside with the hard caps drama that had started long before I was on the council. And so I just wanted to ask you, perhaps if you could discuss just a little bit more how the council would collaborate with the take reduction team in developing MSA bycatch reduction measures. I just want to mention that there's a lot of talk about bycatch reduction of other things besides marine mammals, which probably you wouldn't be involved in. But could you give us some ideas of places to go and things to do to improve this situation? Thank you.
Certainly, and thank you for the question. I think it's an important one. There is no precedent that I'm aware of. I sit on several of the TRTs and have done so for the last sort of 3 to 8 years, but the TRTs have a much longer history. So it's possible this has happened in the distant past, and I'm not aware of it. But in the last decade, I'm not aware of TRTs working closely with councils in the manner I'm suggesting. There is consultation that occurs on occasion between TRTs and the councils, but I'm suggesting a much closer working partnership. And the first thing I would suggest is that if the council is interested in pursuing this idea, that it seek guidance and input from NIMS, and the appropriate person there, I think, would be the director of the TRT program, Christy Long, and I can provide her contact details if you don't have them already. She's based out of the Office of Protected Resources. She's physically based in Seattle, but works for the Office of Protected Resources of NIMS, which is based in Silver Spring. So I think that it would require a sit down and consultation between the council and Christy and other individuals who could contribute to that process. The commission would be happy to get involved in that if we thought it would help. To work out a methodology, to work out a framework whereby the two entities could work together to develop bycatch mitigation measures that would take advantage of what the MMPA brings to the table and what the MSA brings.
Through the chair, thank you.
Yeah, did I answer your question?
Yeah, yes, it does. That's a very interesting approach, and I might note that when the states and the feds get together on things happen, and I appreciate that.
All right, John Ugoretz.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks for the presentation. I just have 3 questions trying to frame this in my mind. And first, has any of the information you presented regarding requirements under Marine Mammal Protection Act changed since the council's original decision on hard caps?
Not that I'm aware, no. I'm not sure what you mean by requirements under the MMPA, but if we're talking about the requirements of the Act, no, because it hasn't been amended recently. And if you're talking about regulations, then there might be one that I can think of that could impinge on this, but otherwise, no.
John, you have a follow-up?
Thanks. I do have a couple. Maybe this helps clarify a little, but you mentioned the requirement for federal agencies to explain when they are not following the Marine Mammal Commission's recommendations. And is it common in those cases where agencies are not following your recommendations for them to be taking a more conservative position and attempting to lower take beyond what the commission recommends?
No, I wouldn't say it's common. I'm sure it's happened in the past, but I don't think it's common, because I think typically we are urging, given our role in oversight of the implementation of the Marine Mammal Protection Act, and the prime directive of the Marine Mammal Protection Act is protection and conservation of marine mammals, that starts with a prohibition on the take of marine mammals. There are then exceptions to that. So given that that is our role, it's much more common that we're urging agencies to do more to protect marine mammals and their environments.
John, do you have a further question?
Thank you. Yeah, just one last follow-up. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And so it would be my understanding that Marine Mammal Protection Act does not prohibit actions which reduce bycatch to levels below PBR. It's not, PBR is not a target for how much you're taking, correct?
That is correct. It's not a target in the sense of fisheries management, where allowable take might be a target. There's a sort of a fundamental difference between the way we manage fisheries and protected species. In the case of marine mammals, where we are managing them, or managing the impacts on them from human activities, to try to minimize those activities and maximize the likelihood that marine mammal populations recover if they're depleted, or if they're not, that they remain at sustainable levels. Yeah, I don't know, does that answer what you wanted?
Thanks very much. And yes, thanks, Mr. Chair. I don't have anything else.
Thanks, John.
Phil Anderson.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman, and thanks very much for being here today and providing us this presentation. I think I have two questions. The first is, by coming to us here today and providing us these recommendations, what is the commission hoping to accomplish as it relates to the relative health of the species that the council placed hard caps on when they took their action, I think in 2015?
I think, as I said at the beginning of my presentation, the commission has been very pleased that the Pacific Fishery Management Council has chosen to be involved, to engage in the mitigation of marine mammal bycatch. There is a history of the commission making recommendations to that effect in different regions over the last few decades, and recommendations that were often not responded to. It's generally uncommon for the councils to get involved in mitigation of impacts of fisheries on protected species. Well, I shouldn't say let me back up, not a protected species, on marine mammals. Because I think there are a number of examples of getting involved in bycatch mitigation with respect to turtles. So the commission certainly has been pleased with the council's attempts in these areas. The thrust of the 2016 letter by the commission was, however, that it, one, didn't see that hard caps would add conservation value. So if the desire was to reduce bycatch further than the requirements of the MMPA, we didn't see that hard caps would be a very effective tool at doing that. And the second was that at the time, the council was undertaking this action largely independently of the TRT process. And we were concerned that that would could undermine the TRT process, which has proved very, very successful in the US in some cases, not all, but in some cases at reducing bycatch toward those targets specified in the Act. Currently, the bycatch rates for all of the marine mammal species in the drift gillnet fishery are below PBR and CMRG. So we, from the perspective of what's required by the MMPA, the Commission doesn't see any need to go further. And it's one of the reasons why there are no current actions being considered by the Pacific Ocean Cetacean TRT, is because it has been completely successful at reducing bycatch to insignificant levels below ZMRG. It is the most successful TRT in the US. So my comments here apply, I think, to not what the TRT would seek to achieve under the MMPA, but rather that if the council does choose to go forward, it could be I think it would be very valuable to work with the TRT, given their experience at mitigating bycatch, specifically in this fishery, and that being the Pacific Ocean's cetacean TRT, and also to keep this in mind because currently the bycatch rates are so low. Due to two reasons, as I said before, one of which is that for certain species, the mitigation measures have been effective, but also the decrease in the size of the fishery and the fishing effort has been a major factor. And if this fishery were to increase again and say get up to the size of 1,000 or more sets per year, then some of those species now that are below the biological reference points and don't require action under the MMPA might again require action. So again, under those circumstances, if the council was wanting to move forward with mitigation measures, we would want, the commission would want to see them working with the TRT.
Corey Niles.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here and providing your perspective. I think I won't go into too much of our perspectives here from WDFW, but we have, since 2016 earlier on, see the Marine Mammal MMPA in Magnuson as different laws, and we see the council having a policy purview here that and a lot of expertise in managing fisheries and bycatch from rockfish to endangered species. And in my experience, when we have a lot of Section 7 consultations going on, and when when all the processes come together, I don't think you can beat the council process in coming up with management measures and having it done in an open, transparent, public way. So again, we've long seen the MMPA's PBR and population level goals as much different as what we're dealing with here. But with that lead in, I think the one thing that seems pretty common, and I have to admit to not really being familiar with it, and I see that the agency has made almost kind of an arbitrary choice on what it means, but their zero mortality rate goal is kind of what I'm curious about. And if you could go to that slide where you had the PBR listed for the few species we're talking about here. If I understood it right.
That's slide 7, I believe.
Sorry, I do not have, I was watching your screen. I don't have the in front of me.
Is this the one you wanted?
No, it had the actual, well, that's where the zero rate mortality goal is. Insignificant bycatch levels approaching a zero rate.
Yes.
Then if you go to the numbers of.
Oh, the numbers. Okay, yes, that's slides 15, 1-5.
Well, let's see. Okay, it was this one. So if you could explain, in the plain language of zero mortality rate goal, versus this, maybe you could elaborate on a bit more. But I think if you look at our Magnuson Act and with the word minimize, or the phrase minimize bycatch to the extent practicable, it is, if practicable, get it close to zero as possible. So could you go through this, how the zero rate mortality goal fits in to to the bigger picture here?
Sure. So the Marine Mammal Protection Act starts with a prohibition. This is from 1972 when it went into effect. Starts with a prohibition on the take of marine mammals. Most of the rest of the act sets up exceptions for that, and one of which is marine mammals can be taken by fisheries, incidentally, of course, under certain circumstances. And there are 2 major sections within the act that address those. And it also, the act addresses what to do when the levels are excessive. And one part of that is what I was talking about before, which is the take reduction process. So in the act, the PBR is defined as the level of take that would allow the population to recover if it had been depleted. Or if it was already at optimal sustainable population level, which is something like OSY, something like above B would be above B OSY in fishery talk. As long as the population is, as long as the mortality in the population due to fisheries interactions is below PBR, then based on some extensive simulation testing that was done back in the 1990s that set this process up, under most circumstances, populations of marine mammals will be able to recover to the optimal sustainable population level, or if they're there, remain at that level. If, however, mortality rate is below PBR, and the assumption is that will not happen, and the population, I'm sorry, if it's above it, excuse me. So if the mortality rate is higher than the biological reference point, then recovery or maintaining at OSP may not be possible, and if it's extreme enough, the population may decline. Because of the fundamental goal of the Marine Mammal Protection Act, it is very conservative with respect to protecting populations of marine mammals. So it also establishes the ultimate goal, which is the zero rate mortality goal. And it didn't define numerically what that was in the act and left it to NIMS to define it in practice. So, and in implementing regulations, NIMS has defined the zero rate mortality goal as 10% of PBR, that would be sufficiently low to be insignificant or minimal or close enough to be a zero rate. And so 10% of PBR is defined as the zero rate mortality goal. And if interactions with a fishery, if mortality and serious injury due to those interactions has been reduced below ZMRG, 10% of PBR, then then in that situation, the ultimate or final goal of the MMPA has been reached for that population and fishery. And in this graph, in this chart right here, we can see that over half of the species in 2000 had not reached that goal, but as of 2015 to 2019, all of them have. So while in the MSA, you brought up the point that under the MSA, there's a consideration of what's practicable. That doesn't enter to that degree in the MMPA. Now there are some caveats, but these are goals that are have to be reached, and there are few exceptions to that. And I would also point out that you, Corey, you brought up the issue of minimizing bycatch, that the requirement to minimize bycatch to the extent practicable under the MSA, that does not apply to marine mammals or protected species. Doesn't apply to marine mammals, sorry, because by definition in the MSA, bycatch is fish. It's fish bycatch that's being referred to, and by definition in the MSA, fish explicitly exclude marine mammals and seabirds, by the way. So the only part of that I've been able to find of the MSA that applies to marine mammals is that one that I had on the earlier slide, section 303B, I believe it is, that just says that within a fisheries management plan, the council and NIMS have the discretion to put in place measures that would, and I don't remember the exact wording here, would reduce the take of non-target species, which would include marine mammals.
All right. Any further questions, Corey? I'm not hearing you, Corey. I'm going to go to Karin Braby.
Sorry, Mr. Chair. I thought I hit the mute twice. Just a real quick follow-up.
Sure.
If you could go to slide 16 there, just to make sure I'm tracking. So you're saying the zero mortality rate for a fin whale would just be 10% of that 2.1, which is
yes.
Okay.
Right.
Thank you.
All right, now Karin Braby.
Yeah, hi. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Dr. Heineman, for your presentation. Year by year, I learn more about the Marine Mammal Protection Act and the specifics of implementing it, and you have added to my learning, so thank you. What I heard from you today was reassuring that the activities that are happening, the fishing particularly with DGN, is currently not a biological concern, being under PBR and under ZMRG. And those determinations help me have confidence in not needing to be concerned about a biologically impactful aspect to this fishery at this time. Granted, effort changes, have to stay the same, et cetera, for that to remain true.
Yes.
However, you also are suggesting that the council, in pursuing policy that could drive take even lower, should be done through the TRT. And that's where I'm still not clear on what that what that would look like and why the TRT, if there's no biologically relevant impact, why the TRT would address that. And so I just wanted to raise that statement, if you will. It's not really a question, and see if that raises any additional comment from you. And this is really building on Corey's previous statements around, the MSA mandates to reduce bycatch, regardless of the species, regardless of biologically, population level relevant impacts. So I'll pause there.
Thanks for the question. I think it's a good one. And I think the first thing I would say is that, as I mentioned at the beginning of my presentation, the Commission really appreciates the interest and effort that the Council has put into reducing bycatch. Under the requirements of the MMPA that I just discussed, in this fishery, there's not an issue anymore at the moment. Now, if effort changes, that could change, or if we get some unfortunate events, it could change again. If we suddenly have a couple more sperm whales that are caught, and we suddenly will be in a potentially in a different situation than we are right now. That said, as I've mentioned a couple times, the primary goal of the Marine Mammal Protection Act is protection of marine mammals. And so if the Council is taking actions that protect marine mammals, even those that are not listed under the ESA, are not what they call strategic stocks under the MMPA or depleted stocks, they're not stocks that are above ZMRG or PBR, the Commission, if the Council wants to take actions that would further protect even those species, that is consistent with the MMPA, at least by my reading of it. And I think the Council would be supportive of those. And that is one reason why the Commission is supportive of the development of the deep set buoy gear, which is clearly has much lower bycatch rates across the board for marine mammals. That said, if the Council is undertaking, and this, we're reading this as a specific recommendation in this particular case with these particular species in this particular fishery, but I mean, the Commission is also interested in the general effect that this recommendation has across the board for all councils and TRTs, is that when councils are getting involved in the mitigation and the minimization of bycatch of marine mammals, a large body of expertise is housed, that's probably not the best word, is held within the TRTs. TRTs, I didn't mention this before, but you may be well aware, they are made up of stakeholders from fisheries, from state and federal agencies, from independent scientists and conservation groups. And they do nothing but work with the problems of mitigating bycatch of marine mammals in fisheries. So while I'm certainly well aware of and completely agree that the Council holds enormous expertise and experience in managing fisheries, so do the TRTs that hold that experience with this particular area of it, which is the bycatch of marine mammals. And therefore, the Commission sees that in the cases where the interests of those two bodies and the requirements that they have for reducing bycatch overlap or intersect, that we feel that they would be the ultimate actions that NIMS takes, which oversees both bodies, would be more effective if the two entities, the TRT and the councils, would work closely together in developing those. Now, I am not recommending that the council turn over, in this particular case, I'm not recommending that the council turn over or ask the TRT to take the lead, because as you've pointed out, with all of the species below ZMRG, the TRT has, in and of itself, on its own, under the mandates of the MFPA, has no more role to play at the moment. But if the council wants to go ahead to further reduce bycatch of these and other species that aren't under the purview of the marine mammal protection of the TRT, then I think it would be beneficial to work with the TRT. I think it would enable you to tap into their expertise and experience. And should conditions change in the next few years, either because of changes in effort or we get some of those rare events happening again, then there will be a requirement for the TRT to take action. And both bodies would have a mandate to move forward. Did that answer that question?
That was helpful. Thank you.
Sure.
Are there further questions on the presentation? Thank you very much, Dr. Heineman.
Thank you.
We'll now move to the management team report. And that will be Liz Helmers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, just fine, Liz.
Great. Good afternoon, council members. My name is Liz Helmers with the HMS management team, and I will be doing a brief overview of our first report that was in the supplemental briefing book. And then I will be reading our second report that was just added to the briefing book this morning, and I'll be reading that into the record. So in the HMS management team's first report, we provided the council with a proposed revision to the purpose and need. And in our report, you can see the original purpose and need that the council had adopted back in 2015 for the hard caps item. And our proposed purpose is to incentivize fishing practices and tools in an effort to minimize bycatch and bycatch mortality, and conserve non-target species in the drift gillnet fisheries to the extent practicable to address National Standard 9 and Section 303 of the MSA. Our proposed revisions to the need is to ensure that incidental take and bycatch of non-target species in the DGN fishery does not become excessive or constraining to the economic viability of the West Coast-based swordfish fishery. Farther down in our report, we provided 3 general approaches that kind of characterize the discussion that the team had around ways that the council might be able to modify the original action for hard caps and apply it this time that would hopefully address some of the issues that were identified in the NIMS report or in the NIMS analysis of the action. So those 3 general categories were to revisit the hard cap numbers. The second was to adjust the management response to a cap being reached. And the third was to adjust how current caps are administered. And so our report does have a few examples. These were not necessarily recommendations, but we're trying to give context to the idea and to the discussion that the team had around these. And I will now go to our report 2 that is in the supplemental briefing book. So almost since their inception, hard caps for the large mesh DGN fishery have been controversial and gained criticism from several agencies outside of the PFMC process. This may largely be due to the misconception that the intent of hard caps is to manage specific marine mammal and sea turtle bycatch levels in the fishery for the purpose of a biological need, which is already managed through other federal processes such as the MMPA and ESA. Original, as well as recent, council discussion made clear that the hard caps action is a policy decision aimed at reducing bycatch in the DGN fishery by incentivizing responsible fishing practices in the fleet. The HMSMT proposed a revised purpose and need, which attempted to capture the council's current policy objectives, but the team still struggles to fully understand why hard caps management continues to be the preferred method to achieve them. In 2014, the Council was evaluating the potential reopening of a section known as the Area Under Consideration, or the AUC, of the PLCA to DGN fishing. In the midst of the process, the Pacific Offshore Cetacean Take Reduction Team was convened to address the incidental take of 2 sperm whales in the DGN fishery. It was this event that initiated a council discussion of further management of the DGN fishery, including the possible implementation of hard caps. In the discussions that followed, the council stated its intent was to reduce bycatch and incentivize changes in the fishing behavior of DGN participants. In more recent years, however, much of the context surrounding council discussion at the outset of considering hard caps management seems to have been lost. Originally, hard caps, in tandem with 100% observer coverage, were discussed as a way the DGN fishery could continue fishing with increased opportunity under an opening of part of the PLCA, such as the AUC, while still limiting bycatch. Additionally, the council discussed the eventual goal of transitioning the DGN fishery to another viable commercial pier capable of harvesting a comparable quantity and value of swordfish and other marketable species with less inherent bycatch. In public comment, both industry and non-governmental organization representatives openly supported the approach. The fishermen lending support in light of increased opportunity, and the NGOs lending support for the purpose of bycatch reduction. This context, in conjunction with the state of the DGN fishery and issuance of the first deep set buoy gear exempted fishing permits, made hard caps a viable approach to reaching the council's specified goals. So given that the federal DGN permits were not issued until after the council's 2015 recommendation to implement hard caps, the team reviewed some of the trends in permit issuance at the state level and found that the number of issued permits has decreased substantially. In 2014, there were 74 DGN permits issued by the state of California, but this number has dropped to only 36 permits in 2021. That's a reduction of 51.4% in state permits. In 2018, California State Bill SB 1017 was implemented and a permit buyback program established. According to the CDFW report under F4, if all eligible permit holders complete the state program, the number of state permits would drop to 33.7% of the 2014 number. Effort has also decreased in the DGN fishery over time. Around the time of initial hard cap discussion, estimated effort in the DGN fishery was 559 sets for the 2013-14 season and 379 sets for the 14-15 season. With the prospect of hard caps, permit buyouts, and repeated state legislation aimed at prohibiting this fishery, effort jumped to 714 sets in the 16-17 season and 618 sets in the 17-18 season. But since then, effort has again dropped substantially to 321 sets in the 19-20 season. Since the effort peak in the 16-17 season, effort has dropped by 55.1%. Even using the lower effort estimate from 2014, the fishery has seen a 15.4% decrease in effort between the 14-15 and 19-20 seasons. This doesn't account for the further reduction in fishing effort associated with the SB 1017 buyback program starting in 2020, in which 16 of the 32 active state permit holders recently completed the program, and 28 of those 32 active permit holders indicated their intent to participate. Should all 28 active permit holders complete the program, 87.5% of the active participants in the DGN fishery are expected to no longer fish DGN gear, which would further reduce bycatch levels. In addition to declines in permits and effort over time, there were no interactions with hard cap species between the Council's hard cap recommendation and the 2019-2020 fishing season, despite higher levels of effort during 2 of those seasons, which hadn't been seen since prior to the implementation of the PLCA, as well as higher observer coverage levels than much of the pre-PLCA period. And you can see that in Table 1 in our report. The finfish retention rate has also consistently remained above the Council's performance metric of 70% in recent years. 10-year moving average trends for finfish bycatch indicate flat or decreasing trends for finfish performance metric species or species groups. Due to the history of litigation on hard caps, the proposed federal legislation for the DGN fishery, ongoing litigation on the state buyback program, and the current state of the DGN fishery, The management team sees even less of a biological need for hard caps. Despite this, the team wishes to provide the council with clear options for a range of alternatives to the council's 2015 proposed hard caps as requested, but has found it challenging to identify new alternatives to achieve council objectives while not resulting in a negative economic impact to the DGN fishery participants that is disproportionately high relative to conservation benefit should a cap be reached. So below in our report, the team provides pros and cons to each of the 3 general hard cap management response approaches mentioned in our first report. We would like to reiterate that the approaches and examples in the prior report were largely intended to capture discussion, illustrate ideas, and offer a broad foundation from which recommendations could be made. As such, many of the pieces of that report, such as the changing of hard cap numbers outside of adjustments necessary to change the cap window, using serious injury versus injury, are not given further consideration in this report because the team did not feel they met the council objectives. Absent of additional feedback from the council on revisions to the purpose and need or other considerations for specifying a proposed action, the team assumed that the proposed action for developing a range of alternatives is to manage the fishery solely through a hard cap system versus other management options, e.g. reducing latent effort, transitioning the fishery to other peers. However, there was consensus within the team that the changes in the characteristics of the fishery since hard caps were proposed as an effective strategy indicate that they may no longer be the optimal method to improve bycatch avoidance in the fishery. Should the council wish only to consider hard caps as its approach to bycatch reduction, the team presents some potential options for management response approaches for the council to consider. So to touch on the 3 areas that we had identified in our initial report, the team provided some pros and cons. So for the first, to revisit hard cap numbers, e.g. cap bycatch below species biological need, yet incentivize responsible fishing behavior with reduced economic impact. Some of those pros are the numbers could be determined or adjusted based on current effort and bycatch levels in the fishery, or slight increases to cap levels could greatly reduce closure frequency with limited additional impacts to bycatch species of concern. The cons are lengthy process with no clear methodology for systematically adjusting the council adopted cap levels, or that the council has stated that it does not want to consider changes to cap levels aside from proportional adjustments that may be warranted by reduction of the time frame over with which caps are applied. The second approach was to adjust the management response to reaching a cap, e.g. reduce the temporal or spatial extent of the closure or tailor a closure to benefits for hard cap species. Some of the pros to this approach would be to reducing the closure period would reduce the economic burden to the fleet. Also, it could augment MMPA goals for strategic stocks, ensuring a 0 rate mortality goal is met, and tailor the management response in either severity and/or conservation benefit to the species of concern. Some of the cons to this approach is that it adds another layer of complexity to identifying and evaluating alternatives and monitoring and enforcing the management response if a hard cap is triggered. Remaining season closures could have a high negative impact if an individual bycatch cap or fleet cap is met early in the season, and that incentives may be reduced during the later portion of the season if closure periods do not carry over into the following season. However, the delayed closure effect may reduce potential conservation benefits to hard cap species if oceanic conditions or species presence changes during that time. And then the third approach was to adjust how current caps are administered, e.g. individual versus fleet-wide caps and closures. So the pros to this approach, a fleet cap may increase incentive for a fleet-wide coordination on bycatch avoidance, and modifying the trigger for fishery closure to the exceedance rather than meeting of a hard cap by maintaining limits on bycatch with much less frequent closures and with minimal increase in bycatch. The cons are the feasibility of ensuring equitable monitoring coverage across the fleet, minimal difference in the individual versus fleet cap size, and then issues with observers reporting interactions. So alternative approaches to incentivization and bycatch minimization that the team brought in our report, we We felt that should the council decide that hard caps management is not the best approach, there's some additional alternative management approaches that could be considered. The first is to replace the hard caps approach with a monetary fine, either fleet-wide or individual, associated with an interaction with a species of concern. Such an approach may be more effective at incentivizing more selective fishing practices because vessels could continue to fish and employ lessons learned. The second is to place a retainer on the federal limited entry DGN permit to incentivize reduced bycatch through reward rather than punishment. That is, permit fees could be applied to fund a retainer for a DGN fishing season, which would be refunded at the end of the season to individuals in the fleet who have no interactions with species included on the hard cap list. Alternatively, if the policy were to be implemented at a fleet level, the refund could apply to all members of the fleet. Similar to the first alternative, this approach may allow vessels to continue to fish and apply lessons learned. And then lastly, using performance metrics, a policy to implement a closure or penalty for participants in the fishery based on whether a trend in the 5-year or 10-year moving average of estimated total bycatch exceeded a predetermined threshold. So the team views these alternative approaches as novel ideas and in need of further investigation of their feasibility. We request that the council provide guidance to the team on which of the approaches described in our first report and or the alternatives described above are consistent with the purpose and need the council is slated to adopt at this meeting. With that information, the team can develop a range of alternatives for a future meeting. And that is the end of our report, and I am more than happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Liz. It looks like John Ugoretz has a question for you.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Ms. Helmers, for the report. And I do have to say that while I'm normally impressed with the management team's efforts to provide the council with responsive information, in this case, I think you all have swung and missed rather dramatically. If you look back at the motion that directed the team to provide us with information, it's rather clear. It provides a reason and a purpose, as well as a desire to see hard cap approaches that meet our need. It appears through this report that you chose to spend your time with 2 pages of a 4-page report talking about history and how that has changed. And so I guess my question is that in page 3 of the report, the team states that the team assumed that the proposed action for developing a range of alternatives is to manage the fishery solely through a hard cap system versus other management options. And I'm wondering how in any world the team came to that conclusion, given their knowledge of what the council does to manage this fishery.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Ugoretz, for your questions. I'm kind of unsure how to answer the last part of that question. I don't think the team's intent in saying that the council solely manages the fishery, or its intent to solely manage the fishery through hard caps was implying that there are not other ways that the council and I think even the states to some degree manage the fishery. In this context, we were referring to specifically incentivizing changing fishing behavior to manage bycatch in the fishery. So it wasn't meant as a slight towards the council's work on the fishery, only just trying to clarify what the council's intent was in this situation. We provided a lot of background information and a lot of information on the current status of the fishery, because since the hard cap action was first discussed and adopted by the council, membership on the council has changed substantially, and we received input that some background history on the action would be beneficial to those members of the public and to the council in moving forward and considering this agenda item.
John?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Ms. Helmers, for the response. I guess I would just say that it's important that the public knows that the council is taking many actions to manage this fishery, including to help reduce bycatch in a variety of ways, and that hard caps is not the sole purpose, but that we will come up with a purpose and need here.
All right, further questions for the management team? I'm not seeing any other hands. Thanks very much, Liz. We'll next hear from the advisory subpanel, Dave Rudy.
Good afternoon, Chair and council members. I have a medium-sized report for you. Anyway, I am going to go over a little bit of history too. So earlier this year, the United States District Court for the District of Columbia cast its line in favor of California's drift net fishermen. In doing so, the court vacated the hard cap rules due to conflicts with National Standard 7. As a result, the council is now considering adopting a revised proposed action, purpose and need statement, and range of alternatives as appropriate. Against that background, the Highly Migratory Species Advisory Subpanel offers the following comments. Background. For the benefit of the council members and others who were not involved when this came before you in 2015, we offer a brief summary of past events. At that time, the advisory subpanel recommended the no action alternative, but if hard caps were going to be applied, they be limited to endangered Act species listed sea turtles. The reason for limiting hard caps to sea turtles is because marine mammal bycatch is addressed by the Pacific Ocean Cetacean Take Reduction Team process, while there is no comparable process for sea turtles. The procedural history of the hard cap rulemaking is outlined at item F5 attachment 1 about the Gary Burke versus Wynn Coggins Department of Commerce pages 3 through 7. In summary, the court's ruling and rationale for its decision decided with Gary Burke decided that the case on the actions inconsistent with the Magnuson-Stevens Act National 7. Revised proposed action. Given the information provided under agenda items F1, no observer bias, F4, performing metrics, it is unclear why the hard caps are necessary from a biological perspective. The paper submitted as agenda F1 supplement National Marine Fisheries Report 2, observing unobserved characteristics in the drift net fishery or swordfish on page 17, includes the following quote. We observed little statistical differences between observed and unobserved trips, neither for vessels that periodically carried observers or vessels who never carried observers. The materials provided under agenda item F4 DriftNet Fishery Bycatch Performance Report shows the fishery is performing well in terms of bycatch minimization, lower bycatch mortality, and conservation of non-target species. We are mindful of the demands of being placed on the council time and resources and believe that your time would be better spent on more pressing issues. As such, we recommend the council not take up hard caps. We address the other items enumerated in the situation summary should the council deem moving forward with hard caps as appropriate. Revised purpose and need. Although the HMS-MT has provided revisions to the purpose and need statement in their report, the advisory subpanel does not see any compelling purpose and need for this action. While the management team's proposed revised purpose is to incentivize fishing practices and tools in an effort to minimize bycatch and bycatch mortality and conserve non-target species, we believe the best way to incentivize someone is to reward them for doing what you want them to do. In reality, the proposed purpose is punitive in nature and will penalize someone or the fleet for interactions that are rare and unforeseeable. How do you incentivize someone to fish more carefully when the practice you're trying to correct happens so rarely? Thus, we are unsure if the threat of closure or other punitive action will incentivize anything. DGN fishermen already have a strong incentive to avoid interactions with large marine mammals because it is economically devastating, given that the loss of a DGN fishing gear can cost up to $80,000, and that does not include the loss of fishing time. These increased expenses and other associated costs necessitate careful and deliberate planning. More fundamentally, fishermen have no desire to harm protected marine life. Range of alternatives. We view this as the scoping meeting for this issue. If the council decides to move forward with further conversation on hard caps, we recommend the council limit its action to adopting a purpose and need for public review at this meeting and to schedule discussion on the range of alternatives for future meeting. Conclusion, the DGN fishery has taken great strides to avoid, limit, and reduce bycatch. Acoustic pingers have resulted in near elimination of interactions with large cetaceans at a time when marine mammal populations continue to expand. Net extenders, time, and area closures have reduced interaction with sea turtles to virtually none. Yes, interactions with some marine mammal populations continue, but none of these at levels which are concerning from a population level standpoint. This fishery should be applauded and promoted for all it has done, but for some it is not enough. There is a continuing lobbying for the elimination of the fishery while touting the harpoon and deep set buoy gear fisheries. It is beyond dispute that neither of these fisheries can meet demand, nor are they truly financially viable. Some seem to confuse making a profit on a specific trip with long-term economic success of a business and one's family. Additionally, while we are unaware of any studies on the subject, we think it is very likely that the carbon footprint of those fisheries, measured in terms of gallon of fuel burned per pound of fish landed, is significantly greater than the DGN fishery. We believe any action should be based on sound science, including biology and economics, not politics. Here, an action without an identified conservation or economic benefit stands to destroy a fishery, harm fishermen and their families, and make the U.S. more reliant on seafood harvested by nations with much less concern for whales, sea turtles, and other species of concern, and results in higher contributions to climate change causing greenhouse gas emissions. We ask that you prioritize science and support well-managed U.S. fisheries and their dependent fishing communities by not proceeding with this action. That concludes my statement.
Thanks very much, Dave. Are there any questions of Dave on the AS report? Louis Zim.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. And Dave, I'd like to ask you a series of questions. I'm particularly glad that you're up here and virtually in front of us as a processor. So my first question is, how many vessels are now delivering in the last year? I guess I could say the last season, which I think is still closed right now because of whale, of DGN vessels are now delivering?
So I buy from 2 or 3 DGN vessels, but I would say there's probably 15 vessels operating at this time on the average, 10 to 15, somewhere in that range.
Okay, through the chair, could you please identify those countries that you mentioned earlier in the day that you import from? Could you please identify the countries that you import from now?
Sure. We import swordfish from Mexico. We import swordfish from Australia. We import swordfish from South America, either directly or indirectly. So I may not be the importer. Many times I'll buy fish in Los Angeles from another importer. So, but the main sources of swordfish for the market, there's obviously fish caught on the West Coast, and there's fish caught on the East Coast, mostly by longline. And then there are sources of swordfish that come out of Brazil, Chile, they come out of South Africa, they come out of Australia, they come out of Southeast Asia. So there's a number of sources for swordfish. The swordfish business is difficult because it's hard to tell where the market's going because there's so many sources of swordfish. It's always going up and down based on supply and demand.
Through the chair, thank you for that, Dave. Are you familiar with any bycatch reduction programs that are in effect from the countries that you are importing your swordfish?
Thank you for that question. As far as I know, there is no bycatch reduction. I'm not positive of that, but I know certainly most swordfish is caught by long lines. And in the US, we have strict requirements on the type of hooks, the type of bait, the mitigation for seabirds, and those do not exist in other countries. In fact, I've talked to some fishermen that would have contact out in the international waters with international fishermen, and they kind of ask, why are you doing all this? You can catch more swordfish if you use J hooks instead of circle hooks. And but we have a responsibility to reduce bycatch, and that's why our longline fishermen use circle hooks, not J hooks, amongst a number of other methods. But longline is by far the most predominant method of catching swordfish in the world.
Thank you, through the chair, Dave. Then if in fact a hard cap is reached, then would I interpret that to mean that all of your fish would be imported from either the East Coast longline fishery or from international fisheries?
For the most part, because that's the market price that most buyers want to pay. There is a niche market for deep set buoy gear. It's primary fishermen selling direct to restaurants. There's not a lot of room for a wholesaler. There is one wholesaler in Los Angeles that does buy quite a bit of product, but they have a real big customer base of restaurants. But in general, yes, most of the market is looking for a price point that's similar to longline fish coming from other countries. Again, we do buy some deep set buoy gear fish, but it's a limited market.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's all I have.
All right, thanks, Louis. Thanks, Dave. Krista Svensson.
No, thank you. Just one follow-up question on Louis. In terms of imports, are you importing any other drift caught or gillnet caught swordfish, or is it basically all longline?
It's all longline. Longline has a better quality fish, so the fish lasts longer, and it has a higher value in the market. So most countries have switched to longline. There may be some drift net fisheries I believe in Chile there are some drift net fisheries, but it's usually not exported. It's sold for domestic use, primarily because drift net swordfish doesn't have a long shelf life.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. All right, any further questions on the report by the AS? Thank you very much, Dave.
Thank you.
And now we'll have a report from the enforcement consultants, Greg Bush.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the council. I'll be reading supplemental EC report 1 for agenda item F5A, enforcement consultants report on possible proposed drift gillnet fishery hard caps. The enforcement consultants have reviewed the documents pertaining to agenda item F5, drift gillnet fishery hard caps, and have the following comments. The EC supports the council's efforts to conserve non-target species and further reduce bycatch, including incidental take of ESA-listed species and marine mammals in the drift gillnet fishery below levels currently permitted by applicable laws, while maintaining or enhancing an economically viable West Coast-based swordfish fishery. Hard caps. Hard caps are based on acceptable levels of incidental takes of these species. Proposed measures include individual hard caps on a vessel-to-vessel basis, hard caps enforced on a fleet-wide basis, and a combination of individual and fleet-wide hard caps as a whole. Managing agencies depend on the accurate reporting of the take of hard cap species. The hard caps currently in place are based on data from NIMS observers or a NIMS electronic monitoring program. EC is concerned about the accuracy of data if the data are also based upon self-reported take, because of the motivations for misreporting are exceptionally high when a take may trigger a hard cap. The history of accurate self-reporting has not been completely reliable. For example, the EC noted 2 recently adjudicated enforcement cases involving drift gillnet vessels where the operators failed to report the take of marine mammals and only remitted to the take after being presented with video evidence. Neither of these vessels were required to carry an observer. Observers and electronic monitoring. The EC recommends that any proposed hard cap regulation imposed on the drift gillnet fleet require 100% participation in observer program, electronic monitoring, or a combination of the two, depending on the language the council adopts for hard cap-based management actions. This concludes the EC statement.
Thank you very much, Greg. Are there any questions of Greg? Louis Zim.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your report, Greg. I'm trying to identify
financing for 100% monitoring. I know presently the shop that monitors has financing for approximately 25% or up to 30%. Do you have any idea where the financing for 100% monitoring would come from?
Through the chair, Mr. Zim, thank you for the question. No, we do not have any sources of financing identified or recommendations on such.
Thank you.
All right, any further questions of the enforcement consultants? I'm not seeing any, so thank you, Greg. This takes us to public comment. We have 4 commenters, as you see on the screen there. We'll take them in the order presented. Jeff Chester. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the opportunity to give comment. This is Jeff Chester representing Oceana. First, we wanted to start by voicing our full support and urge the council to implement a full transition away from the use of drift gillnet gear towards cleaner gear, consistent with California state law and proposed federal law. Hard caps are a critical way to incentivize a transition to cleaner gears and behaviors, and we believe are an integral part of the transition, providing safeguards to prevent increases in bycatch. NIMS has not implemented a 100% monitoring and hard caps, and you just heard the EC report underscoring the need for 100% monitoring due to the lack of self-reporting being insufficient. We note regarding Mr. Zim's point about financing that there would now be far fewer vessels and observers needed given the highly decreased size of the fleet relative to even a few years ago. The presence of a clean, profitable gear type, deep set buoy gear, really undercuts the agency's rationale for withdrawing the original hard caps rule. As you heard in NIMS report under F3, 92% of the standard buoy gear catch was swordfish in 2020. And according to PACFIN, deep set buoy gear caught 4 times more swordfish than drift gillnet with no protected species catch at all and an 82% higher price per pound. Than deep set buoy gear than drift gillnet. And in 2019, the scientists at the Flagler Institute for Environmental Research published a study, peer-reviewed study, showing the deep set buoy gear is profitable on par with the level of daily profitability from drift gillnet in terms of the estimates provided by the management team. So the transition is underway. As you heard from the CDFW report on F4, over at least 16 active drift gillnet fishermen have already participated. Oceana has provided a bit over $1 million. The Ocean Protection Council as well, $1 million, and the proposed California budget includes the remaining needed to compensate all the willing participants, which would total 28 of the 32 active drift gillnet fishermen. And of course, there is the ongoing federal legislation. We wanted to point out that essentially it was the previous administration that opposed the will of the council, the state of California, and U.S. Congress due largely to hostility to conservation and the concept of regulation. We appreciate the need, the purpose and need statement as modified to better reflect the council's intent. However, we did have some concerns with the management team's proposal and basically began with that and made some modifications. You can find those in our letter under this agenda item. I'll just read really quickly what we propose. The purpose of hard caps is to incentivize fishing practices and tools that avoid and minimize incidental catch of non-target and protected species in the drift gillnet fishery to address National Standard 9 and Section 303 of the MSA. And the need is to ensure that the drift gillnet fishery minimizes incidental take and bycatch of non-target and protected species. So we wanted to point out there is a clear mandate in the MSA to reduce bycatch to the extent practicable. And there is full discretion to reduce bycatch and impacts of an incidental catch of non-target species, including marine mammals. This is additive to the Marine Mammal Protection Act and ESA.
And the mechanism for doing so under the MSA is clear. It's through fishery management plans and biennial or in specifications and management measures that for HMS happen every 2 years biennially. The MMPA in no way constrains councils that want to go above and beyond the minimum legal requirements of the MMPA or the ESA or the recommendations of the Marine Mammal Commission. And there is no requirement to consult with take reduction teams if using MSA authority. And we, as the council, many council members have put it, the council's action under the EMSA to go above and beyond MMPA requirements in no way undermines take reduction teams. The council can simply go above and beyond the MMPA and the ESA requirements and has the authority and jurisdiction to do so. So Oceana urges the council to adopt the strongest possible hard caps, complete the authorization of buoy gear, and immediately implement a 100% monitoring requirement in a single rulemaking along with the hard caps, and ultimately to shift focus then to developing a transition for the remaining federal drift gillnet permits. Hard caps hold the drift gillnet fleet accountable while the fishery
Jeff,
transitions more selected gear types. We
a little bit.
Okay, yeah, I apologize for that. It must be a bad cell connection.
Yeah.
Thank you. We appreciate the ideas by the management team, including both the fleet and individual vessel caps. And we specifically asked that the council include the original hard caps numbers and consequences as an alternative in the range of alternatives. And we believe that should be analyzed because there would be far different analysis results given the many changes that have happened over the last few years in this fishery, particularly with respect to the economics and economic effects. And just to conclude, hard caps really have been shown and are clearly an effective tool, including for managing and reducing rare species events. Closures of a fishery will reduce bycatch by changing behavior, and that includes through incentivizing the use of dynamic ocean management. Just like a speeding ticket reduces speeding, the more severe the penalty, the more the influence and change in behavior that is to be expected. Fishermen clearly do have the ability and can take action to fully prevent bycatch of those rare events by switching to deep set buoy gear, which has zero interactions. So there is a way to incentivizing works for these rare events. And the NIMS analysis showed hard caps would reduce bycatch and would be a conservation benefit. The take reduction team has also recommended hard caps on sperm whales in the past, in 2013, in terms of emergency measures. The state of California has implemented hard caps and dynamic ocean management together to reduce whale and turtle entanglements in the Dungeness crab fishery. And this has greatly changed fishermen behavior due to reducing the risk of these rare event bycatch of whales and sea turtles. And the Hawaii longline fisheries have used hard caps for turtles, and the council is well aware of the hard caps that are in place in the federal groundfish fisheries. So we asked the council to implement strong hard caps along with, in the same rulemaking, a 100% observer coverage requirement or electronic monitoring if that's available, while phasing out the remaining drift gillnet permits. And to address any issues over imports, should continue to push NIMFs to prioritize import restrictions under the MMPA and MSA for fisheries that do not meet equivalent bycatch standards to the U.S. So thank you. I'd be happy to take any questions and appreciate the time and ability to comment. And sorry about the audio connection if that was difficult to hear.
No problem. Thanks, Jeff. I appreciate that. Any questions for Jeff? I'm not seeing any hands. So thank you, Jeff. We'll go to Gary Burke. Gary, welcome.
Okay, am I unmuted now?
You are indeed. Welcome.
Oh, thank you. I've never done this yet on this venue. So good afternoon, Chair, Council members. My name is Gary Burke. Most of you know me as a longtime DGN participant. I first have to just respond to something that Jeff said. You know, the deep set buoy gear already caught a turtle, and they most likely caught that sperm whale, baby sperm whale. I mean, I saw the videos of the monofilament. I know the guy that lost his gear. When he retrieved it, there was no monofilament on it. I heard the enforcement talk about some of the stuff, dolphin, elephant seal. All gear is going to have bycatch. Maybe they have less, but you watch. Down the line, they're going to have, just like the Dungeness crab, you're going to have whales tangling in all those lines. But anyway, that's already water under the bridge. I'd like to take a minute here to start talking about the previous agenda items, which I didn't talk about, which is related to DGN Fishery. Firstly, you know, the lengthy observer bias report that shows no bias. This is something the fleet's always said for years. And secondly, it shows that what the observers actually are reporting is what we catch, which a lot of times seem to be disputed, which leads to the bycatch report, performance report too. You know, 74% of the catch kept last year, I guess for 2019, 80% that was not kept released alive. I mean, that's good. And I went back a few years, I saw where one of the years 15 or something, it's 84%. Some of them I didn't go through all of them, but we've always stated this is a good fishery. But some people just seem to want to keep beating it up. It's probably the best managed gillnet fishery in the world. In fact, the commission, Dennis told me that it probably is. I mean, we're doing a great job. So it brings to the hard cap issue here. You know, the original purpose and need, as I recall, was to reduce the bycatch of protected species by the fleet. The DGN fleet's always done this. I mean, interactions are wasteful. They're expensive to the boat. Like I said, you lose your net, you're out of business for the year. They're such rare events. There's no conservation benefit to the stock. They've said that, science has said that, by implementing hard caps. I mean, it does nothing. Back in the, you know, and incentivize the fleet on a rare event like that. Nobody wants to catch those things. It will do nothing to incentivize or change our behavior. People see a whale, you run. You don't want to take the chance. You know, back in the day when the hard caps, when we went through this, we were for hard caps as long as it was based on science and PBRs, but it wasn't the case. And we also thought by going through that, we might get to go back to the PLCA. Well, that didn't happen either. The lawsuit, the hard cap case that we did, was not only on National 7 economics of the fishery, but it also Standard 2, conservation benefits should be based on science. And 8, Standard 8, conservation management measures shall take into account the importance of the fisheries, resources, and fishing communities. So it wasn't just all the economics. Nowadays, the fleet's shrunk so much, the boats that are really left have only a couple months to fish because a lot of them are albacore boats. They come back down. In my opinion, any goddamn hard cap you put on them now it's going to affect us because it's such a short season. The boats that are left are probably a good portion of them. They're there because they make a lot of their money still in the swordfish. Plain and simple, hard caps are not needed. It only serve to penalize the fleet. And it's going to waste the council's time and effort where they could be doing something else. The West Coast needs this Gillnet fishery. Even if there's only a handful of boats, it produces, like I've always said, not only a swordfish, but the bycatch is becoming so important. Anyway, looking back at the first years of the deep set buoy report shows 3/4 of the fleet aren't even making money. One of the best things is John Ford's quote, in just I only had one set this year due to COVID. I did not fish much. Nothing on the deep set buoy gear, but I caught 4 swordfish and some bluefin and the drift net the same day as the deep set buoy gear. I mean, I hope in the future the council is going to work harder for what's left of the drift net fleet. And, you guys have managed this fleet through the time area closures and everything else. And I think what you've done is help bring to where we're at. But at this point here, I don't think we need any more handcuffs on the fleet. Just it's time to let this fleet fish for a while, please. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Gary. Louis Zim.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your testimony, Gary. This may be a hard question to answer, but I'm going to ask it anyway. If, in fact, the swordfish Gillnet fishery is closed, what fishery would you be engaged in, or what fishery are you engaged in outside of the swordfish fishery at this time?
Well, I only have one or two other permits. I usually fish white sea bass right now, which I'm missing for this meeting. And that kind of stock was kind of bad, so it hasn't been too good. But otherwise, it would be, swordfish has really been my life since it started. And I don't know what I would do. Probably have to sell the boat. You know, part of the thing is permits are what your boat's worth. If you get rid of that boat, permit, my boat wouldn't be worth much. I don't really looking forward to, I don't want to jump on a buoy gear because you just read the paper of what guys made last year, except for Chugi's guys, and they averaged, I think, 1.7. And they're the best swordfish guys that switched over, but still, that's not that good. And most of them, you know, said they made gross 20,000, expenses were 19. Well, if you can't live on that. If you're buying a boat and buying a house and spending 5 months in that fishery to do it, I mean, you got to remember too, these guys are catching those fish in 5 and 6 months. What we catch is only at 2 months nowadays. It's unsustainable. It's not profitable. I mean, if you own a boat and you're getting older and you just want to go out there and you've paid for it and catch a couple, it's probably a good way to do it. And that's what I see that fleet, but it's not going to be a viable commercial fleet.
Through the chair, Gary, you mentioned the white sea bass fishery, and what's the bycatch in the white sea bass fishery?
Well, there's the bycatch is when the sea bass are there, it's very little. It's kind of, but you can catch, you can catch some thrasher sharks and mako sharks in the sea bass fishery, which are all sellable. And then you get some bonita, sometimes some of the smaller fish. That's a smaller net, 6.5 inch net, which is the maximum. That's actually 6 inch, I think it is maximum legal. I use 6.5. But you know, Gillnet's really selective. So what you kind of catch the kind of fish you're designed to. That's why the swordfish net's so big. We don't want to catch anything small, only the bigger fish.
Through the chair, thank you, Gary. My literature search in the past, and I'm sure you know how to avoid them now, was the bycatch was black sea bass, which is a prohibited species, even though commercial can retain one. Certain sharks and rays, which right now, because of the finning prohibition, may not be landable. Mako sharks, which are right now being looked at by nymphs as a species of concern, perhaps for listing. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Louis. Any further questions of Gary? Thank you, Gary. Now we'll go to Kathy Fosmark. Are you with us, Kathy?
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me okay?
I sure can.
Okay, well, my name is Kathleen Fosmark. I go by Kathy, and thank you for taking my comments today. I haven't been around the council much lately, but I really watch what's going on, and I really hope that you listen to the fishermen on this issue. They've been actually the brunt of some pretty awful things being said, that a lot of them are not true. Oceana in particular has put numbers of marketable fish down as bycatch, even though the drift gillnet fishery has been around since the 80s or late 70s. And I was involved in the experimental permit part of it. I find, and I still sit on the take reduction team, and I wanted to bring up a couple of concerns of mine. Is one of the national standards, and I'm sorry I don't have the number, but there is a duplicatory management restriction that says there is no duplicatory management, and the hard caps are also being instituted through the take reduction team. That's what they do, is when there is an issue, they find a solution and they use the science to back it up for whatever reason. And that is how the take reduction team instituted the turtle closure. Anyway, so we've been observed since 1980, so I know there's a lot of information available for them to look at. And it's not just about the economics, even though there is a difference between different fisheries or different gear types that catch swordfish. The issue with buoy gear is that it will not suffice for the commercial gear, the drift gillnet gear, because you get a larger boat and you can go up in the north and catch, but you can't, the little boats can't come up in November when it allows the opening of the fishery up in the north. So they can't take advantage of any of that with their, no matter what kind of gear they have on the boat. It gets too rough up here. So it's what I'm cautioning you to consider the fact that the drift gillnet fishery it's more effective. It catches the swordfish properly, and when properly used, you can bring in enough to make it worthwhile to come out economically. I wanted to mention that now we have obviously you're all aware of the wind energy that's coming up, and a lot of that area that's looked at for permitting putting in windmills on the ocean is in our drift gillnet areas. And the fishermen, you know how that particular fishery works. You know, we put the net in the water and then it takes us, and so we have to go out farther beyond in order to do it. I hope you consider the fact that they have a lot of things against them already. And I just recommend that you listen to the statement from the HMSAS and from Gary Burke. And I have two sons that have the permits and actively fishing in the fishery. I know there's not very many guys left, so consider that as well. When you do the numbers of the boats, it's going to show obviously the less bycatch. Anyway, and I'm hoping you'll take the least effective, most effective, but least of the alternatives, because of the guys that are willing to work with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. Are there any questions? Thank you very much, Kathy. And our next public speaker is Teresa Labriola of Wild Oceans. Welcome, Teresa.
Thank you, Chair Gillnet and members of the council. I am Teresa Labriola, representing Wild Oceans. And for about the past 7 years, Wild Oceans has participated in this discussion of whether and how the council can or should act to minimize bycatch in the drift gillnet fishery. But we've definitely been involved in discussions about this fishery for many decades prior to my representation of Wild Oceans. We fully support the council's action to reaffirm their commitment to minimizing bycatch in this fishery through hard caps on species of concern. Our concern about the drift gillnet fishery is that it is an indiscriminate fishery. And over the decades, the council has been able to rein in the bycatch by constraining and constricting the fishery in time and space. But even with these restrictions, by design, it's going to catch what comes in its path. Ultimately, we would like the council to move away from large-scale indiscriminate gears, which are complicated and costly to manage from an economic as well as an environmental standpoint, and trying to conserve and protect some species while targeting other species when they vary in abundance from endangered to plentiful and everything in between, with very different management goals and regulations for each, is the fishery management equivalent of playing whack-a-mole. This is why we've advocated for sunsetting the drift gillnet permit and transitioning and researching other gear that can support small scale, high yield, locally supplied fisheries in California. It's a shift away from a modern or from the so-called efficient method of fishing that is difficult to manage, and it protects not only marine mammals and turtles, but the health of our open ocean ecosystem. Until that time, we support the Council's current direction to manage this fishery with hard caps in order to minimize the fishery's catch of non-target species, specifically marine mammals and turtles. With regard to the today, you're really looking like you're focusing in on the purpose and need and potentially some alternatives for a range of alternatives. So I'd like to just speak specifically to the purpose and need proposed by the management team as well as Oceana. And I'll split them into two and specifically support the purpose that is written into Oceana's letter to incentivize fishing practices and tools that avoid and minimize incidental catch of non-target and protected species to address National Standard 9 and 303 of the MSA. It's a bit different and clearer than the team's purpose. It focuses the purpose on minimizing non-target species catch instead of the SEAM statement, which minimizes bycatch. And I think it's very important to focus on minimizing non-target and protected species specifically. And also the team statement talks about conserving non-target species. And I think that's a difficult, conserving is a difficult word to put into a purpose, but minimizing take or incidental catch of non-target species is, I think, more in line with the Council's intent here. In terms of the need that goes along with that, I'd also like to draw your attention to Oceana's, the need presented by Oceana, which is to ensure the drift gillnet fishery minimizes the incidental take and bycatch of non-target and protected species. This is also more discreet than the management team's proposal while accomplishing, I think, the same goal. It eliminates the statement to ensure the take does not become excessive. There are other backstops in place to ensure that marine mammal take does not become excessive. I think the Marine Mammal Commission highlighted one such process today. Don't think that's the need of this action. We're really focusing on minimizing the take and interaction. Secondly, I'm concerned with the management team's inclusion of the need to act without constraining the economic viability of the West Coast-based swordfish fishery. This detail's unclear to me, and I think unnecessary to accomplish what we're trying to accomplish here, but it arguably adds a level of complication in the analysis. Implementing hard caps to minimize the take of bycatch and non-target and protected species will have an outcome of not constraining other HMS fisheries on their own. So if we restrict the turtle take in the drift gillnet fishery, there's likely we won't be concerned then about turtle take in the buoy gear fishery, which we haven't seen turtle interactions, but we're not likely to have nymphs go, oh wait, we hit it, we're catching several turtles. Do we have to look at other HMS fisheries and see how they're interacting with turtles? In order to accomplish the purpose and need, we request the Council move forward with a range of alternatives based on the hard cap numbers originally proposed by the Council and adopted. They were meant to reflect the Council's values of what were acceptable levels of incidental take in a Council-managed fishery. We urge you instead to focus on the management response instead of looking at, are these the right numbers? And focusing on the management response, I think, is consistent with your prior decisions and discussions in the past year on this. Management responses are meant to incentivize fishermen to act in ways that minimize the likelihood of interacting with hard cap species. And the 2-year closure should provide sufficient incentive for the fleet to cooperate and individuals to take steps to avoid marine mammals and turtles. So we support including this original alternative as one of the alternatives to analyze, as well as a 1-year closure. When evaluating these, there's an option, I think, to couple these with a species-dependent management measure when available. But looking at the idea of having species-dependent management measures, I don't see that we have a lot of those fleshed out in a way that would provide a sufficient response. So I guess just to clarify, you're probably wondering why I would suggest moving forward with a 2-year closure, given NIMP's reasoning for withdrawing the proposed rule was that it imposes significant short-term economic effects. There's a lot of changes that have happened in the fishery in the intervening time. The majority of the drift gillnet fishery has chosen to participate in a California state transition program, or the majority of the active fishermen, and they've turned in their DGN permits. So the alternative, the analysis of who would be impacted is different, and the remaining fishermen now have an alternative fishing year to turn to if hard caps are reached, namely deep set buoy gear or linked buoy gear. They've had ample opportunity to apply for and receive EFPs for the gear. And it looks like deep set buoy gear is on track to be authorized in the next few years. The use of this gear to reduce economic harm was not analyzed in the first, when hard caps was initially forwarded to NIMP. So when they do look at economic harm, this is something that they should look at. This action should be coupled with 100% observer coverage in order to accurately account for the catch of all non-target species and hard cap species. The importance of this, I think, is highlighted in the enforcement consultant's report today, where 2 vessels failed to report interactions with common dolphin, seal, sea lions, elephant seal, and seabirds. I think 2 of the dolphins, maybe, and 1 of each of the others. Just that there is still an unknown of what happens on 80% of the boats in this fishery. So in summary, we support a deliberate and well thought out transition to more environmentally and economically responsible gear. And we agree that establishing hard caps on certain protected species is an important part of this fishery transition plan. And we ask the Council today to adopt a clear purpose and need and a range of readily available alternatives to accomplish this. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Teresa. Are there any questions for Teresa? I'm not seeing any hands. Thank you, Teresa. That concludes public comment. We've had all our reports. We'll take a break and we'll come back and we'll hit council discussion and action. It's 3:21. Let's come back well rested at 3:35. We're going to get started here in a moment. Okay, welcome back, everyone. We're on agenda item F5, as everyone is aware. We've had our reports and our public comment, which brings us to council action, which is there on the screen. This is a pretty weighty agenda item, and I think it will be very easy for us to get wrapped around the axle. So what I'm going to suggest is that we hold off on any motion until everyone's had an opportunity to offer their thoughts, but then move forward with a motion that'll focus our discussion and action, and then proceed from there. So hopefully that's okay with everyone. So let's see who wants to get us started on this agenda item. We've been given a lot to talk about. John Ugoretz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I agree, this is an important issue, and we've got a lot of information in front of us. I will also point out that we discussed this at great length in November, which is what brought us to the motion that got us to today. And the council has, at that time and consistently throughout the discussion of hard caps, expressed a desire to move forward with them. And while the team didn't provide what I had hoped they would based on our direction after November, I do think we have a good starting point. I don't think we have a final range of alternatives to look at specifically. I think we need to get to that. And I do think that the team's draft purpose and need statement gets us closer to what the council's desires are. I think I might have some thoughts of ways to further simplify what they've said, to really clarify exactly what it is we're getting at in this proposal and why we're getting at it, that address many of the things we've heard today. So I think I'll stop there for now, but I do feel like we probably have a path forward that will require some more discussion.
Great, thank you, John. Further discussion? Louis M.
Well, hello, Mr. Chair, and thank you for this opportunity for me to speak on this matter. I realize that from November and from prior council meetings that the wish of the council is to investigate this hard caps proposal and to move along with seeing if it's something that's reasonable and fits our goals. And however, and I realize that I may not be able to convince some of you that it's perhaps not needed. I just want to reflect on my city's experience with this kind of situation. When I was in college, I was good friends with a tuna fishing family and lived with them through the dolphin, no take dolphin, no dolphin and canned fish debacle, I have to call it. And the result of that was that most of those fisheries, most of those boats moved offshore to other nations that continue to take dolphins. So the result of that was perhaps some reduction in the take of dolphin. I'm not sure. I know it's been battled out in the IATTC since, and I know that Mike Thompson, who's a representative to IATTC, may be able to tell us more about that. However, the result was clear that the American tuna fisherman was in trouble, and it was only through the medical and computer fields and the military that San Diego was able to survive that really tough blow. So here I am looking at it again with the fishery fleet, the one fishery fleet that is able to make a real financial go of it in the swordfish fleet. We've all looked at the deep set buoy gear work, and we see that either people lose money, break even, or maybe make enough money to pay their crew, to hold their crew while they pursue other fisheries later in the year. So I think that we're looking at making this deep set buoy gear as the main fishery of sword fishing. And I think the net result is going to be that we're going to push swordfish fisheries offshore where they already are. And there will not be the response that we can have to a reduced take of marine mammals. And now I see the concern with bycatch. So even though I don't think I'm going to be able to stop this train, I just want to go on record as saying that it is discouraging. At the same time that we have this going on, we have just received moderate assessment on quillback of 18%, I believe it was, and copper. And the result of that will be the closure of our nearshore fisheries, our small boat fisheries on the California coast and most likely the Oregon coast. So there's another knife in the heart of the local fishermen. I just want you to realize that you need to really take this. This is a very weighty decision you're making here. And what I am going to try to do is perhaps amend the motion so that it is not quite as onerous. That's what I have to say. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Louis. John Ugoretz.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Louis, I'm a little confused as to what motion it is you're amending. I haven't seen one raised yet. And I'm curious, my recollection is that when the council tasked the team to look at this in November, we voted unanimously to do so. So I'm wondering maybe you could explain further what's changed in your mind about hard caps specifically for the drift gillnet fishery, because it was my understanding that that was something we were all in agreement about.
Through the chair, thank you very much, John. I really appreciate that. Of course, there is no motion up yet. I can only presume that the motion would be to task the team with coming up with alternatives. And since November, there's been quite a lot of action. You know, we've had Gary Burke's legal opinion, which I thought was very interesting. We've had the Marine Mammal Commission weigh in on this and bring to light some thoughts that I had not had before. So those things, in addition to the fact that we have a very small fleet left, And in addition, the assessments, which I know ground fish assessments should not affect highly migratory, but I'm very worried about the state of the California fishery. So you see, these are things that have come into my mind. Thank you.
Okay, further discussion. Louis, you have your hand up? Okay. Further discussion. I really don't want to prematurely move to a motion, but we will. Phil Anderson.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I don't have a lot to add at this point. I have been a part of the process in terms of considering and having been a part of the action that was taken by the council on hard caps previously. I continue to support moving forward with having them be a part of the fishery. I think it's going to be important for us in developing our range of alternatives to address the economic concerns that were raised or economic consequences and the concerns with those that were raised, and I'm prepared to do that when the time comes. I appreciate the work that the team did in the draft revised purpose and need statement. I also appreciate the thought that Oceana put into their purpose and need statement, and I found that it hit the target that I think I have generally had in mind. It's simple but direct. So in looking at those two different versions, the Oceana one would be my preference, or something close to it. Where we go from here is in terms of what our range of alternatives and what our ultimate decision is yet to be decided, and the analysis of the alternatives that we adopt to put forward when we do that is going to inform us all on what the final decision is. But I think the general policy that the council was expressing at the time it took its action to include hard caps for this fishery, to be conservative, to look for ways to minimize bycatch of the nation's marine resources was well thought out, well founded. I found the presentation from the Marine Mammal Commission informative, but it did not trump what I think the council was trying to do when they adopted hard caps, and nor do I think that the commission's perspective is one that I would substitute for the council's policy on this issue that it's expressed in the past. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Phil. Karen Braby, followed by Krista Svensson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good discussion, and I just wanted to add a couple of comments to reinforce I think some of the comments that have already been made. As one of the council members who was part of the hard caps decision-making 6 years ago now, I remember very clearly that this was a decision that was made by the council in lieu of specific action to close the fishery, to transition the fishery. And it was done with the encouragement of the fleet that they could perform, that they could do this fishery even with restrictive hard caps in place, and wanted the opportunity to show us that, to show the public that this could be a viable fishery, even with very conservative hard caps. And I still believe in that choice that the council made 6 years ago to provide that opportunity and continue to manage the fishery. I think the discussion today really has clarified again in discussion that the choice by the council 6 years ago was about incentivization under MSA to reduce bycatch. It was not biological management under the MMPA and trying to address PBR concerns or ZMRG concerns. And so this is something that is not only within the council's purview, but it's the council's responsibility. And so I feel strongly that this is part of what we are established to do under the MSA. And so I understand that there was some clarity needed in terms of what that intent was. I think our discussion today has further clarified that action or that intent. And it's really about incentivization. It's about making sure that the fishery is perceived as being able to conduct this fishery with minimization of bycatch, even with very high standards under conservative hard caps. And so if we can find the right combination of factors to put together to shape the fishery so that it can be prosecuted, it can be held accountable if there is bycatch, and continue, that's a good path forward. So there are concerns on all sides on this one, and I want us to find a path forward that's viable and really speaks to our management responsibilities under MSA. And I think we have the information to do that. Thanks.
Thank you, Karin. Krista Svensson.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Gillnet. I wanted to comment a bit about, hey, 100% in terms of wanting to talk about management of the fishery and drift gillnet hard caps doesn't necessarily mean that it was 100% unanimous in terms of having hard caps. And I think, Louis articulated that today. I am not necessarily 100% hard over that we must have hard caps. I think we heard some very interesting testimony today on that. But I do think that we need management. I think that hard caps, if we put them on marine mammals, has some very interesting implications in terms of imports for the list of foreign fisheries. I realize in asking Mr. Rudy today about importing drift gillnet fish, there may not be much that is coming into the United States. But if we did have hard caps on this fishery and it stayed in existence, other fisheries, if they were to import into this country, would be required to meet that standard. So I do think that it's worth keeping in mind. I will have further questions, I'm sure, about that in the future. And I do think that it is important for us to manage this fishery moving forward for whatever length of time that we are going to have it with us.
Thank you, Krista. Corey Niles.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I will be brief. I think I'm in a line with all those that spoke, and just wanted to address Louis' concerns a bit, and Krista just said it in terms of at this stage, and Phil said it as well. At this stage, we're talking about a purpose and need, and at least beginning to shape a range of alternatives. So I think those of those folks who have those concerns, the way it's framed up here, I believe I have faith will help address a lot of the questions folks have. And yeah, I'll pick up on something Karin mentioned, and there's a lot of the negative views about what's being considered here, but I really kind of encourage people to think again about that this is something that, as Karin said, the fleet could accomplish. It looked like in our last analysis, and we still have a difference in views on how NMFS was reading the economics and how the court read the economics, but it was very improbable that the hard caps would be reached. There's not to say we can't do better now. Again, we're here trying to frame up the debate in a way that will make everyone comfortable and have the information to make an informed decision when it comes time. But yeah, just hearing Louis' concern, it's too early to totally dismiss the need. But I hope people, as Karin said, would say if the fleet was able to comply with these, and that should be viewed, and we do think they could, that should be viewed as a conservation and management success story. So I'm not understanding the total negativity. I understand the concerns and the worries, and hear Louis' echoes of history of his community and worries about coming changes possibly in groundfish. So I don't want to be dismissive of those at all. I understand them. But I think this analysis, in the way, if we frame it up correctly, will allow for a really good deliberations here.
Thank you, Corey. Well, I'm not seeing any other hands, so maybe if someone has a motion to help us move this forward, John Ugoretz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just doing a sound check. I had to change microphones.
It's loud and clear. The audio quality is beautiful.
Great. I do have a motion, and perhaps Sandra could bring it up on the screen. Okay. I move that the council revise its purpose and need for hard caps in the drift gillnet fishery to: the purpose is to incentivize fishing practices and tools in an effort to minimize bycatch and bycatch mortality, as well as to conserve other unmarketable non-target species, including ESA-listed species and marine mammals in the drift gillnet fishery to the extent practicable. The need is to ensure that the take and bycatch of unmarketable non-target species, including ESA-listed species and marine mammals, in the drift gillnet fishery is minimized to the extent practicable, and that such take and bycatch does not result in limitations on the economic viability of the West Coast swordfish fishery. 2, direct the highly migratory species management team to develop a final range of alternatives that meets the purpose and need, while aiming to address the NMFS economic analysis results from the original proposal. And it would include a no-action alternative as required by NEPA, hard caps equivalent to the original proposal, annual hard caps equivalent to the original proposal with varying closure periods, and hard caps with varying closure periods that apply to individuals and the fleet as a whole, where an individual and all unobservable vessels are prohibited from fishing after the specified cap, and the full fleet is closed after the hard cap is exceeded as follows: with the species individual cap and 2-year fleet-wide cap listed for fin whale 1 and 2, humpback whale 1 and 2, sperm whale 1 and 2, leatherback sea turtle 1 and 2, loggerhead sea turtle 1 and 2, olive ridley sea turtle 1 and 2, green sea turtle 1 and 2, short fin pilot whale 2 and 4, and common bottlenose dolphin for the offshore stock 2 and 4.
Okay, John, is the language on the screen accurate and complete?
It is, thank you.
All right, then I will look for a second. Seconded by Karin Bravey. Please speak to your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think the council has discussed this at length. I think that the need in the council's view of hard caps to help incentivize behavior among fishery participants is one that has not changed. I do think that we need to consider alternatives that address the potential, because of course our goal is for a viable fishery, which would include economic viability in the fishery. And the numbers listed in the table are those included in our final preferred alternative, but the difference being we have the individual level and the fleet-wide level separated out. And it gives the team the flexibility in terms of range of closure periods to help address that economic concern.
All right. Are there questions for makers of the motion? Louis Zim.
Mr. Chair, would this be time for me to suggest a very small amendment?
Well, I'd have to turn to the parliamentarian. I don't know that there's a restriction on that, but maybe we could start by your asking a question about why the motion is drafted in a certain way, and that may introduce the need for an amendment.
Well, that's excellent. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for your counsel. The only thing that I am a little bit worried about here, besides the whole general thrust of this, is on D. And let me bring it up again, and so I can read it. Where it says hard caps with varying closure periods that apply to individuals and the fleet as a whole, where an individual and all observable vessels are prohibited from fishing after the specified cap, and the full fleet is closed after the hard cap is exceeded. Is there any way that we can soften this and put in an or here somewhere to give us a little bit more flexibility so we can examine this more in September on this 1.2D?
So I interpret that as a question for the maker of the motion.
That's correct.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, if I may. I'm not sure I understand the question. The intent of that alternative is to provide something where first individuals are closed as they hit an individual cap, and the fleet does not close until the full cap is met or exceeded. So I guess I'm not understanding what the change would be.
Well, thank you. So I see more than that. I see individual and all unobservable vessels are prohibited from fishing. So that's another wrinkle. It looks like I agree with holding an individual responsible, but I'm a little hesitant to hold other vessels that are not responsible for the take, or the full fleet responsible for the actions of an individual. The illustration of this was the sperm whale take. I've been told, and maybe the rest of you have been told, that
apparently these whales were sighted in an area and the fleet left except for one individual. And he was a pretty good whale fisherman and he caught both of them. And it seemed to me that he should have been penalized. What happened was probably rational, is that we said that there would be no fishing beyond the 2,000 fathom line, and that seemed to work. So you see my point there.
John?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. No, Mr. Zim, I do not see your point. The whole point of this is to do exactly what you're saying, is to hold an individual responsible for their take before holding the whole fleet responsible for hitting a cap. It's a significant change from what the council originally proposed, which always held the entire fleet responsible. So the case that you point to, unfortunately, if two were caught, that would be the fleet-wide cap. But if one was caught, the individual would be held responsible and the fleet would not.
Through the chair.
Go ahead, Louis.
Yeah. Thank you for that. That clarification. I'm glad we have that in the record, and it helps me understand it more. Then it does point me, however, to then the lists of individual caps and 2-year fleet-wide caps. And I know many people have spoke to not wanting to change that list, but however, I might want to see some flexibility for various species. Sperm whale, which goes in groups, versus, well, here we go, humpback whale, which goes in groups. So I'm just trying to work this out in my mind. I appreciate your help. Thank you.
Let's see if there are any further questions of the maker of the motion. Phil.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chairman, and thanks, John, for the motion. Appreciate it. My question was up under the need part of the motion, and in particular the last phrase where it says, and that such take and bycatch does not result in limitations on the economic viability of the West Coast swordfish fishery. And I'm trying to understand if we have caps in place, and whether it's the example that was just used under 2D. It seems like there's going to be the potential of economic consequences if the fleet or an individual, depending on what alternative we ended up choosing, met the individual cap or the fleet-wide cap. And so it seems inescapable to me in some cases that there wouldn't be harm to the economic viability of the fleet if one or more of either the individual or fleet-wide caps were met. So I'm just trying to understand how that works.
John?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks for the question, Phil. Well, I think first, that's exactly the analysis that we would have to have from a final range of alternatives as to what the economic impacts are, and does this range change the analysis that was done on our original hard cap proposal. In terms of the theory behind it, it seems that maybe, if I'm understanding correctly, you're considering economic impact the same as economic viability. And the reason for that statement in the need is that if marine mammal or other protected species bycatch continues at high rates, the fishery would be closed and closed frequently, and it would no longer be viable. And that is exactly why the council wants to incentivize behaviors and tools that help limit that.
Okay, I appreciate that clarification, Joan. Thanks.
All right. If there are no further questions to the maker, we can have discussion on the motion or amendments. Bob Dooley.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks, John, for the motion. I have a lot of the same concerns that Louis and others have raised, and extreme concern with this fishery, to tell you the truth. I think it looks like they're going in the right trajectory and paying for the sins of their fathers or something, you know. So that's just a comment. But the question is, you know, it seems like this is we need a range of alternatives here, and the only alternative I see is really the no action, because the hard caps are specified, and you're talking about just the closure periods and things like that. Don't see anything about area closures. That might be another part of it that could be done. And it seems like we're almost into a final alternative here, particularly when we have the list of the list of species and caps that are specified, especially when they're one. There's not much you can do with one. That's kind of an off and on switch. So it would seem like there might be a better way to think about this going forward. I'm real uncomfortable with that. Just having a cap. So is there any room for leaving those caps maybe a little more unspecified, or more room in them to have some analysis to show us what's going on? I hope I'm stating that right. So that's the question.
John?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. And I feel like it's deja vu here from November. I'd love it if people went back and looked at that meeting record where these same questions were asked. In my perspective, the goal that we set out in November was to address the economic concerns that NOAA had raised with our original proposal, and to do so without changing the species that had been deliberated and debated for many years before we came to a decision on what to do. So no, I personally don't think we need to continue to discuss something that has been extremely well vetted in the public. And I would prefer to move forward with responding to an economic analysis that led to a council decision not being implemented.
Further discussion? Corey Niles.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair, and just maybe clarification to John and on Bob's concern, but what you have there as in the phrase varying closure periods, what you're doing is setting up an analysis of periods of different, like you said, duration, and maybe, I don't know if it could be area in that wording, but the idea, as you said, is to look at the economic considerations, you know, by among other things, varying, looking at closure, different alternative closure periods, which in my mind gets to Bob's question about, you know, considering different time area closures while in order to compare those economic consequences. And that's just my meaning, my understanding of the meaning varying. You're looking for variation, for alternatives.
John, you want to clarify that?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And yes, I was hoping for varying closure periods, not closure areas. Frankly, I wish that the team had taken our direction more specifically and given us more to chew on today so that we could actually have a better discussion of a range of alternatives. But given what I read in the team's report, given what I know about the analyses, this is the range that I was able to come up with.
Krista.
Yes, thank you. I do fall in, I think, a bit more with Bob in terms of range of alternatives. And I think the part that I'm struggling with is that these really apply both to individuals and fleets. I did like in the management team, and it's point 3 on adjusting how current caps are administered. I liked that they looked at individual hard caps, individual and fleet hard caps, and specifically just fleet hard caps. So I would be more comfortable if there was at least that alternative where it was not always on the individual, but also on just the fleet. And I don't see that in this particular range of alternatives that you're proposing. So hoping you can speak to that and why that was excluded.
John?
So the fleet is included in what our original proposal was, which was the fleet being shut. This is an attempt to provide an alternative to that starts with an individual and ends with the fleet.
Krista?
Sorry, my hand's just not lowered yet, but I'll get there. Thank you.
Great. These are all really good questions, but if folks are dissatisfied with the motion before us, they're free to offer amendments if they want to add something to the motion. Ryan Wolf.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Maybe just a clarifying question based on some of the discussion that happens here. I mean, the way I read this, this is directing the management team to bring back a range of alternatives along these lines. Obviously, there's still some work that would need to be done on what exactly it means with the bearing closure periods, et cetera, and bring them back to the council at a future meeting to adopt that final range of alternatives. Is that correct, John?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, further discussion on this motion? Louis Zim.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, John, very much for doing the large part of the work on this. And I really admire your ability to pull out the really important parts. And I'd like to just make one amendment. And that is for D, strike after exceeded period, strike as follows, and the following table. So it would read, prohibited from fishing after the specified cap, and the full fleet is closed after the hard cap is exceeded.
I'm not sure that I followed you, Louis. Is that you simply wanted to strike the as follows language?
Oh, no. Strike from, have a period after exceeded, and strike as follows, the colon, and the table that is below it.
So with your amendment, there would be a closure, as John has explained, but there wouldn't be a standard, as in a specific metrics by species.
That would be discussed when we return back to this. I would like to have the option to discuss based on science these individual caps and fleet-wide cap. I understand that we've discussed this a lot. A lot of it was discussed before some members were not on the council, so they were unable to put input into it. I realize we discussed this in November. However, we have received a considerable amount of information since. So I just want to leave flexibility. Thank you.
Let's get a second and then you can speak to your amendment, okay?
Oh, okay. Thank you.
So it looks like there's a second by Virgil Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. May I proceed?
Yes, please. Now speak to your amendment.
Yes, thank you. I am in agreement with all the text above, understanding that the council will do their due diligence and the team will do the due diligence and come back sometime in the future, hopefully sooner than later, with some avenues for us to do a proper rule. I am leery of excluding completely any other possibility of different individual caps or fleet-wide caps based on the different species-specific behaviors and their extent of their range in the area fished. So I am just putting that up for a little bit more flexibility. And I hope I can get some support on that. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Louis. Are there questions for Louis on his proposed amendment? Phil Anderson. Hey, Phil, you're muted.
Yeah, no, thanks. I apologize, Mr. Chairman. I had a comment and a question for my colleague from California.
Go ahead.
If that's permissible.
Sure, sure.
Okay. Appreciate the amendment, at least for discussion. Really, I'm hard pressed to understand two things. One is, without having these caps here, I'm having a hard time understanding how the alternative will be analyzed, and with particular focus on what is the effect of having these hard caps on individuals and or the fleet, and with particular emphasis on the potential economic consequence. And so without these, I don't know how that can be done. I do not think that once we get the analysis, if the table remains in place as is proposed in the original motion, I don't think that precludes us from looking at the analysis that is to come and potentially changing the number, one of the numbers or several of the numbers. But without those numbers being there, I just don't think the analysis is going to tell us much. And that to me is a problem. So that's why I'll be opposing the amendment.
Thank you, Phil. Louis? Louis, you're muted.
Goodness. Thank you. Thank you very much, Phil, for your wise counsel and for you stating on the record that we could, in fact, review these individual caps and fleet-wide caps. And that clarifies it for me. And I would like to withdraw the amendment.
Okay. Does your second, Virgil Moore, agree with withdrawal of the amendment?
I agree with withdrawal.
All right. So the amendment is withdrawn. We're back to the main motion. Bob Dooley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I liked what Phil had said about being able to adjust these caps and in the analysis of the numbers. And I was a little concerned too with the dropping the whole table because you lose the listing of those. But what I'm really concerned about here now is actually the 2A, the 2B and 2C that specifies that the hard cap equivalent to the original proposal. And I guess the same thing applies there. And it's just a question: are those hardwired? There's no other alternative there. So it really specifies it links right down to the table. And so does the next one, C, annual hard caps equivalent to the original proposal, which I assume is that table. And so that's the question I have. Are we hardwiring this into really no choice? I liked Phil's comment that this will be analyzed and it could be suggestions of something else that might fit, better into management of this fleet than these levels. And my real concern is the ones and the twos and how it affects everybody. They're so low that if you have one encounter, you could shut the fleet down, or two encounters. And so those are my concerns. I just it seems like their trajectory is in a good place, and we ought to have some flexibility here. And I'm not seeing that. So just a question.
All right. Thank you for that question. I'll go to John Ugoretz and then to Phil Anderson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I am honestly baffled at this discussion. The council has not selected a range of alternatives. This motion is directing the team to bring us one. The council has not made a decision on a final range nor a final preferred. This is providing the team with direction on the scope of the range that we can then talk about with some reality in numbers and come to a decision. So I don't even understand why we're having this level of discussion at this point. With regard to the numbers, no, Mr. Dooley, you cannot close the entire fleet with one catch. That is not what this says, nor is it what our original proposal said. It's two. And that two was the original council proposal voted on and adopted and moved to NIMS. The reason we are trying not to change that is the multiple years of public discussion that went into it. Thank you.
Phil Anderson, your hand is down now. All right. Further discussion on this motion. Okay, I'm not seeing any hands, so I think it's time for a vote. So all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Abstentions? I did not hear any no's or abstentions, so the motion passes unanimously. Wait.
I'm sorry. I had a hard time. I had to get away from get to the thing. I would like to abstain. I recorded that I have abstained from this vote.
Right. Louis Zim abstains. So that's our vote. Wow. Thank you, John, for the motion and for your response to each and every question that was asked. Louis, your hand is up. Please go ahead.
Yeah, I'm sorry. My hearing is probably poor. I did not hear 11 votes. I heard 4, maybe with mine 5. I'm not sure what to do about this, but I know there are some specific people that I did not hear their votes. Can you illuminate me on that?
Well, I may go to Executive Director Tracy on this. When there are no recorded no votes, do we require a roll call?
Yes.
Okay. So on the advice of the parliamentarian, we will have a roll call vote.
Okay, thank you. Yes, any council member can request a roll call vote. So I see Phil has his hand up. So shall I hold off on this?
Yeah, Phil, go ahead.
So I want to make sure I understand the parliamentarian's advice to us. My understanding is that if there is a request for a roll call vote, then that request shall be granted. The simple fact that there were no recorded no votes in and of itself is not the basis for a requirement of a roll call vote. So my understanding is that Mr. Zim requested a roll call vote, and that was the basis by which Mr. Hansen gave his opinion. Do I have that correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
All right, and I see Louis has his hand up. Hand is down now. All right, we can proceed.
Okay, thank you. So please state your vote as I call your name for the motion on the screen. Agenda item F5. Butch Smith.
Yes.
Phil Anderson.
Yes.
Virgil Moore.
Yes.
Ryan Wolf.
Yes.
Brad Pettinger.
Yes.
Karen Braby.
Yes.
Louis Zim.
Abstain.
Pete Hassemer.
Yes.
Joe Oatman.
Yes.
John Ugoritz.
Yes.
Corey Niles.
Yes.
Krista Svensson.
Yes.
Bob Dooley.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, the vote is unanimous in favor with one abstention. Mr. Zim.
All right, thank you for that. Well, I learned something new about parliamentary procedure that I probably should have known. So that we now have this motion, and that may or may not conclude our business on this agenda item. I'd like to see from council members if there's further action on this agenda item. John Ugoritz.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Yes, I would just say that the one thing that we need to keep in our minds is that there will have to be a discussion under agenda and workload planning about when this will occur, because it is not on the year at a glance.
All right. Thanks for that heads up. Anything further? Kit, how are we doing?
Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I think with the adoption of that motion, your business for today is concluded. You have adopted a purpose and needs statement and the outline, I guess you could say, of a range of alternatives with direction to the management team to further develop the specifics of the initial set of alternatives that are described in the motion, and ultimately, or accompanying that, some analysis of the effects that would help to inform. I hope I'm understanding this correctly, that there would be an analysis that would help inform the council adopting a final range of alternatives. So there would be some expectation of the team both developing more fully fleshed out, more specific range of alternatives, and also doing some kind of preliminary analysis that would help the council in their next decision to adopt a range of alternatives. So I hope I've got that right, and if I have, then we can proceed. We're done, except as Mr. Ugoretz just mentioned, there is some business around scheduling future council action that would come up next week on Wednesday.
All right, thank you, Kit. Well, that concludes this agenda item, and it concludes our business for the day. And we did not, and we finished even a little bit early. And I think credit goes to everyone around the table and to staff here that we've got our business done on a very challenging day. And let me turn to Executive Director Chuck Tracy to see if he has any announcements.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No, nothing really specific. We do have some work ahead of us for tomorrow on groundfish with the NIFS report, fixed gear catcher review scoping, and electronic monitoring update. And then we will be off on Sunday and resume on Monday. So that's the schedule ahead of us. As you mentioned, we are on schedule, so that's a good thing, and I appreciate Council's diligence and being efficient.
All right. Well, thanks, everyone. Enjoy your Friday evening, but not too much because we got to start early tomorrow morning. Take care.